obfuscate from the entire question, so you definitely don't have a win, but you can console yourself with the delusion of one if that helps. What do you say?
Sorry. Does anybody think Heretic looks good when he concedes that he doesn't know if the sun exists when he's not observing it? Does anybody think that?
You look like a petulant child at this point, brother.
Sorry, I'm asking a question.
Petulant child is what you are, man.
Yeah,
you should shut up and get off the mic.
Looks good when he concedes that he doesn't know that the sun exists according to his own proposition and how he
instead of whinging about someone.
I just kind of hand waved the question is what I did. I told you that I can just defer to people who are in Australia. It's not an extraordinary claim. It's not a problem that the sun is somewhere else. Well, it's not here. Not an issue. And then I just kind of hand waved the rest of your bullshit. But you can take it any which way you want if that helps you feel better about the cartoon paradigm that you are not able to provide any evidence for.
Yeah. What's the proposition?
Yeah, so you've clearly lost here. What's
the proposition?
I seem to have won, actually, because as far as I can see, the axiom that I'm here to uphold, the one where you don't experience curved oceans or spinning or any of that, that still seems to be upheld. So it seems like I've clearly won here, unless you can do something to overturn that. I'm waiting. I'm happy for you to do it.
So again, the initial premise that you've made to make the foundation of your argument is in regard...
fuck that. Do you have any evidence for curved oceans? You've clearly lost here. You've clearly lost here. You see how you run from the evidence of curved oceans? Well, you say, see how he runs? You've clearly lost here.
Heretic didn't make an argument. He asked a question.
Yeah.
How do you lose with muting?
How you know that you lose every single time you chime in to say you lose instead of just provide the thing that you can't provide. The evidence for the cartoon paradigm.
Yeah, I mean, you've clearly lost here.
Yeah, you've clearly lost, and you have to declare yourself the winner to console yourself about that. Because, look how hard you're losing at providing any evidence for that cartoon ball that you so badly want to live on, while you detract from that whole conversation. You've clearly lost. What do you have to say for yourself, loser?
Yeah, I mean, I clearly demonstrated a contradiction.
Yeah, you've clearly demonstrated the contradiction in your paradigm that you can't demonstrate. You hold this paradigm to be true, but can't demonstrate it here. Yeah, you've clearly demonstrated that contradiction. What do you have to say for yourself, loser?
Does the sun exist when you don't see it?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Why is it that you have to ask that question instead of answer any question that's on the table? Yeah, I already told you. We went through this whole conversation. I can talk to people in Australia. It's not an extraordinary claim that the sun would be over there. Well, not here. And plus, the entire conversation is itself a derailment from the actual conversation we're trying to have, which is to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, so if it's predicated on observations, then we can just trust the observation of astronauts, right?
No.
And why not?
Because they're not verifiable.
Sorry, how do you know that?
Well, do you have one that is? Maybe I'll.
Sorry, how do you know?
Because I haven't seen one that is, and they're actually also falsifiable.
Sorry, how do you know that?
Hey, listen, they're falsifiable. Beyond being non-verifiable, they're also falsifiable because they present us with images of a cartoon ball with curving bodies of water. We can just go down to a body of water like an ocean or a lake and see that it doesn't actually do that, and thereby falsify that image actually being what the Earth is, unless you can provide me with one that we can verify.
Exactly, and when we talk to Australians, I can walk outside and see the sun's not there. What are you talking about, dog? You've just contradicted yourself. You've lost.
How so? How so?
Are you really that delusional?
You were talking about it being falsifiable based on your observations. And when we ring up Australian and we ask if the sun's there, and then we go outside and we don't look at the sun, then that's falsifiable, dipshit. You've just lost. You just contradicted yourself. You've lost on your own basis of empiricism.
Well, stupid. This is what they do. I can go to Australia where it's supposedly daytime and confirm that yes, indeed, it is daytime.
This is what the.
Yeah, so that's retarded. I can go and confirm that it is daytime at the time it's supposed to be daytime over in Australia. I can actually do that. Can you verify that the oceans are curved like they're showing them in those cartoon ball pictures that astronauts took, according to you? Can you do that?
Yeah, you've lost.
Yeah, you have to keep declaring that you won because you lost, so it's a really pathetic, weak coping mechanism that you're using. But anyway, whatever helps you sleep.
Keep him on mute, please. He's super annoying.
Yeah.
I just like tossing them around.
I mean, I guess Okay.
Roast him.
So watch this. Here's how quickly he's gonna lose. So obviously you're a triggered glober. We can all see that by the way you're behaving. Do you have any evidence for this globe that you think you live on? Watch, he's gonna lose right away. Go ahead.
Are you willing to concede the?
Yeah, he lost right away. He wanted to start talking about me. Here, I'm gonna get another win from him. Hey, do you have any evidence for this globe that you think you live on?
Are you willing to concede this?
Yeah, he lost right away a second time. Wow, this is easy. Hey, do you have any evidence for that globe that you think you live on?
Again,
Yes,
are you willing?
evidence.
Yeah, again, he's talking about me. Wow, this is easy. That's 3 in a row.
Heretic.
Think I can go for 4?
Yeah.
Heretic.
Any evidence for this globe? He's not going to have any. Watch this. He's going to lose again.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what they do.
This is what they do. Yeah, we win all day long. This is what we do. You got it. That was another
this is
one.
embarrassing. This is
For
the
you,
biggest
yes.
loss.
Yeah, that was the truest thing you said. This was embarrassing for you. Okay, we're done with you now. The room's tired of you. Go ahead.
It's called the North Pole, bro. That's
What is
where that's where the globe connects to the stand at, bro.
Next, I don't think this guy qualifies.
Yeah, it's pathetic. He's clearly going to keep losing. So I don't want to tire everybody with it. We'll move on. It's called the North Pole, you said.
Yeah, bro, I was just memeing. You know about how the globe it connects to the stand, the pole, the North and South Pole?
Ah, yeah.
Speaking of, since I guess we got a little bit of a lull here, is this? I know this is a flat Earth channel, but are we open to like alternative hypothesis, like the hollow Earth and all that type thing?
If you present evidence for it, we're willing to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know what exactly would qualify. I mean, because we're talking about it can go anywhere from like subterranean civilizations, which could be like, there's some pretty interesting stuff with the caves, the cave networks and stuff like that. The Native American tribes that built inside of the mountains inside the cave networks and stuff is
No, they didn't build them.
oh yeah.
We usually
Yeah.
talk about that on Sundays, speculation Sundays.
Gotcha.
So yeah, every other day is usually just dedicated for actual like verifiable things. Scientific evidence, all that stuff.
I don't know. That's cool. That's my first time in here, so it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, no, welcome. Like I said, if you have any evidence, just for any sort of ideology as far as the shape of the Earth goes, we're willing to listen.
Nice. Well, I'll be floating in and out, but I'll bring some stuff. I'll put together some stuff, and because that's my favorite theory is the inner Earth, hollow Earth stuff. I just ever since I first read Journey to the Center of the Earth as a kid, it was just always something that stuck with me in my mind. So
Yeah, you read Jules Verne.
yes, sir, and not just Journey to the Center of the Earth, but 20,000 Leagues.
Yeah. The thing is, those things we call caves, are natural, are not made by man, and some of them, mankind went into them and decorated them. Yeah, so we tampered with them, but we did not created them. We didn't dig them. Now, tunnels and mines, yes, that is something that we did. But they do not compare with these things that we call caves. They are very different one from another.
So, probably pops any questions.
No, not that I know. I'm just listening right now.
Do you believe that astronautism is the effortless hardest job that exists?
The most effortless job that exists?
Effortless hardest job, yeah.
No.
Why?
Sure, there are other easier jobs than being an astronaut. Like,
well, I didn't
don't they do
say
some
it's an easy
calculations?
job.
Like, shouldn't
I
you at
didn't
least?
say it's an easy job. I said it's the hardest job.
Oh, I thought you said the most effortless.
Yeah, effortless hardest. Yeah.
No.
Why?
Because you require some knowledge about physics and like quantum mechanics or something, right? Like you can't just join and become like an astronaut without studying those things.
No, what I mean is an astronaut that works in space. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the green screen?
Everything that
Works in the green screen.
sorry.
And the green screen, right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about those astronauts that NASA shows to us on TV, like spacewalks, like they work on the ISS. They go out
Yeah.
and they have all those tools and everything, screws and screwdrivers, pliers, whatever, and they have to work with those. Always with hand gloves, and those tools actually, I know they are physical things, they are matter, they have mass, but in space there, you don't feel their weight, they are weightless.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything is easy. I mean, when you hold it in your hand, you don't feel that it has a weight in your hand.
Yeah, because
So
mass is different from weight,
yeah,
and like
that means you require no effort to hold a 100 kilogram instrument tool in your hand. It's not gonna pull your hand down or up or sideways or whatever. You know, so you can hold it effortlessly. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the slightest force of your hand, you can hold it in your hand. And the slightest force of your hand, yeah, you can use it to move it, yeah, to manipulate it. So it's the most effortless job, and this is why it's the hardest, because astronautism is declared the hardest job in the world, and only highly gifted, skilled people can become an astronaut. They have to go through a very thorough selection process, right?
yeah, and they're also like part of the lie. Like they also promote that lie. Is that true? Like because once you become an astronaut, like you are forced to to not believe in what they're like propagating, that the Earth is
Yeah, they do sign a lot of those kind of contracts, non-disclosure and
Oh yeah, I see.
they do sign those kind of papers. So and NASA actually guarantees to them that they create them a public image. They will make them a public image.
Yeah, like Neil
Um,
Armstrong and all the other people.
yeah. And when you are given that public image, yeah, which they create for you, you cannot speak to the public what you want. You have to communicate to the public what they tell you. And this is actually the conditions and terms which are included in those contracts that they are signing to work and get paid by NASA. Work for and get paid by NASA. So yeah.
And they don't select anyone. Like they choose someone and they don't recruit anyone. When they recruit someone, they give them those contracts and like
Yeah,
the first.
well, if you study the body of NASA, like the people that are in the top leading positions, you will find that vast majority of them, they are members of the family Rothschild, and all others are close family members or families which are known to be friends, family friends of the Rothschild family. So they are a very close club.
How do they reach America? Like, aren't the Rothschilds like a European, family, like a paternal family?
Yeah.
This is so weird.
Yeah, I know.
Hello?
Hello. You alright?
All right, who's flat earthers?
Me. What's up, Calix?
What up, brother?
How you doing? You good?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good.
Hey,
We've
you
just been
watch
kicking it.
Minecraft to think the Earth
Can
is
y'all hear me? Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
what's good?
Okay.
Bro, even in Minecraft, when you put a torch down, the light will have a shadow, right?
Minecraft worlds are flat, just like the world. What do you mean, Mohammed? You're so weird.
Just like about 3 people.
No, I'm not even trolling, bro. I truly believe that.
No, you're
All
dead
I'm
ass.
saying is
You're
you
dead ass,
pour water
Calix.
on a
No.
ball, shit don't stay on it. Pour water on a plate.
Yeah.
Can you tell me like the best like conspiracy that you have like that the Earth is flat?
Right, so let's try and do this one at a time before 5 people come in and start talking all through each other. So who's going first?
I want to go first, Jedi. I want to say something
Hold on.
to you.
I'm talking to the Globers. I'm talking to
Ah.
I'm talking to the Globers, man. They got questions. They want to come in. Which one?
Leafy was here. Leafy was here. He wants to go first.
Okay, prove
Okay.
Alright.
And then Mohammed, and then Booza.
All right. So, gentlemen, without me having to mute you, we'll go one through one and we'll try and have a cordial conversation, yeah? It's not talk
Right.
through each other. There's lots of people around that can answer your questions. All right. So, what's up, Leafy?
No, so I just wanted to ask you, like, what's the best evidence you have, like, of the conspiracy that the Earth is flat? Like, so, because I'm pretty sure, like, correct me if I'm mistaken, right? But do you believe that NASA is like covering it up, or like, just like, what exactly are your beliefs?
All right. So, first of all, you asked for the best evidence. The best evidence is the waters of the Earth are observed and measured to be horizontal. We're told by NASA, for example, that the Earth is a ball, pictures from space. That means that the water of the Earth should be curving. We do not observe or measure any curvature anywhere. Best evidence, right? Earth's got to be a ball that doesn't measure to be one.
Okay, I see. Do you have like references to show?
Yeah, we've probably got like, I don't know, hundreds of laser tests over distances of water, lakes, salt flats, those types of things that demonstrate that the ground is indeed horizontal. I can get you a few if you want, it's not a problem.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll take your word for it, bro. But so why do you think like NASA's covering it up? Like, what do you think the motive is?
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll go and get you the laser test. Somebody else can answer that question. All right.
Sure.
Wait, Jedi, can I ask you a question about the laser test? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just curious because it's on the topic there.
I'll tell you what, as it's on topic, yeah, that's fine. What about the laser test, mate?
Real quick. So is the laser test like you're saying, like if I pointed a laser at like the salt flats in Salt Lake in a straight line for miles, it wouldn't like wouldn't curve? Like it would just continue to go straight?
Well, primarily, yes. There will be a little bit of deviation of the light because it's going and passing through atmosphere. And obviously, atmosphere does slightly divert the path of light, but primarily it is indeed flat. Sorry, a straight line. What we also do with lasers is we don't just test one color. We use light at different end of the spectrum, so different wavelengths. We also use infrared as well, which is not very well refracted. So we test for refraction whilst we're putting the laser through the atmosphere as well at the same time. What we do demonstrate, however, is that the water or the surface that the laser is passing over is a horizontal line.
Okay, cool.
So
I was just curious on how the test worked.
Okay, I have a question for you, Jedi. Can I ask real quick if that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe in flat Earth. Do you think that since the Earth is flat, that it's spinning? Even because me believing in this globe, it spins, right? Do you think that the Earth spins, or do you think it sits stationary, rotating around something else?
No. So the Earth is flat and stationary. You can think of it as probably easier. It's not a disk in the vacuum of space, but the Earth is the floor of the universe. When we observe the sun, moon, and stars, they rotate above our heads. They have a circular nature to their path. So the Earth is flat, stationary, the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky move.
So what would be below us then?
No idea, my friend. There are some conceptualizations out there, but I'll be going into the realm of speculation based on things that I have no first-hand knowledge about.
Yeah.
No. But we're not a disc floating in the vacuum of space.
Are you a Christian or religious or anything, or?
I'm Christian now, yes.
Okay. Do your beliefs in Christianity like affect your beliefs about the shape of the Earth, or is it like not correlated at all? Because like there's yeah,
flat
because
Flat Earth came first, and then any spiritualness or religious idea or whatever came much after that.
Okay, I have one other question that connects to my last one. So, in your eyes, the Earth is flat. If you say it is flat, right? Wouldn't the edges, to be able to contain the water, wouldn't the edges have to be curved upwards, or would the water just spill off?
So nothing's going to spill off the floor. We understand that water is contained. Like I was trying to get out of kind of the conception in your head, the Earth isn't a disc in space, so there's no disc for the water to come off of. If we want to talk about water being contained, then we just talk about shorelines. We understand that water only fills deep valleys, for example, and then it rises, and then the rest of the coastline will keep it in. Some people, and this is a speculation, some people suggest that you understand that Antarctica, for example, on the globe model is a continent at the bottom of the Earth. If the Earth was flat, some people suggest that Antarctica is a ring of ice around the Earth containing the waters. Now, I'm not saying that that is 100% true, being as I've never been to Antarctica, but that is some people's conceptualization. However, that wouldn't be the complete limit for our earthly reality. That would just be a container for the primary waters of the Earth. What is beyond these areas, again, I don't know. Antarctica obviously does exist because the scientific research station's there, and you can get cruises and visit some outlying, areas. But it is a protected zone. You're not allowed to freely traverse this area. So what is beyond Antarctica, my friend, I do not know.
Okay. So there is a North Pole and a South Pole. So the Antarctica and whatever the fucking bottom one is called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would those be connected, or is that all just one to you? So Antarctica is the final and only ring in that sense.
I guess this would be a speculation on my point. We have to understand that compasses only point north, and south is a 180 degree angle away from north. So if you imagine that, let's say the North Pole is like a magnet on your table, and you've got a compass. As you walk around that table, the compass will face north, and you will draw a ring of south around that north. Have you ever seen a disc magnet before, a ring magnet? You find them in speakers and headphones and stuff like that. Yes, that kind of idea.
Okay.
And then, could you explain how GPS would work?
All right, guys. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because I've spoken for ages. I'm going to go find these laser tests and drop them into the chat for you. If somebody else wants to answer those questions, I'll pass it over to them. If they don't, I will come back and answer it for you. So somebody's asking about GPS, guys.
Hello.
There we go, Lulu.
I'll unmute Biget though. What was the question? Rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, then how does GPS work?
How does GPS? Why do you think GPS has to do with the globe?
Given the satellites orbiting the planet and the way that they work, for GPS to work on both sides, or I guess even, I guess I'd have to. What would your world map be? Because even with it, it would still have to be pretty. Where would
Can I answer this?
Yeah, go ahead, Clay.
All right. So it's very interesting. First of all, it's established what you know. You know that 99% of all telecommunications is made through undersea cables. So the very reason why we talk right now has nothing to do with reflectors in space. You're aware of this, right?
Yeah, I never said it did.
Okay.
That's why I said GPS.
Yeah.
Which rely on satellites.
Yeah, okay, that's what they say, right? The global positioning system, right? But just I have documents that describe that the global positioning system is actually obsolete when compared to the ground positioning system made through the use of pseudolites, which are ground-based satellite systems, which imitate the supposed signals that are being reflected from space. So what a satellite essentially is nothing more than a reflector that supposedly is rotating around a sphere that hasn't been objectively proven. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is these papers suggest that these pseudolites, these ground-based systems, which are like a spider web in high-dense areas, they put like a tower here and the other tower there, and then they make a spider web, that they are, through triangulation, actually the very reason why you have like these perfect GPS signals in major cities. And yeah, it doesn't come from space. It actually is based on ground positioning systems or on pseudolites. I can give you the article, the Wikipedia article. I can give you the PDF that talks about this.
Just shoot me the Wikipedia. I'll look at the sources in the bottom of it too.
Can I ask?
Okay.
So you're saying ground positioning system, so GPS just in the ground, right? If someone is traveling through a mountain, you don't usually or ever really see any towers at mountain levels if you're driving around wherever, right? So is there some kind of cutoff in that aspect of it? How would that work exactly?
Well, look at this way, okay? I'm not saying that this is that it is officially that they officially claim that they don't use satellites, right? I'm just saying officially they claim that satellites are, in comparison to ground-based satellite systems, very inaccurate. So my question as a flat earther who puts everything into question would be, why then put millions and billions of dollars into a technology that at the end just comes down to realizing that the ground positioning system was always superior still to this point, right? This is a question you should ask yourself. Especially when you consider that we had airplanes like the Concorde back in the days, who has flown over the Pacific Ocean faster than the speed of a bullet by using VOR technology, which is nothing else than a ground-based navigation system aids, right? Where you have little towers that give a signal back to the airplane in real time in order to make it fly from Heathrow, Britain, for example, to New York with the speed it did, right? So considering all these things, what is actually the very reason why we need anything that reflects stuff from space, if essentially everything comes down to the conclusion that the precise navigation through the use of GPS signals has only been established through the use of ground-based technology, hence the satellite technology. So again, like it seems kind of fishy, especially when you also look at the dates when they supposedly claim to finally use GPS as a navigation aids, and then you just look at this very small period of time until they just came to the conclusion. There's multiple papers talking about, okay, actually we need pseudolights that imitate the supposed signal from space in order to have a broader range and more precise range of this so-called ground positioning system, or this global positioning system in major dense areas, or areas that have a lot of trees and other vegetation.
Can
So,
I ask you something?
yes.
What's your question?
Why do you
Richard,
think
sorry, my friend,
government
just
would
very quick.
want to hide
Very,
that the Earth
sorry,
is
my
flat?
friend. Do apologize,
That's
my
a
friend.
very big jump from what we just talked about.
Hold tight, hold tight.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
No, but
please.
I've been
My
waiting here
friend,
for like
the
half
fuck?
an hour or something. I just want an answer to it.
Your volume is coming in really low, Mohammed, but can you let
I'm saying I
Jedi go
just want
first?
an answer for my.
Go ahead,
Cheers.
Jedi.
I just wanted to inform the gentlemen that were asking about laser tests. I've dropped about 5, 6, or 7 in the side chat. So before they disappear, because lots of people are typing, I just wanted to bring your attention that I have put those pieces of information.
Yeah.
For as well.
Yeah, I saw them, and I put a thing before, and it was saying like it was like disproving them on the basis that scientists say that the post's logic is flawed, that the laser tests in uncontrolled conditions are not reliable to prove the Earth's shape. That's because environmental factors can cause the laser beam to bend or refract, especially over water. And then they also say utilizing laser beams in controlled conditions and on a larger scale than the diagram in the post actually prove the Earth is curved.
So you're probably going to want to get onto the Royal Navy, the American Navy, the Australian Navy, the Chinese Navy, and the Russian Navy. You use infrared laser targeting systems from vessels at sea, hitting ground-based targets up to a distance of 150. So we understand that there is anti-flat Earth rhetoric out there, but we've been doing this for 8, 9, 10 years myself, and we understand this is what is called applicable military technology, also known as line of sight technology. So these lasers are used every day to target things at vast distances from relative sea level. So yeah, we get the anti-flat Earth rhetoric, but I'm here to tell you that the laser tests are fine, and it's indeed technology that is used every single day.
Right, but do you accept what the article is saying, that lasers or light in general behave in odd ways that are counterintuitive to our understanding that light always travels in straight lines? Like, do you accept that the light could be refracting or bending, and that's why you're getting the impression that it's a flat Earth when it's not?
So this is why I was very cautious when I first answered this question. With regards to laser tests, it's usually not one wavelength of light that is used. We use dual and tri-band lasers, so 2 wavelengths of light, 3 wavelengths of light, and infrared light. Now, what we are measuring is the refraction within the
Bro,
atmosphere.
can I get an answer for my question? I've been here for a long time.
Just wait, please. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, you're not going to last long here if you're going to be impatient. I'm not going to be much longer than a few minutes. Not going to help. But yeah, we're measuring for refraction. Obviously, if you can imagine, we've got a laser set up and a target at, say, a distance of 25 miles. What we understand is the 3 coloured lasers will hit the target at slightly different areas in a variance of about 5 meters. So when we understand that the surface of the Earth would hinder our ability to even hit the target in the first instance, then we understand that, yes, we do measure a small deviation of the light. We can call that light refraction, that's fine. But again, we are hitting a target that should not be visible or hit with the line of sight technology. The curvature of the Earth should get in the way. The laser should pass well above the target.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that because of... And have you done the calculations for how far it should be? Like,
Yeah.
where'd you get the idea of 25 miles?
Okay, so the 25 miles is one of the laser tests that I provided. This was actually done at Lake Bissell, and I'm only referencing the 25 miles because it was a horizontal pan between 3 targets. 1 target at 5 miles, 1 target at 12 miles, and 1 target at 25 miles. You hit the first target at 5 miles, pan to the right to the next target at 12 miles, and then pan to the right again to the next target at 25 miles. So the lake has been surveyed by the laser, demonstrating that the lake, the body of water, is not having any curvature at all. What we do is we use the globe Earth math of a radius of 3,959 miles and understand that every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, for example, if you've got a laser at the same height as a 6-foot man, the geometric horizon was going to be 3 miles away. That's where the curvature of the Earth would intercept the laser and make it impossible to see something of, say, 6 foot above the surface of the water at 5, 12, and 25 miles away.
You guys are fucking retards.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that.
Okay, so what would be the space needed to actually measure the curvature of the Earth? So, do you think 25 miles is enough, or would it be? Because I think 25 miles is too small, right? It would have to be like maybe because it's saying 200 kilometers instead of 200 meters to see the effect that they are showing, is what the article is saying. So it's saying that the space that you'd need to measure is 200 kilometers.
Right. Yeah, does somebody else want to take this? Otherwise, I'm
You could
just going
use
to talk.
you could use a rifle in 1,000 yards. Use the Coriolis effect.
Right, so if you're not a flat earther, keep your mouth shut, and we'll get around to this in a second.
Well, I mean, what is it? 25 miles, like 400 feet of drop. That's plenty of space.
Yeah, but the Earth is like the radius of the Earth is like way bigger. So to show its curvature.
So, with the radius given, 25 miles, about 400 feet of drop should be plenty to measure.
You must have heard the argument that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth, right? I can't see the bottom of the boat because the Earth curves in the way. Yeah.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure it's just like your eyesight is limited. It's not necessarily to do with the curvature.
Right, so this would be an ancient argument. The Greeks realised that the Earth was curved because when viewing ships disappear over the water, they couldn't see the bottom of that ship when it passed over the horizon. They said that this was because of physical Earth curve. Now, obviously, our technology has improved from just our eyesight. Today, we use binoculars, telescopes, and the high-powered zoom cameras. So we understand that if people suggest that Earth curve is obstructing our view from things, then we should most definitely be able to see it. I already gave you the calculation, but let me break it down for you. For a 6-foot observer, the physical geometric horizon should appear at 3 miles away. This is based on the calculation or the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you've got an observation height of 1 foot, we understand that the square root of 1 is 1. You times that by the distance 1.22, and the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. Like I said,
What's 1.22?
That's the distance in miles in association with the radius value of the Earth. It's quite a simple calculation. If you know the size of the ball and you are at altitude above that curved surface, a tangent line from your eyes to where it intersects the sagittar of that curved surface is where the geometric horizon of that curved surface will be. So it's just a simple mathematical equation. You can find that equation and other similar ones which give you the same result on any Earth curve calculator that you can Google.
Okay. What about the fact that the laser beams, they get wider as they travel? So do you account for that as well with your calculations?
Yes, so this is why collimators are used with lasers. Collimators keep the beam as narrow as possible because you are correct. The light will diverge. You'll become more cone-shaped with distance. So collimators are used to keep the beam as narrow.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, I haven't. I'm not the guy who's done the experiments or seen them. I'll look at the videos you sent, but hopefully they're legit.
Yeah, of course, man. No worries. I mean, look. If
Hey, who was the? Who?
Go on, mate.
Sorry,
You're fine.
I just want to know who the guy is who talked about GPS again. I wanna.
I think he left.
Ah, well, that's unfortunate.
No, isn't it Calix that
No,
asked
it was
that?
Mohammed. It was Mohammed.
I'm just saying where they at, bro. The last video I posted is the last thing I'm gonna post regarding the topic.
Okay.
Where
Can
they
I,
at, bro?
I wanted to ask you this, Clay. So your phone itself is basically a GPS, right? It's got its own little tracker in there. Are you saying that when you're making a phone call or using some kind of tracking service for, I guess you could say
Google
like
Maps,
360, yeah, Google Maps or like 360, or you tracking somebody or a plane or whatever, that you're not using actual satellites? And I also wanted to ask, and this is a little bit of a weirder question. You did say earlier that you don't necessarily think that there aren't satellites above us. So would that mean that you think there are satellites which are just stationary and not
Of
rotating
course.
around something?
Of course, 100%. There are satelloons, which is a well-known technology, has been used for a very long time. NASA actually has came up with the technology, or maybe I'm not sure if they came up with the technology, but they have made balloons possible that can be stationary and are able to not deflate the helium that they use. While we also know that NASA is the biggest consumer of helium, which is another coincidence, obviously. But anyways, they do have the technology to have these type of satelloons which can stay in certain positions, for example, acting as a weather radar, or a satellite imagery for giving you cloud coverage or whatnot. To an extent, I can't tell you how, because I don't make these balloons, right? I'm just saying they publicly announced that they are in fact an existent technology, and I think that's the 1% of coverage by the 99% that is just for all the extra stuff, for having like these fancy like photos of clouds from supposed space, but it's actually just from a
So you
balloon.
would say, I'm going to
Sorry, my
pose this
friend.
question.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I do apologise for interrupting. I disappeared to go to the bathroom quickly, but I heard your suggestion about you've got a phone and it communicates directly with a satellite. I think
In some ways it would, yeah.
Yeah, I think that the camouflage technology that is used with regards to ground-based towers is really good these days. If you can't notice these ground-based towers around your city or your town, we understand there are many ground-based towers, and those are the things that will triangulate your position of your phone by sending and receiving a signal between the ground-based towers. That are then connected to other ground-based towers, whether that's through sender and receiver, or through cables. You don't have a phone that communicates with a satellite, mate. You have a phone that communicates with a ground-based tower.
How would you explain satellite view on Google Maps then?
I just talked about it, right? They have these satelloons which can be used as stationary, non-deflating satellites that just would be positioned at certain certain areas in order to just give you what you need, right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a
Do you
big
have
deal.
links for that?
Yeah, sure,
and
man.
And then you'd have to prove that the helium could withstand the atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, NASA has a documentary about that, right? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's been a long time since I watched it, but they talk about back in the 70s or 60s, they had like balloons that wouldn't deflate and keep the helium.
Oh shit! Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't disagree with you about what you're calling satelloons. I know there is technology like that, and I've actually seen it before. I've kind of been around NASA and Stennis and other people closely related to government organizations that are doing some of these things and making some of these things. So I don't disagree with you about that. What I want to ask you is, if there are satelloons, why can't I see them when I'm looking up and they're in the middle of the day or something? You know what I mean?
Because most of them failed.
No, it's not. Hold tight. So it's like stealth technology, my friend. So most of these satellites, even the balloons, are actually quite big. You'll notice, or you won't notice them because they are sky coloured, or are reflecting, or have reflective surfaces which reflect the light around them, which make them pretty much invisible to you. They're also an altitude that you won't be able to resolve, for example. So most of these balloons are a height of 120,000 feet, which is well beyond your ability to resolve them.
By the way, this phenomenon that FE just described, you can very much discover it for yourself when you compare on flightradar.com, when you compare liveries of airplane companies which use white colors, for example. There are some that just have almost complete white fuselages, and then you compare it for example with the Emirates that have for example on the belly of the aircraft have huge stuff written or whatnot, and you will realize that the stuff that is almost completely white, the fuselage will almost merge into the sky, so that even if you zoom at it, it sometimes just looks like a blob or an orb, because the camera can't really focus on it because it's reflecting so much sunlight, right? But the point is, these airplanes fly in comparison to these balloons fly in very low altitudes, still you already struggle to see them, right? So the point is, it's just not possible to capture it, except for like false flags like the Chinese balloon thingy. That was just a
What
really.
about like a
That was a
telescope?
completely
Couldn't I
different
see them with a
thing.
telescope though?
Yeah.
Huh?
Couldn't I see one with like a telescope?
I'm not sure, man. You can try it.
Well, okay, so
Well, I'm
y'all
saying,
want
do
to
you think
talk?
the telescopes don't work? I would say that you would be able to. Yeah, you'd definitely be able to.
Really,
Yeah,
something
could
Especially
be.
if you went to like an observatory
I'm
or
not
something, you could
denying.
definitely see with some of the most
Yeah.
we have some of the most
I'm
powerful
not.
telescopes in the world.
I'm not denying that. Either way, what would be the outcome? You would see that, and then they could just say, I mean, yeah, it's a weather balloon, and what now? They can just say, we just launched that thingy for whatever reason. I mean, even if you can
The
see
balloon
them,
satellite though, yeah, that's what they're
it's
saying
not
it
a
is.
secret, right? It's not like me saying balloons exist. It's like, whoa, I've blown off the cover or something. They have already implemented it into the narrative, so it's really not.
Okay. So there is something I want to point out specifically. You both mentioned cloaking technology, whether that's through light refraction of mirrors or just light refraction through different methods, whatever it may be. I'd like to point out that you would 100% see an anomaly with that, either looking bare-eyed on an airplane, maybe, or using a telescope, which is pretty high priced or whatever. You would notice an anomaly in the sky, 100%. And it would be
something that's 120,000 feet above the surface of the Earth. You think that you're going to be able to, one, know where that is, and two, capture it in a telescope when it's moving at phenomenal speeds.
What are phenomenal speeds? Are you talking like on humanly speeds?
I thought it was stationary though.
Some are.
Yeah, you guys are saying it's stationary.
So that would depend on the balloon that we're talking
Yeah.
about. Some
So that-
are some are
You're fine.
geostationary, and others aren't geostationary.
Yeah.
That's fine, not a problem.
Yeah, so-
You'd have to find the geostationary one though, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
And then
I mean-
see if you can find it.
Well, you could find the ones that are moving too, because what speeds would they be moving at? Because without you said you don't believe in the vacuum of space, no?
I haven't quite said that just yet, but
Oh, I
definitely
thought you
don't.
did.
Vacuum, yeah,
Was
but
that? Wait,
definitely
hold on.
don't.
I'm not in Discord, so I may not see who's talking. I apologize. I may be misread.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But
I'm
yeah,
not with you.
obviously,
Yeah, I thought you did say that.
yeah, but obviously the vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
so-
what speeds would these? What speeds would these satellites be moving at? Because they wouldn't be moving at like those tens of thousands of miles without the
yeah.
vacuum of space.
So recently, we've go for it.
Sorry, I just want to mention one thing specifically because I know what kind of technology we have nowadays. In my opinion, these balloons holding this helium would have to be so massive that you would undoubtedly see them with some kind of something at some point. And the reason I
Yeah.
say that is because if they are moving at any point in time, like you said there's stationary ones, which okay, whatever, that's cool.
Yeah, we have seen
But
it
if they are-
recently, right?
if
Like,
they are-
can you? Sorry.
You're fine. If they are moving though, the weight that they're carrying, because you have to have some kind of power of thrust, unless you're just completely letting them float off into random areas. That on top of the fact that if certain ones are stationary, how are they just not moving with the wind or whatever? You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is this, man. It's not a secret, right? We have just publicly seen the Chinese thingy that they themselves claimed that normally you wouldn't be able to see them, but because of the malfunction of that Chinese satellite or spy satellite or whatever they made a story out of it, they said now you can see it because it's on such a low altitude and it got off course. I mean, I would need to look back into the official stories that have been claimed, but again, it's not like it's like a secret where they like say, and there shouldn't be a reason to see it or whatnot, right? So even if you see it and capture, I would say good for you. That's good. It just furthermore proves the point, right? That putting millions and trillions of dollars into a rocket propulsion system, shooting up a reflector into space, especially when you can have just a balloon filled with helium doing the same thing, is absurd to think about, right? So why would you ever, as a economically healthy thinking capitalist, invest money into a system that, again, with the PDFs are also posted, officially declares to be very much insufficient when it comes to coverage of any kind, right? So the balloons just make much more sense, especially also when you look into projects like Google Loons, or what was it called? Google Satelloons. I think Google wanted to create like a massive, extreme coverage of these satelloons.
Mm-hmm.
I just forgot how the project
Are you talking
was
about
called.
Tesla, Elon Musk's satellite system?
Yeah, there's lots of satellite systems. There's been quite a development over the last 30 years since, say, the 1980s and the space shuttle program. Not all
Moon
of the
project.
things, not all of the things that we see in the sky are on balloons, for example. There are other technologies that seem to have become more and more advanced over the last 30 years. Some of them seem to take effect of the electromagnetic force or geometric field the geomagnetic field that is available to use at high altitudes. Things has taken effect of the Lorentz force, for example. Now, this has been documented, and some of it's actually been documented in the live chat for you. I understand that you might be sniggering and so on, but it's not much of a Google search away. If you go onto the NASA website and have a little bit of a root around, they tell you about the 20,000 mile long tethers that were released in the 1980s by the space shuttle, and that were conducting electricity and figuring out the Lorentz force at high altitude. Now, that was 30 years ago. We're now in 2023, and I guarantee you that the technology up in the sky has very much improved since then. So it
Yes.
may not be satellites that are running around on balloons, for example. There is other energy available up in the atmosphere. And if there's electricity around, you're not much of a far step away from figuring out magnetism either. So
Exactly.
there is lots of available energy up in the sky. We have to understand that there is a deception that is going on with regards to what the sky is and what it is capable of doing. I would suggest to you that maybe this would be a subject that you could go away and research. We're going to provide and have been providing lots of information in the side chat for you with regards to the technology that's up in the sky. It may not be what you think it is. Now, this isn't just flat earthers that are saying this. This is NASA admitting it themselves. So it's up to you what you do with the information, gentlemen.
That's true, yeah. We are in an age of information where everything is actually open to be investigated. It's just dependent on the individual. If he's going to be stubborn and wants to follow the mass and think that everything is going to be put onto a golden plate so he can just consume a pre-digested information, or he needs to go out there into the raw wild field of the internet and actually dig through hundreds of documents to just get a full picture of the situation. And that's what we do, we're definitely not the type of people that are being depicted in the false paradigm of what people are indoctrinated with, what they should think about flat earth or flat earthers. Some tinfoil crazy like the way they try to manipulate people into staying away from this type of thinking is unbelievable. That's why you have all this misinformation on YouTube trying to literally divert people away from ever thinking critically or being, it's an interesting topic. You don't need to be in flat earther to say, okay, what about the sky? What have we found out and what is not mainstream that they talk about? What just Jedi just mentioned, all these things that the sky could be capable of providing as an energy source or whatnot, in regards to technology that is just not being put on the golden plate for you to digest as pre-digested information. Maybe just because it would realize if they give you, if you would be aware of this, you would look at the sky and all the things that have been shot up in there completely different, right? So then, like little light bulbs flying from one side to the other would make much more sense in regards of what you're seeing. Anyways, what I realized is if you look at time lapse of the supposed ISS traveling across the sky compared with in these time lapse with airplanes simultaneously doing a trail, you will realize that the ISS is literally traveling at the same speed as these aircrafts in these time lapses. I can provide video evidence of that, which is kind of interesting to think about, right? As if everything moves in a certain limitation of realm up in the sky, right? How this realm completely functions is up to debate, and I still don't 100% know. There's so much documents to read through, and I'm a lazy person myself. I wish there would be some channel just making that pre-digested information easier to just consume. But yeah, sometimes in life we just need to do it on our own, and it will take time. But new information is always interesting.
Doesn't appear to be hard to put technology in the sky. It would be fucking impossible though if we were an uncontained pressure system from the vacuum of space. There's no satellites in the vacuum of space, but there is technology up in the sky.
Right. Problem is, for all the space stuff, like satellites revolving around a supposed spherical body, the first prime foundation that needs to be set is actually to show that the Earth is bending 360 degrees from your position in every direction to create this spherical body in order to make everything else around it be a plausible depiction of reality. But unfortunately we don't have these measurements or proofs of this physical body being in existence, which would make all the other assumptions about the realm be all in you haven't been to so-called space be obsolete. So again, what it comes down to at the end of the day, we can talk about the sky and things happening in the sky all day, but the foundation that needs to be laid out, first of all, would be the proof of that 360 degrees bending of surface in every direction to create a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball paradigm, which unfortunately we're still waiting for, and it hasn't been proven to this point.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
And I'm not gonna lie to you here. I've been texting my girlfriend. We got something to do tomorrow, so I haven't paid attention to everything. But this question crossed my mind, and I wanted to, I guess, see what your opinion on it was. So one, do you think that the Earth would be cylindrically shaped, or more of an, I guess, an oval or something like that? That's my first question.
No one here is making a claim to the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, but I just kind of want to have an understanding of what you think.
He just gave it to you.
Huh?
He just gave it to you. We're not making a shape claim. We're falsifying one.
Yes.
Well,
we are falsifying the very notion that has been taught since school, or since we have been introduced into the education system, that there is a surface we all live upon in this very moment that is supposedly bending 360 degrees in every direction to come together in creating almost a perfect sphere, or a rough spheroid, however you want to call it. I mean, there have been many descriptions of that body. Again, we have falsified the claim, so now what it comes down to is to realize that this place, whatever this place as a shape in a complete perspective, is actually at the moment like not really that important. We just what is important is to realize that the place that we have been taught it to be is not anywhere in reality to be measured. That's what we are all here for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we give it a. I mean, I gotta be honest. It's a catchy phrase, just calling it flat Earth. But
yeah,
essentially, maybe that's also. I mean, I gotta be honest. If I'm someone who has no clue and I read flat Earth, I make the assumption that the people in there assume to have the view of a flat body, right? So flat Earth in itself is maybe not the best description, but it's a good catch in order to maybe get some people to be interested in what we talk about. Anyways, what is important to know is that we don't make a shape claim directly. We just point out what has been observed in reality, and through the laser test that Jedi also mentioned, what has been observed is that the surface is not matching the supposed calculated claim of a spherical surface.
Okay. So you don't think that there is a shape, and you don't know what the shape would be if there was one, is what I'm getting at. And
best way to answer that is whatever the Earth shaped is, it's Earth shaped. It's like saying a lake is
Yeah.
lake shaped or a tree is tree shaped,
Yeah.
right? But that
Yeah.
shape will be undefined. All we're able to do at the moment, my friend, is give you a description of the surface.
Mhm.
Some people say it's flat, some people say it's horizontal, but that's all we can make a claim to. We don't know
Yeah.
the size of the Earth, as Clay was just pointing out, and we haven't been able to map out its extremities.
Yeah. And I guess to me, just to talk to you about this a little bit more, in my mind, when I think about, flat Earth, originally, I guess I thought about just like a cylindrical object that had so much depth and so much of a radius or whatever, right? But now what I'm getting is the image in my head that I'm being presented with is um, I guess the Earth is like you said, the Earth is the bottom of I guess you could say the universe itself. It would be your
Yeah.
ground floor.
Yeah.
And then it's just ever never ending, basically.
Well, yeah. Just to stop you there, you've only got two choices.
Yeah.
It's either infinite, which means it goes on never ever, forever, or it's finite, which means it
Yeah.
stops at some point. Infinite is more of a mathematical concept than maybe a realistic one. I would suggest, and this is just me saying this, I'm not speaking for everybody, but I know people, flat earthers, would agree with me, that the Earth is a finite system. It ends somewhere. Don't know
Yes.
where, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like I always look at it like this, right? A house has a foundation. At some point, you will find walls in a house, and the house will have a roof. And upon this basic, simplistic idea of how everything is constructed, kind of, it's the same way of. I mean, maybe you can look at it as something spiritual or however you want to look at it, but it's self-evident, right? Same with your body, right? You have a foundation with it, which is your foot, which then lays on the legs, and then you have the main compartment, which is also isolated.
Keep it simple, Clay.
Yeah, keep it simple. You're right. Everything is kind of for me. This is just my own belief talking, right? I'm not saying that I'm not talking for anyone else. This is just me talking. For me, everything is a representation of Earth itself, right? So when it comes to structure, right? So the structure of the foundation of a house, then the walls, then the roof, right? And there's just a very big house, so to say, that we live in. However, how the form at the end of it is not really that much important to me, right? Just knowing, knowing that the sky above has this wonderful clock, right? This wonderful calendar with the sun being the daylight source and the moon being the complete opposite as a night light. It's just this perfect clock. Anyways, what is I think the hardest thing for normal people to do, because they talk about the universe and whatnot, is to like be objective about what you see again. So you need to like unstring the mind from the supposed stories we have been taught about these types of things, right? Especially when we look at the moon or the sky or the stars in the the stars above. We always have these pre-assumed stories and imaginations about it, right? And to get rid of this is a very hard thing, right? I mean, when you have been taught all your life that a banana is like a magic I don't know, like it is hard to get behind understanding something in a new perspective when there has already been this huge indoctrination made of, when you look at the moon, you already automatically have this imprint of this CGI 360 curved surface of a ball, because you have been shown over and over these CGI videos of space and so forth, right? To get around this and just see the moon for what it actually is very hard, because it's so imprinted into the mind that it's that you get what I'm saying, right? It's almost
I understand.
all things regarding the sky, right?
Yeah.
To unravel
Don't
the
answer too
mind
much
about
longer, though,
it.
dude.
Huh?
Let's try and keep answers as short as possible, dude. Otherwise, we just
Yeah.
end up talking about 5 different things.
Yeah,
That's my
sorry.
advice. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, I want to ask you, lunar eclipse. If the Earth isn't round, how does that happen?
Jedi can answer this the best.
Because we can physically view that.
So this is probably where flat earthers fail, but we're only being honest because we can't verify a cause for this. Obviously, the Earth isn't a spherical object and not in the vacuum of space and not in between the sun and the moon, so causing an eclipse. This isn't a mechanism, but we wouldn't be able to give you a actual mechanism for this. The only thing that we can do is poke holes in the model. We're told that, for example, an eclipse is when there's a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, the earth, and the moon. And like I said, the earth between the sun and the moon, so the sun can't cast its light up on the moon because the earth is in the fucking way. But this isn't the only type of eclipse that we see with regards to the moon. We also observe lunar eclipses during the day. This is called a selenilian eclipse, also called an impossible eclipse. Now, the reason why it's called the impossible eclipse is because it's daytime. Both sun and moon are above the horizon at the same time. So this isn't a syzygy, geometrically speaking. If you were to draw any lines between these 3 stellar objects, you're literally getting a triangle. So the Earth is not between the sun and the moon, causing the obstruction we cause a shadow upon the moon. So I'm not going to be able to give you a mechanism as to why lunar eclipses happen, but all I can do is poke holes within the model. And geometrically speaking, the selenilian eclipse, like I said, the impossible eclipse, is impossible. It shouldn't happen in the way that we are told. There are other phenomena as well with regards to, say, the phases of the moon. There should be a set way in which we see the phases of the moon. For example, we should only see crescent moons during the day because we understand the new moon is when the moon is between the sun and the earth. The sun is reflecting its light off the moon on the far side, and we only see the area of the moon that's in darkness. So we should only see crescent moons during the day and full moons at night. But what we do observe are almost full moons during the day and crescent moons during the night as well, from 11 o'clock until 2 o'clock in the morning. If we are to observe that then that also falsifies the model. And we do observe full moons during the day and crescent moons at night. So again, not really going to be able to give you a mechanism for why these things happen in the sky, but I can falsify the model, and that's just by observing what these things do.
Hold on one second.
No worries, man.
Y'all were talking about the stars, right? So if there is no vacuum of space or anything of the sort, how do we see other stars and planets that, from your perspective, would be completely above us, right? And do those things, if you do believe that they are actually there, are they round or are they just like us, where they would believe that they're just the bottom of it and we're seeing what you know something else? If that makes sense.
Well, whatever the shape of them is disc or spherical shape, has got no real bearing on the shape of the Earth. I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly what
Yeah.
Jupiter is, or what Mars is, or what the Sun is, or what the Moon is, because the only way that I could do this is by going to that observation point, as in go to the Moon, Sun, and stars to see what they actually are. Obviously, they do exist. We can see them. No one's saying that Jupiter doesn't exist. What we will say, though, is the story about Jupiter that is superimposed over our observation of Jupiter is, again, falsified. An uncontained ball of gas in the vacuum of space can't happen. And we understand that because, natural law will dictate that gas disperses. To achieve gas pressure, you require containment. Entropy will take effect if you have an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. In actual fact, that thing should never exist in that way in the first place. Again, we can just falsify the model, but these things obviously are the ones that are in motion. The Earth is measurably flat, measurably not moving anywhere, and the observation is the sun, moon, and stars revolve above our heads. Was there something else I missed as well, or did I catch everything?
I gotta think. Hold on. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention. You did catch everything, by the way. But one other thing I did want to mention is, if it's a flat Earth and you're looking at the constellations, right? From any point on the Earth, since it is flat, you would be able to see the exact same thing if I'm not mistaken, right?
How do you mean by the exact same thing?
So
obviously, we're all on the Earth and we all observe the same thing. So what do you mean?
yeah, so if you're in the sky, and I assume you've been to the country before, or at least a place that doesn't have very much light pollution,
Yeah.
and you're viewing the stars and you're looking up and you're wondering, ah, man, I kind of want to stick my dick in that star or whatever. You observe it from your perspective in one place, and then you take someone else and you put them on the other side of the planet, right? Let's just say it's flat, so I don't know, let's just say you're 4,000 miles apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
That person that's viewing it from their position, opposite to you, would view the same thing, just kind of at a sideways level, if that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why do people on opposite sides of the globe view different constellations?
Okay, so let's divide the Earth into two sections. The north of the equator and south of the equator, you call these hemispheres, but we just call them north and south.
Yeah.
You have constellations north of the equator, and you have constellations south of the equator. You have a limited view of the sky above you. You can't see the entirety of the sky. Imagine, hypothetically, you were standing at the North Pole, and directly above your head was the North Star Polaris. You would observe the Big Dipper and those other closely located stars in your field of view. Now, as you start to move southwards, you would look at the horizon and you would start to observe new stars come up from the horizon into your view. If you were to turn around and look where Polaris was, you'll notice that you are moving away from underneath that star, and that star is starting to descend upon the horizon. As you keep moving south, more stars come into view. These would be the new constellations that you couldn't see. And as you begin to cross the equator, you turn around to look at Polaris, and it appears to descend upon the horizon. And as you continue going south, you can no longer see Polaris. This is just perspective. This doesn't mean that you're walking around a curved surface and the curved surface is obstructing your view. You just have different stars and different locations, and as you move across the Earth, when you look up, when you go south, you will start to see, for example, the Southern Cross. You couldn't see it in the north because it was not the stars that were above the northern point or the northern quote unquote hemisphere or north of the equator. You've just moved southwards across the surface of the Earth, and there are different constellations south of the equator.
It's just perspective, my friend.
Okay. Well, in that regard, from if I were to go out, because I kind of live out in the country. If I were to go out right now, and look at the stars, I wouldn't be able to see everything. So you are correct in that aspect, but I am able to see things that would be considered, thousands of light years away, right? And if the Earth is flat, all of those things would reflect light, or bring their light to us, if that makes sense. The same that it would be anywhere else if the Earth was flat, right? So the star
Yeah.
that's to the left would show anywhere on the Earth, and I would see that exact same star as well as the person that's across from me. 3,000-4,000 miles.
That's because, again, you're still trying to superimpose this idea of those stars, as we've been told, are millions of light years away. That's not necessarily the truth. So those stars may indeed not be millions of light years away. They will be closer. Some people in the flat Earth community describe the sun as being small and local, as in not 93 million miles away. It's at a different location, closer to the Earth, at an undisclosed kind of value. Not quite sure what the sun is or how far away it is. But when you say if the Earth is flat, but the stars are millions of light years away, you're still trying to superimpose some kind of heliocentric knowledge over the story. That is not the truth. We do not exist within this ever-expanding, vacuous cosmic space. That's kind of the lie that we've been taught, because that's where the Earth that's a ball that orbits around the sun exists. But the sky, the universe, isn't that thing. Those stars, for want of a better phrase, would be termed as probably more local to us, probably a little bit closer than millions of light years in the past, which is primarily the story that we've been told. So we see what we see, right? Me and you have the same view of the, let's call it the sky from Earth, but but you have a superimposed story, and that's what I'm trying to fight back from you at the moment, because you're saying that those lights are millions. They're not, my friend. We just see the sky that it is. You've asked me a question about location and seeing different stars, and hey, the stars do what they do. But in this explanation I'm giving you, it's just perspective.
That does make somewhat of sense. Hold on one second. Shit, I fucking dropped something. Okay, another question, and this is kind of going to piggyback off of itself. So, is the sun, I guess, rotating around the Earth?
Yeah, probably the best way to describe it. Being as the Earth isn't in motion, it's obviously the sun that's in motion. Yeah.
Okay. So if the sun's in motion and we're the bottom of let's just say we're the bottom of the universe, how would it be rotating around us, if that makes sense?
What's the mechanism of the sun's movement?
Yeah, well, wouldn't it be hitting something, if that makes sense? Like, would it be just at some point, if it's rotating around the Earth, wouldn't it at some point only light up the bottom of the Earth? Or is there another way that it's rotating? Because rotating is in a circular pattern.
Yeah. Some people, so again, and this is speculation, this isn't verified information, but within the speculation, yeah, the sun is the thing that's in motion, and it has primarily a circular path around the Earth. The sun is only able to, because we have day and night cycles, so obviously the sun is only able to illuminate a certain portion of the Earth at any one time. And as it moves around the Earth, it takes that light with it. and obviously leaves areas in darkness once it's passed overhead. We call this the day and night cycle. Also, obviously, the sun is in control of that. Whatever it does it very well, and we have day and night cycles. We also have seasonal cycles as well, and these are controlled by the sun also. Obviously, the sun has the ability to not just rotate from east to west, but for example, we have things, and again, this is just conceptual, but maybe I can explain it. We have areas on the Earth, not just like the equator, but the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. Some flat earthers suggest that when it is summer in the north, say for you guys in America and Canada and me in Europe in the UK, this is when the sun is closest to the Tropic of Cancer in the north. When it is closest to the Tropic of Cancer in the north, as it revolves around the Earth or above the Earth, then it leaves the southern hemisphere south of the equator in the time that we call winter. So in Australia and South America, it's winter when the sun is circling its northernmost path around the Tropic of Cancer. 6 months later, after it's crossed over the equator, it circles the Tropic of Capricorn. This is when it is known as summer in the southern hemisphere or south of the equator, and winter north of the equator because of the proximity of the sun.
Okay. Hold on one second.
But again, that's just a conceptualization, my friend. And I'm very much working on the realms of speculation at that point.
Yeah, I understand that. So my point would stand though that it would light up solely the bottom of the Earth at one point in time, and there would be complete darkness, though, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously we have day and night cycles, so yeah.
Well, yeah.
What do you mean bottom of the Earth?
So if we're saying that the sun rotates around the Earth solely, then that would be saying that it would rotate whichever way it goes. It could be horizontally, right?
No, it rotates above the Earth. Above the Earth.
Okay, if it's rotating, it rotates all the way around the Earth. That's what a rotation is,
Are
right?
you hold on. Are you thinking that the Earth is a disk in space?
No, I'm just saying if it's solely flat, right? And we're the
Yeah, but
bottom of
why
the
would
universe, and it
why
is
would it
rotating from one direction to another, right? It's rotating in a circular pattern because that's how a rotation is. Would it not light up the complete bottom of the Earth?
Oh, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Torah just told you that it rotates above the Earth. So why would
Okay.
it go anywhere? There's no bottom of the Earth.
Well, that's what you've said the entire time. We're the bottom of the universe.
No.
Okay. I'm confusing y'all a little bit.
I'm
So we're the
blaming
bottom of the
Jedi. I'm
universe.
blaming Jedi for this.
We're the bottom.
You're fine.
We're the bottom of the universe.
Yeah, so
correct?
the Earth is easier termed as the floor of the universe.
Yeah, so we're a floor.
The sun, moon, and stars revolve above the floor. They don't go under the floor.
Again, revolving means around, completely around. You take.
Right. So, do you remember? Have you got a ceiling fan, or do you know what a child's mobile is when they lay in their crib at night?
A
Or
what?
or a mobile or mobile, however you pronounce it, or
A car?
helicopter blade, right? Circular motion.
Yeah, it's rotating around one thing
Above.
completely.
Yeah. But you understand that a
Oh, you mean
ceiling
a
fan.
horizontal pattern?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
like a
That's why I was
ceiling fan.
confused.
Yeah, no, that's fine, buddy. I'll get it now.
Okay.
See, yeah.
Okay, so I kind of understand it now, but my next thing to point out the problem with that would be if it is rotating in that kind of pattern, then there would be constant light because we have the entire planet, right? We know about the size of it technically. We know how many miles or kilometers, whatever you want to use, right? We have the size of it, and the light reaches the Earth within 8 minutes per se. We'll just throw out a number, right? It would reach the entire Earth if it was rotating, as you say, like a fan, no matter what, at any point in time. Right?
Like I said at the beginning when I thought that you were following, the sun is, again, I hate using this term, but more of a smaller and local light than what we've been told with a gigantic sun of 93 million miles away. The sun, I mean, it's like if you were to carry a light bulb with you, right, and you were
Mhm.
to walk across a surface, it really only illuminate the portion of the surface that you're over. And as you carried on walking, when you moved that light away, it would leave another area in darkness. Now, the Earth is big and the sun is small, and the sun is only able to illuminate a certain portion of the Earth at the same time. It's obviously we have day and night cycles, right?
Yeah.
So if the Earth was flat, it doesn't necessarily mean that the whole of the Earth would be lit up at any one time, because obviously it's not.
Okay. Even if you are saying what you're saying is true, as in the sun is smaller than what we would think it is. If you take a light bulb, for example, and you rotate it around a room, and or let's just say you put a light bulb on a fan, right, and it's somehow connected, or you just take like a little LED light and stick it up there with some batteries or whatever, it's still gonna light up the entire room no matter what. Does that make sense?
What if the room's 10 miles by 10 miles?
10 miles by 10 miles? It
Doesn't make sense
depends.
at all.
And then it would only it would only light up like really tiny portion of it because the light's small.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So you would need a
So is that
bigger
what you're saying?
circuit. You would need a bigger circuit on the ceiling with that same small light in order to light up different portions of that room, right?
Yeah. But if you look at the sun, right, you stare at it, which you're not supposed to because it'll make it blind.
Doing
If
it
you
the other
stare at
day.
it's massive. Absolutely massive. And we know that about the size of
Actually
the
small.
Earth.
It's about the size of a nickel in the sky, right?
Look how small it is in this Zoom photo.
Hold on,
Zoom
let
video,
me look
sorry.
at what you're. Is it the video you're looking at? Is that
Yeah, I
the
just
moon?
posted it. No, this
The
is the sun.
angular
A solar
size.
filter on it.
It looks like nighttime.
Because it's got a solar filter. It's got 20
Oh,
stops.
it's got the. Okay. You can see
Remember, I
it's
told
clear as
you
hell
that
now.
you just to entertain us, you have to take that heliocentric story out of the equation. Like when we were talking about the stars being millions of light years away. Yeah, that's not the case, my friend. The sun being 90 trillion miles away and fucking huge. Yeah, that's not the case, my friend.
This was a camera too.
Everything with regards to the Earth, Moon, Sun, and stars that we've been told is a lie. So we have to stop, reopen our minds, and try to stop comparing the heliocentric model and trying to shoehorn it into the flat Earth conception.
But yeah,
Because
no.
the sun isn't what you've been told it is, mate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what exactly to understand what it is y'all are saying, if that makes sense. So what would you assume the actual size of the sun would be, and would that be a sphere as well? Would that be a sphere?
I like it when everyone goes quiet because, again, this is like answering the eclipse question.
Mhm.
No idea what the sun is, its size, or its distance. No idea at all. Because to understand that, I'd have to go to the sun. I would quote unquote have to have a God's eye view of reality to see the sun and the moon, what they were, how they worked, what they actually did. All we can do is stand on the face of the earth and observe it.
Yeah. Okay, but even if you can see that it is cylindrically shaped at the very least, right? So if it's a cylinder in this case, well,
When you say cylindrical, you mean spherical?
no, I don't mean spherical. I mean like a cylinder, like a tube
Oh,
or a
okay,
penis. I don't know, whatever you want to classify it. But if we can see that it just from us viewing it ourselves, it is cylindrically shaped. It's not a complete sphere. Would that be a correct assumption?
Again, your guess is as good as mine at this moment, my friend, when we're talking about what the sun is. No
Well,
idea.
no. So what I'm trying to get at
Or if
is
it's even physical.
when we physically look at the sun, we see a cylinder. Am I wrong? We don't see any
What?
other kind of shape.
Yeah,
When we look at the sun, and this is in a 2D perspective, I guess you could say, to
You
make
mean
it
a
make a little more sense.
circular?
Not
Circle.
cylindrical. Circular. Circle.
Circular,
Yeah.
cylindrical, it's the same thing. Cylinder is just elongated.
But why would we don't see the elongated part?
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't
we
look
don't.
like a can, bro.
But we would assume that it is circular, right? You see the circular part of it.
Whatever
Sorry to
it is,
interrupt.
if it's even
Sorry,
physical.
sorry to interrupt. A theory, can you turn off your camera, please?
Sure.
Thank
I like
you.
the headband.
Thanks, man. You rock. Thanks for making that easy.
Like, what if it's a
You
light
guys-
effect of some other source? You know, what if it's not an object, a physical object, emitting its own light source? It's the result of something else. You know.
Yeah.
It could be an effect.
Yeah, an effect. Yeah.
Rather
But
than an object.
we would have to assume. So humans have been on the planet for hundreds of thousands of years, right? We would have to assume that this thing is creating its own light source because we've had day and night cycles for as long as humans have been alive from our recorded history. We know we have day and night cycles, right? And we can only assume that we've had day and night cycles for the entirety of this, however long the planet's been around. Right. So,
Planet?
huh?
Planet?
What?
Planet?
Planet? Can I not say planet?
Well, I see no reason to think that we're on one.
Well, I'm just saying planet is in like the Earth itself, right?
Yeah.
I'm not
It's
saying
just
that
that
it's
I-
a
is they don't
sphere or
believe in
anything
a
at the
planet.
moment,
Like
or
that's the point. They actually don't believe they live on a planet, though. That's the whole point.
well, yeah, I understand that, but what I'm getting at is it's the Earth. I'm calling it a planet. I'm not trying to throw any specific meanings behind it at the moment. So when we look at the sun, it's a circle, right? Is that circle rotating at all? Or is it completely stationary while it's rotating around us?
I don't
Are
know.
you sure that's a valid question? If something's stationary and rotating around you at the same time, that might be a paradox.
Yeah,
He
no
means
doubt.
like rotating on an axis.
I think that's what he means, rotating around on an axis. Well, I mean,
They
like
have
the moon, you just see the
multiple
one
motions,
face of
right,
it, and it kind of turns like a wheel. To be honest, I haven't checked if the sun does the same thing, and now I'm curious.
Well, Booza, can you see that the sun and moon are apparently the same size in the sky? Did you know that?
No. So when I look at
There
the
you
moon
go.
during the daytime, it is a completely different size than it is the sun. That is just from physical observation looking at it.
You're looking at the glare, though, when you put an arc welding helmet on, so that, like a welding helmet,
Yeah.
the sun is actually identical to the size of the moon in the sky. Yeah. Physically, literally, apparently, it is literally the same size. Yep.
Well,
That's why
you
it's
would
called
assume that
a
one is
lunar.
further than the other, right?
No,
One
no,
is
no, no,
closer, one is
no, no,
further.
no. I'm telling you what we experience in reality is that they are the same size in the sky, and that's why it's called an eclipse. Supposedly, the moon can perfectly eclipse the sun. Apparently, that's not my claim, but that's why it's called, because they are the same size. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're saying they're the exact same size, right? And I guess
No, I mean they appear that way. Did you
Yeah,
know
they
that they
appear that way.
appear that way? Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's what they
Okay.
appear to be. Yeah, apparently.
Well, to piggyback off of that, let's say we take a statue and it's whatever size you want to make up in your head, right? And then we 200x it. It's 200 times the size now, right? And it's the exact same statue. We take that bigger statue and we put it further back, whatever distance, so it looks like the exact same size as the other one, right? Wouldn't that
Right,
kind
that
of
takes a lot of assumptions and a lot of religious belief. Yeah, you can believe that. You're entitled to your religion, sure.
how would that take religious belief into account?
Because that's the point. You have to assume that they're at different distances and that they are different sizes. Everybody appreciates the fact that they are apparently the same size. That's just a fact. If you have to imagine something else, that would be a religious belief. If you have to imagine that it just appears to be the same size but they're really different, that's religion. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about. I'll do this. I'll actually do this when I get rich enough. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this is
make a
no, it's
statue.
religion. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's okay.
no, we
I'll
know
make
we
a
know what you're saying. We know what you're
you.
saying.
Yeah.
But did
Yeah,
you
you
know that?
understand
Did
what
you
I'm
know that a
saying.
full moon? Did you know that a full moon casts the exact same length shadow as the sun?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean shadow?
Shadow doesn't. The sun doesn't cast a shadow though.
So
Yeah, it emits light.
right. So there's the sun shadow, right, and there's moon shadow.
Well, there's
There's
no
no sun
sun.
You know
shadow
how
because
there's
it
sun.
is
You
the
know how there's
emission of
sundials,
light.
Or to be
right? You know
more
how there's
fair, what do you
listen.
mean sun shadow?
Whoa, slow
I
down, slow
thought.
down. So
So
you
is
know,
it okay for us
yeah,
to
yeah,
use
yeah, yeah. I will
nomenclature?
just
Like it's just
get to it,
nomenclature,
right?
guys.
You know how there's sundials?
Yeah.
Well, there's moon dials. You can use the moon to tell the time.
Sure.
And you can use a sundial with the moon.
That's
If
right.
All right,
the
I'm
The
trying
moon
to
light
was
wrap
from
that
the
around my
moon.
head. That makes no
Yes.
sense to me.
Yeah, the
so,
light
and
from
that's
the moon. Yeah, it's the same size shadow. Go ahead. Yep, the light from the moon.
it's
Okay,
big
sure.
problems
That
for
I
the
get.
heliocentric model. It's big problems for the heliocentric model.
Is it?
Okay,
Yep.
okay. You can
Did
do
you
Let me
know
this.
explain.
that you can see shadows from the moon at night? Did you know that?
That's obvious. I mean, that's pretty. We've done this.
We're just yeah. We hope it's obvious. We're just talking about what's obvious. Yep.
Okay, so let me instead of using the statue analogy, let me bring it to you like this: you take an extra large shirt and you put it against.
But everybody already agreed to the analogy. But we're saying, what does it have to do with real life?
The analogy
We
is
understand.
okay. So if you understand it, right? What I'm saying is the sun would be bigger than the moon, but because it's further away, it looks as if it's the same size as the moon, which is smaller, right? And it's just
Yes.
closer.
Yes. That's the point. Yes. If the sun was farther away and but appeared to be the same size as the moon, then there would be discrepancies. Yes. If that was true, that would be the case. There's no evidence for that being true. That's the point. There's no such thing. It's just imagination.
No, there is evidence. It's literally taking the analogy and just putting it on a bigger scale.
No, the analogy has nothing to do with reality. That is
That is
absolutely zero
reality.
evidence.
That is
I'll give you
actual.
$2,000 if you have evidence for it being that way in reality, not the analogy. In reality, they're very different. Yeah,
So
very
we could
different.
imagine the
Yep.
moon and the sun, right? One being much closer, one being much farther, and they're the exact same size and relative distance to be able to appear to be the same size, right? We understand that. But what's the evidence that that's the case? That's what Exo's trying to ask.
Okay, that's a good question. Let me do this then. If you take a telescope, right, and you want to see it as well as you can see the moon, right? Which one are you gonna have that's able to see the sun? Is it gonna be the stronger one that has to see the sun, or is it gonna be the same small one that can see the moon more easily because it's closer? That can see the sun at
Yes,
the
it's
same.
both. So the answer is both. The telescope can both see the sun and the moon. You'll have to use a special lens for the
Well,
sun. I
yeah,
actually
obviously.
I actually use a plastic red lid that's actually not transparent, just like an arc welding helmet, and they are still identical in the sky. The exact same size. Yep, no matter what you use.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You can see more detail on the moon, correct?
Yeah.
With the same
Yes,
telescope.
that's the yeah. Right. Yes. There you go. No
You can
matter
see more detail on
what,
the
you see more
moon.
detail on even without it. Even without it. No, without it. I don't need a telescope. I can see more detail on the moon without the telescope. It does not matter. Yep.
Because
Completely
then that would
irrelevant from
mean
the topic
it would
anyway, though.
be
So again, we're
closer,
just
though.
going away from it.
Correct? That would mean it's closer.
No, nothing to do.
Right.
No. I'm sorry. If a light
You're
bulb
right,
that's on and versus a brick is not going to have the same clarity. It will be much clearer, and the light bulb will not be at the same clarity.
One's
Mr. Wizard,
fucking bright.
1987. Yeah.
One's fucking bright. The other one's. It's kind of really simple, man.
we're just told that the sun is 400 times bigger, but 400 times further away. So it appears to be the same size as the moon. But it does appear to be the same size as the moon.
Hold on, sorry. Doing other stuff while I was doing this.
You're right, man. No one's trying to convince you to be a flat earther. We're just giving you the information. And I guarantee you it's not going to take 1 or 2 hours to break this conceptualization of what we've been told. It takes a while.
Yeah, to me, it's just it's hard to wrap my brain around it because I'm trying to visualize it in my head and kind of throw more meaningful understanding of it in my own way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course, man. We get that.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that we just have to appreciate the awesomeness of, and accept that it's, for the main part, a huge mystery. But for certain things we can, like the aspect, the characteristic of the surface of the Earth, we're in direct experience with that, right? We can not only observe it, we can like do things with it, and we can measure it.
I wanted to ask this as well. How would time zones work? Are they the exact same to me as they are to you in that sense?
Yeah, all right. So, first of all, we have to understand that time zones are political. The Earth is
True.
not divided up into 24 equal segments, but obviously, the only thing that controls the time is the sun. All right, that's all it is. It's just the sun passing overhead, and we use the sun to tell time. We were talking about sundials earlier, right?
Yeah.
So, time zones pretty much work in exactly the same type of way ish, kind of, sort of. But again, it's not based upon longitudinal lines, as in the Earth is completely divided up into 24 equal parts. China, for example, passes, I think it's between 4 or 5 longitudinal points, but politically speaking, it has just one time zone. Australia, and you probably didn't know this, has got 2.5 time zones, which is really fucking weird. Yeah, I mean, I only found this out like within the last maybe 4 or 5 years or so. But there are obviously Australians that are flat earthers. You've been speaking to some of them, and they'll confirm that shit. So yeah, time zones work in a very political basis.
Yeah, no,
Plus
I don't
some,
disagree with that. That is a
yeah,
very political thing.
yeah. But it's just the sun, my friend. That's all it is. Just the
But
sun passing overhead. When it's directly above you, that will be solar noon. Same thing.
Mhm. Well, let me ask you this. So let's say we take away time zones, right? And it's day and night for different people. So it's daytime for me, nighttime for you, right?
Mhm.
We consider that the same exact time or not?
No, because it'll be nighttime for me and daytime for you. It won't be the same time, will it?
Yeah, so technically would it be divided into 2 separate time zones if that was the case?
Well, if it was just Great Britain and America on the face of the planet, then yeah. But obviously, the sun takes 24 hours to complete a circuit of the Earth as it revolves around and above our heads.
Mhm.
So it is only the sun that controls that. That's how we demark time, right? So, for example, when it's noon here in the UK, across the Atlantic where you guys are, it's probably just about coming up morning time or sunrise. And as the day continues, as the sun keeps moving towards America, it becomes afternoon here and more morning and turning into lunchtime over there until the sun is over, well, not directly over America. It'll be a little bit south of America, I guess, but as it's closer to you, it'll become noon and it will start to become late afternoon and evening for us in Europe and me in the UK. The sun will cross over America. Then in Hawaii, the sun will start to rise. In Australia, the sun will start to rise. In Japan, the sun will start to rise. And as the sun keeps going, it will become daytime in Australia, Hawaii, Japan, leaving America in afternoon, evening, and then nighttime. 24 hours later, the sun comes back.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. So when I go to look at the sunset, the lovely, lovely sunset that is so, so beautiful. Why does it look like it's going down past the horizon, if that makes sense?
Yes.
Instead of I can still somewhat see it if it's quote unquote the same sunset per se, right? Why couldn't I be able to see it still while it's rotating around to the other way, if that makes sense? So I don't know how to explain it best.
Right. So let's do the first thing first. Why does the sun appear to rise in the morning and go down in the evening? This is just a form of perspective, my friend, how we view the world. So imagine you're on a street at night and you've got streetlights. You'll notice that those streetlights descend downwards towards the horizon, right? You turn around, you see the ones behind you that are descending downwards. You turn around again, look down the other end of the road, and they are appearing to descend downwards. Now, the streetlights themselves actually haven't changed our altitude above the surface of the road, and let's just assume the road is flat. Most roads are. But it's just a form of perspective. Everything above your eye line with distance will appear to recede downwards towards the horizon. So let's take this into the account of the sun, right? The sun passes overhead, hasn't changed its altitude above the surface of the earth. But from your point of view, as the sun goes away, it appears to descend beyond the horizon. And then it goes beyond the horizon, which is your limitation of view, leaves your area in darkness and goes and illuminates another portion of the earth that it's traveling over. Some people have this idea that the sun doesn't change in angular size. I think Space Goat dropped you an image of the sun reducing in angular size in a little video that he posted. If he didn't, I can drop you it. It will depend on the atmosphere that you're looking through. If you've got a desert condition, maybe you're high in altitude and there's not a lot of moisture in the air, causing the sun to magnify because of the atmospheric conditions, and the sun will disappear into a tiny pinprick.
Yeah.
Most people, though, have quite a lot of humidity in the air. Land produces humidity, especially when you're looking over the water, when most people like to observe a lovely sunset when it's going over the water. We have to understand there's a lot of humidity in the air as well. And obviously, with distance, this is quite weird to understand. With distance, the sun is passing through more atmosphere. So there's potentially more moisture in the atmosphere to cause the sun to magnify to appear bigger than it actually is, especially at sunrise and sunset.
Well, one other thing I want to point out, wouldn't the sun not go over a horizon in a sense? It would just get smaller and smaller because it would be refracting so much?
This is what I've literally just pointed out to you. That will appear. Sorry, that would depend on the atmospheric conditions. The sun will do different things depending on the atmospheric conditions. On sunset, it can appear bigger than it did at solar noon. Sometimes at sunset, depending on the atmospheric conditions, the sun will disappear into an almost tiny point before it even gets anywhere near the horizon. So it would depend on your atmospheric conditions, my friend.
Does anybody know anybody by the name of Snacky, Plague, Primal? Anybody like that?
No, man, no.
No.
Why's that?
Some people just added me to a random group chat. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah.
It's kind of scary. I don't know if they're going to try to torture me.
Appreciate if you keep us informed about their motive, if it has something to do with this channel. We'd appreciate if you could let us know. But if not, if it's just a random, unrelated thing, then I don't care. But yeah.
I'm gonna go back and see what's going on. I'll be back.
No worries, man. That'll be hella interesting, man. Just looking up and down the server, I noticed Mez has joined us, been sticking around for a while, quite quietly. What's up, Mez? Hope you're doing well. Bino has also returned. He's been sitting quite quiet. What's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Bino has also jumped back in, been listening patiently in the background. So if you guys want to talk about something whilst our other visitor is away doing things, hopefully not being coached, that'd be interesting if he is.
I was just coming in to listen, to be honest. I was enjoying the
Yeah.
conversation.
No, you're absolutely fine, Beano, man. No problem at all.
Cool.
See, Britnat has jumped back in as well. What's up, Britnat? Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Hello. But yeah, good conversation over the last hour and a half or so, guys. I appreciate everyone who's jumped in and helped answer that gentleman's couple of questions. I do appreciate that. Lulu's changed the name from Stinky Feet to Stanky Leg. That's freaking funny as fuck. You seem to be changing your name pretty much every 2 to 3 to 4 hours at the moment, mate. I thought it was a 24-hour thing, but I think you got a problem. Some kind of
Depends on
name.
the inspiration.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. What's the inspiration behind the latest ID change?
I just remember that song. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Did it
Yeah.
just pop up in your head, did it? Fair enough.
Yeah.
Jedi, we appreciate you, brother.
Oh, yeah, no worries, man. No worries at all. Don't mean to sound frustrated sometimes, guys. Sometimes I think when people are coming in with like questions and stuff, if we're rambling on with an answer for about 5 minutes, I know I'm starting to lose interest. I don't mean that to be any disrespect to anybody else, but if we can try and keep the answers as short as possible and whatnot, then I think that helps the person who's asking questions. But that's just me, guys.
I think we like it better when you're frustrated and cranky.
Do you really? All right, fair enough. I'll see if I can start shouting at somebody in a minute then. No problem. Britnat, come back here, you can't.
Why me? You've got Mez in the chat. He's a prime target.
Oh yeah, shit, Mez is here, isn't he?
Quick, somebody
don't
give
believe
Jedi the same useless cope like 7 times in a row.
What? Okay, you can get an angle with a curved surface.
Fuck off, man. What, you an idiot or something? Who said that? Come here. But yeah, lots of fun, guys. Lots of fun. It's interesting as well that the gentleman we were speaking to just got invited to a group chat. I mean, look, we understand that there are anti-flat earthers out there, people who literally despise us and will do anything to, get their view across or make flat earthers out to be stupid or even, and we've noticed this before and it does happen, coach people as well. I think that's not a very honest tactic, to be honest with you, and we must understand that we're not only fighting the heliocentric model, but defenders of it. And those defenders are just sheep, and they do say that the sheep will inevitably become the sheepdogs. So it's interesting that people are so affected by the flat earth as a subject that they have to set up little tactics and kind of divert the conversation or coach people. So it'd be interesting to see what happens if the gentleman comes back. Alpha Veritas has been in the server all day, but I've hardly heard a peep out of him for the last 8 hours, so I hope you're doing well, man. Omish has been here. Fantastic conversation with Omish earlier with regards to satellite technology. That was fascinating. There's been quite a lot of information that's been dropped in the chat, but if you guys are a member of 24/7, the majority of that information is in additional information under satellites and whatnot. So if you have the opportunity, go and read up on that stuff, because we get asked about satellites every day. So it might be a good idea if we started looking into that special type of technology that seems to have been developed by NASA and other associations around the world. So yeah, that's really been interesting.
Oh, I was looking even into glider tech, right? So gliders, man controlled like gliders, they have to, they use lift, so they're using like the air pressure differentials over like hills compared to so they got elevation and of course the air pressure is going to be different, so they use these wind currents and to stay aloft, and the longest flight I think was something like 70 hours. And it, it's a stress on, the human body to be, have to stay awake and be in control of an aircraft for that long. So let's say that they can actually remote control these gliders now. They could essentially keep them aloft for like very, very, very long time. And they can attach tech to them, sensors and things which could operate, do the functions of things that we might think, satellites are doing, whether on balloons or whatever other method they're using.
It's interesting though, man. Really, really interesting technology.
Yeah, there's actually a term that they use for the satellites that, that they admit they use, which aren't in orbit, like that. Yeah, and they're called pseudo satellites or atmosats.
Just scrolling up and down through the chat, I've noticed a couple of people have messaged me, so I do apologise for missing it. Bino, I've noticed that you dropped a couple of images of the sun appearing to go down. Whatever the sun is doing, my friend, I guarantee you this, that isn't the curvature of the earth that the sun is appearing to go over. We've removed we demonstrated earlier that the horizon isn't in a physical location, it's an optical phenomena. So whatever the sun is doing, when it passes over that optical phenomena, the horizon limitation of your view, then that is, again, another optical phenomena. We're looking at a light in the sky move further away, and as it goes out of your field of view, then you can't see it, and it doesn't cast its light upon you anymore. That's the thing about the observation with the oil rigs or at the bottom of the 6 wind turbine towers, or whichever observation we choose to use with regards to the horizon. That isn't physical obstruction, my friend. Who else have we got in here? Let's go from the bottom. We got Yandy, it's flat, right down at the bottom. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Tora VR, hope you're also doing well. TOS UK is always recording. Remember, guys, we are being recorded and live streamed on YouTube, so your words will be used as evidence against you. T-Dub is obviously in the house. What's up, T-Dub, man? We've got Subdued. We've got Stanky Leg, also known as everything else underneath the sun, depending on what time of fucking day it is. But we like to call her Lulu, and she's awesome. We have Rial in the house, or Real. Penelope as well. I don't think you and I have had a conversation, Penelope, even though you've just unmuted yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Listen, Jedi, I was listening yesterday, or maybe earlier today, and they were talking about the satelloons, the new technology, satellite technology, and how, which I found quite fascinating, the speed at which these things can actually move was astounding. Wasn't it something like 17,000 miles an hour or something?
Yeah, that astounded me as well. It's crazy, isn't it? That's
I couldn't
multiple
believe that.
times faster than the speed of sound. It's crazy.
Right. Now, if that is the case, many people, of course, testify that they see or they watch the ISS streaking across the sky at lightning speed, and so
Yeah.
they say that that's nothing can move that quickly in low Earth orbit. And so I'm thinking that indeed, if this is true, then it's obvious that they can get those speeds.
Yeah,
And
I'd agree with you. Yeah,
and can portray themselves as being in a different in outer space
yeah,
as opposed to
absolutely.
inner space. Yeah,
mean,
so
that
it was very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that occurred to me today as well with
Wow.
regards to observing the International Space Station or just making any observation of the sky at night. We often see what look like stars, but they're obviously not stars because they're moving too fast and not with the stellar background. So we call those things satellites. And I've seen a satellite. I watched this. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's that then. Because these things do move across the sky, like we said,
They
at like
do.
really fast speeds, like quoted earlier,
Indeed. I
70,000.
saw them on the, we have very clear skies in Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for 18 years.
Mm.
And it was more than evident, and you could coordinate it with the times that it said it would appear, and so it was extremely convincing to the people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is look, if we've got technology in the sky and not necessarily going to tell us exactly what it is, but they've got a great story to tell us what it
Yeah,
is.
a
Satellites in the
great
vacuum of
story.
space, and they're orbiting and stuff. And they don't obviously want to know the everything about our reality. And if we do live within some kind of electromagnetic field, which we obviously do because we have a magnetic field to the Earth, if that would, I mean, I'm even thinking about Tesla's ideas like over 100 years ago with regards to free energy and stuff like that. I mean, they're not
Yes.
necessarily going to want to give those games away, are they? Because they're quite happy to charge us for whatever they want to charge us for and make things out to be scarce. So again, this is just another way, as far as I'm concerned, of hiding reality from us, giving us false stories that most people will believe in.
It's quite interesting how they keep this illusion up.
Yeah, it's great.
Quite clever,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Penelope, and I appreciate you opening your mic and giving us that comment.
Well, they have control over the skies, don't they? So they don't want the average person, developing any sort of their own technology, launching it into the air, learning anything, about, anything that, any properties at high altitude that might, exist that we could essentially manipulate to our advantage. They don't want people sending up their own communication systems and things like that.
No, not at all, man. Not at all. I mean, we know this every single day. People come in and ask why would they lie. There's loads of reasons why they would lie, and I think we've kind of speculated about this one for a while with regards to Tesla and free energy and so on. But the more we look into it, if we're talking about things that are up in the sky that seem to be electromagnetically propelled in some kind of electromagnetic field high up in the altitude, then that just adds more credence to that story and more credence as to why they would lie about what our environment actually is. I mean, we don't know what our environment actually is, but with a little bit of digging around, I think we seem to be unearthing certain pearls from time to time. So it's been really good. Today's been again another really interesting day. So I appreciate Omish for sure for digging that information up. He's been going on about it for a while, but yeah, definitely appreciate you, brother, for that. See, Ascensionist has just jumped in. Don't have to feel pressured, my friend. I'm just noticing people jump in and out at the moment. We got a full panel. I got to Penelope there, so I appreciate you, Penelope, for opening your microphone. I don't think we've actually spoken before, so it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We have Old Space Goat in the chat. Go on. You unmuted yourself, mate, so don't feel. Please speak through me. Everyone else does. You're fine.
Just
Sorry,
wanted
I was
to
walking around.
say hello, and
G'day.
I really appreciate your work.
No worries at all, man. No worries. I appreciate that. So yeah, Old Space Goat's in the house. He's done some fantastic photography of late, and yeah, every time he posts something, it's always eye-opening to see how far he can see, man. It's been brilliant.
I'm working on that right now. That's what I'm.
Yeah, good man, good man. We've got Mezin's chat, one of our resident Globers who likes to pop back from time to time. Hope you're doing well, brother. We have Little G, we got Julius J, we got Mr. Wagner in house.
The boss heretic is in, so this is why I'm trying to look busy. Usually Jerry's in. Flatsy Klein. Always a pleasure to have your acquaintance there, Flatsy. Effie Batman, one of our silent partners, probably at work or something like that. Myself, Effie Jedi. Don't know why I announced myself then. We have Bino, who's joined the server recently. He was asking some questions earlier, but he's just chilling in the background. Our resident Flat Earth sympathiser, Britnat, has also joined us. We have Ascensionist, who's just jumped in a minute ago. Amish Science has been around for ages and is a fantastic gentleman. And Alpha Veritas has been stuck at the top of the server today, but I haven't heard much out of him, so I hope he's doing well. But yeah, we've got a full panel, guys. It's lovely working with you. I hope you're all having a great evening, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever it is. I feel like I should start playing some music now. Barkman Turner Overdrive, let us rock.
I have a question.
Question? What's your question, brother?
There was a picture of wind turbines in the sea.
Yes.
And I was curious about it, but I can't find it. Have you got a link to that?
Yeah, I'll drop it for you right now, mate. Just give me a second.
So I can have a look.
I've also got the video as well, I believe, so I'll drop that as well.
That'll be good, thanks.
Alright, is that the one you're talking about, 40 minutes past the hour, yeah?
See. Yes.
Awesome stuff. The video is also below it as well. There's another picture that goes with it. I'll see if I can find that for you as well. So again, this goes along the same premise as the black swan observation. We're looking for the geometric horizon that should cause obstruction. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Within the observation of these 6 wind turbines, the observer height is 3.2 foot above the surface of the water, which should make the geometric horizon 2.31 miles away from the observer. The wind turbines are in the observation because they're at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8 miles, and then up until the one that's on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles. We can clear 3 miles. It's so small I can't read it. We can clearly see the horizon beyond these wind turbines at a safe estimated distance of 12 miles. Could be further, could be 15, could be 20, but 12 miles will do just for this demonstration. For this observer at this height, the physical geometric horizon should be, like I said, at, 2.21 miles away. Yeah, that's not the case. So therefore, the horizon is not physical. Also notice how flat that water looks. It's really flat.
What?
In the bottom picture, which is just underneath the video, you'll notice that there is a tiny little boat, which is also beyond the wind turbine, which is at wind turbine number 6, which is at 11.2 miles. Remember, the claim is, I can't see the bottom of that boat because the earth curve's in the way. Yeah, the earth curve should be at 2.21 miles. The horizon's beyond that limit, and we can still see that fucking boat. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are at the back. DJ's playing requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Amen to that. I'm ready. It's 4:20.
You sound incredibly muffled there, mate. Is somebody trying to suffocate you with a pillow? You're all right.
No, I'm suffocating you with a pillow. Just didn't have my mic up to my face.
No worries,
I did
mate.
buy a new mic, but I'm charging my phone and I can't. I bought a cool headset that actually plugs into the micro USB or the whatever it's called, UVC or whatever it's called. And it's a wired headset, so supposedly it's skull candy. Supposedly someone told me to buy it, so
That is
supposedly works good.
that is the most boomer explanation I've ever heard.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. I've been called worse things. Of course.
I see Brendan has just jumped into chat as well. What's up, Brendan? I hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing very well. How are you? Glad to be back.
Yeah.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute. Oh, there's Alpha. Oh, there he is.
Double mute.
How
What's
are
up,
you, my
man?
friend?
There he is. What's up,
Pretty good.
Miggy, man? Hope you're doing well.
Put him on mute.
Yeah. I'm in and out and in.
Good stuff, man. It's been an interesting day. We've had a couple of conversations between ourselves and found out some interesting sky technology. We've had a couple of people in the chat that are asking some questions and a relatively good conversation. Unfortunately, though, we haven't had any proof of Earth curvature or rotation or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Not yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Are we?
What sky technology are you talking about?
Right. So if you go into our server underneath satellites, Amish has been dropping stuff in there recently. Yeah, we're going to be start talking about magnetic fields and electrodynamism and the Lorentz force up in the sky. But yeah, there seems to be some interesting technology that NASA have been figuring out for the last 30 years. So it's basically it's all from NASA's side, man. So it's what they're saying.
I'm curious. Yeah, I don't want to deviate too much from the intent of this VC, but something that I've wanted to pose to you guys is, what is your guys' opinion on quantum computing in the future that poses to science, especially when it comes to astronomy? If we're familiar with quantum computing, if not, we can skip it altogether as a conversation point. But I was just curious to see what your takes on that are.
I don't know, man. I've heard that technology is a little proprietary, so it's not too much really that we know about other than what people talk about in the open forums about what its processing power can do and like what we have today. So I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. That's all I got. Anyway.
I'll be back.
We haven't had a lot of sound attacks this evening. It's been quite interesting. We seem to have been flooded with them over the last 2 weeks or so, but it's been relatively quiet on the old sound attack front today. It's been pretty cool.
The Israel-Palestine crap, everybody's more hell-bent on that.
Okay.
Sadly. Remember when this VC first came out? Oh my god, everybody was chomping away at going off on some flat earthers.
Yeah. Oh well, they're there.
There's a Royal Rumble in here.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Wow.
What's going on?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Not good.
You're not good? Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Well, I'll never be good, so you can.
You'll never be good?
That's PD, man. He's an Instaban.
Oh, okay, yeah. It didn't sound familiar at first, but
Hello? Alright. Goodbye.
Mashallah.
Hey, Trump, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. You?
Oh, I'm doing well.
Fantastic. I'm here for my daily banning from the Flat Earth channel.
Tell me your best proof for the globe, or evidence for the globe, or evidence against.
Oh, I don't come here to discuss the Flat Earth. I come here to laugh and then get banned.
Well, now's
Yeah.
your chance to practice some of the arguments if you like.
Oh no, I'm not interested in the arguments. I think it's autistic.
Oh, that may be so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I mean, at the end of the day, all it really comes down to is like people pretending like they understand math while they don't understand math or physics, and then asking like normal people if they understand complex physics, and then lying about whether or not there's discrepancies or contradictions in them. I'm just like, it's a stupid fucking game, and I have no idea why anybody plays it. So like, I'm not gonna play it. If you guys want to play it, that's fine, but I'm not gonna play that stupid fucking game.
Yeah. So for me, the interesting thing is like, what are the broader implications of people having irrational ideas like that?
Oh yeah, that is an interesting topic. Unfortunately, to quote the mods of the room, typically that's a banned topic. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I tried to bring it up in the past. It's unfortunate because he asked if I didn't know any of the whatever arguments or proofs or whatever for like the world not being flat. Then that means it is flat. And so I tried to bring up, well, okay, let me ask you some questions about the internet. And then if you don't know how the internet works, surely that means it's all actual black magic, right? And they're just lying to you about cables under the sea. But now they didn't seem to want to entertain that line of questioning. It was too close to the sun, you might say.
You
Well,
seem upset.
I could give you a couple simple arguments that are evidence against the idea of the Earth being flat.
Sure.
The moon appears to be the same size from everywhere on Earth, yet it's at different angles. That's pretty simple.
Interesting.
So it's the same distance from pretty much the same distance. I'm, within 1 or 2% from everywhere on Earth, but it's at different angles. That implies that the ground is tilted different directions.
Very interesting.
The other thing is the existence of satellite TV broadcast. Broadcast satellites since mid 1980s, and so satellite TV antennas point straight up into the sky on the equator or at an angle. So what are they pointing at if not geostationary satellites? Or just GPS. GPS is an easy one too.
Interesting.
Or sunsets. The sunsets.
A question that I still haven't gotten a good answer to by the flat earthers who run this channel is, I understand that they think that the world is flat, right? But
Yeah.
I don't understand. And they allege that all of these people are either fabricating like photos of a round globe Earth, or this, that, or the other thing. People are lying, right, to cover up the conspiracy. I just don't understand what there is to stand to gain from that. Like, that's what I want to know. Why are they lying about the world being a globe? I haven't gotten a satisfying answer to that yet.
The general answer is that they do, maybe they're doing it for money because NASA receives billions of dollars a year in support from taxpayers. That's one answer. Another answer would be that if the Earth is flat, that implies that God designed it. And so a way to get people to not believe in God and to promote sort of a secular agenda would be to hide the truth of the flat Earth, thereby giving people a rational out for believing that the world came about naturally. So there's no natural explanation for a flat Earth. And they say, well, if you just switch it and say the Earth is a globe, then you could believe that God doesn't exist.
Interesting. It's a religious thing then? I mean, I suppose there's a decent amount of overlap. I just didn't. Yeah.
The Venn diagram is that if you're a flat earther, you must believe in a creator because there's no natural explanation for the existence of a flat Earth.
Suppose that makes sense. Yeah, the Venn diagram is a circle, maybe with a strut out to the left.
Well, the three-dimensional Venn diagram is a sphere. I'm just
Yeah, very unlike the Earth, of course, of course.
There might be some other reasons too. In general, it comes with the suspicion of authority figures in general and governments in particular about all kinds of things. You know,
Mhm.
I don't
I
know.
guess yeah. There's some like obvious pushbacks that I would give to some of the answers, but like yeah, at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to, well, maybe it is more of the religious thing than I gave credit for at first. But I really do think most like conspiracy brain stuff comes from a distrust of any and all authority or institution. I think that's
Right.
like the core of it all, right?
Right, and I'm sympathetic to that. I mean, it's good to question authority. It's just that don't question everything, or I mean, just because you question authority doesn't mean everything is false.
Yeah, it's the idea of people will cite certain things that authority or institutions have done wrong or gotten wrong or lied about maliciously in the past, and I'll go, yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. That's true. That's bad. But then they go, okay, now I'm going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I go, wait a minute, probably not a great idea. Nothing is going to be, wholly good its entire existence, right? You're always going to be able to find something bad or incorrect from any person or institution or anything ever. I mean, hell, even the church has no lack of scandals by religious people. Not even like from a secular point of view, right? Religious people have issues with the church more than secular people do, oftentimes. So,
right, and I would say that the actual conspiracy or actual lies that we hear every day are a little bit more mundane. They come from advertising on TV that say, "Hey, if you buy this car, you will be happy. You need to purchase these products in order to become a happy individual." And
yeah,
that's not
materialism
very
is the
exciting, but
answer.
I think that's
Matthew, come
most
on,
lies.
man. Just leave it, bro.
Oh, really?
Just fucking get a drink, get wasted.
Which
Find
product
something
should
to
I buy
do.
to make
Like,
myself happy?
fuck the flat earth. Fuck your globe.
Hey, chill out, dude. What's wrong with you?
There's probably also a sociological component to any type of belief that's a little bit out of the ordinary. It does feel nice to be, one of the few people who really understands the truth of what's going on in the world.
Sure.
And so I could understand that as being a possible motivation for some people.
Do you think there's things we could know without the government telling us?
Yes. Yes, lots of
Okay,
things.
like what?
Well, so you could learn things about chemistry, about physics, and all kinds of stuff by doing simple experiments and demonstrations like I did in my chemistry class and physics class. So you don't have to have the government tell you stuff. Education can help you learn some things.
Also, just like my parents or siblings' names is not told to me by the government. It's told to me by my siblings and my parents, right?
Right. So how about like basic geometry, right? Like we all know what a straight line is, right? It's definitely not a circle, right? We know what up and down mean. We know vertical and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, we have a
Simple stuff.
common language.
Basic
yeah.
geometry. Yep.
Common language. What is that?
The ideas that you just gave examples for, right? And now we all
You
have an
think-
idea of what those are represented by. That's a common language. Something that when we say a certain thing, everybody else kind of has a general understanding of what we're referring to. It's just language.
Right. And we don't need the government necessarily to know what a straight line is or which way water flows and stuff like that, right? Like there's no, conspiracy about what perpendicular means and parallel, correct?
I would reckon not.
Good. Excellent. So a horizontal line, that's a straight line, right?
Yep, that's what horizontal means.
Good. And all perpendiculars to it will be parallel, correct? Vertical, right?
I believe so.
Beautiful. In reality.
believe so. Yeah.
Good. So what's the problem?
I have
Nope,
no
no
idea.
problem.
You tell me. I
Good.
don't. I don't know. What are you referring to?
Well, next he's going to claim that the direction of down is the same everywhere on Earth, and so when you do that,
It
then
is. It is. It's always towards the ground, right?
Oh
It's
yeah. Well,
always
wouldn't that be what's expected when you have a tangent on a sphere?
a tangent on a sphere. What do you?
Yeah, so
Tangent on a sphere.
let's back up a little bit. Is the direction of down the same in Los Angeles as it is in New York City? Are they
It's towards
parallel?
the ground. Yeah, it's towards the ground.
Yep.
Correct.
And
Well,
if the globe Earth was true, that should be correct as well. Correct?
that sounds like a conspiracy though, like because you're saying that perpendiculars aren't parallel.
I wanted. Wait. It's a simple question, right? If the Earth is a globe with gravity and all of the things that people assert
we're
with
just
that idea,
we're
it
just
would
talking
still
about
be the
reality.
case in that theoretical globe world that down would still be down, right? No matter where you are on it, right?
Yeah, we're just talking about reality. No models here. Okay. No
Okay,
flat Earth.
so
No
we
globe.
can't entertain other ideas. Okay, so since we're talking about reality, I'm talking
Well,
about the
if
globe and not the flat Earth.
Okay, so in reality, regardless of model, down is always towards the ground. Correct.
Well, relative to you, yeah.
Relative. So it could be towards the sky for someone else.
Well, if I'm upside down and somebody says look down, looking down for me would be looking toward the sky.
Mm-hmm. So
that's obvious, right? You agree with me right there, right?
So, well, I say up is always towards the sky, never towards the ground.
Okay, so like if you're doing a handstand and somebody says, "Hey, look
Jesus.
down," would you move your
are
head
you-
up or down?
Are you debunking up and down here by saying handstands exist?
No, I'm debunking the idea that down means toward the earth, ground, as opposed to like down relative to you.
Sounds like a conspiracy to me.
Okay, got it. This is about what I expect from this channel.
Well, I mean, if you're going to say everything is relative, so who the fuck cares what other people think about the shape of the earth? If everything is relative, who gives a fuck, right?
Well, what?
Yeah, because when you came in here, you were all upset. Oh, am I going to get banned again? Right?
No, wrong. I was excited. I came in here and I said I'm here for my daily banning.
Right. Yeah. You were being.
I come in here specifically to
Right.
get banned because it is my personal mark of pride.
Yo, what's up, Flat
There's no
Retard?
being upset about it.
Uh-huh.
Now here's what I will say. I get upset when I get muted and then not banned because that's just not satisfying. There's a step further you could go, and you're not taking it.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe that's the.
All
Maybe I
right,
just gave this.
So in reality, does water flow up or down? Like, picture like a river. Is that going up or down?
These are such grade school arguments.
Well, the guy brought up like conspiracies and all this stuff, and I said, okay, let's talk about stuff that we don't need the government to know, like basic geometry, what water does, stuff like that. And the guy's like, well, why can't you entertain different ideas? It's like, well, okay, do you want to talk about reality or ideas that, like, what do you want to do?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of... The thing is, the reason they keep losing the argument is because the positioning of the rhetoric is so strong on the flat Earth side. It's like you've got every angle covered. So how can they fight it? And any angles you don't have covered, you can defend them with like very simple misdirection.
I'm not even talking about flat Earth.
What are you talking about?
Basic geometry. Up and
Well, yeah,
down.
I mean, yeah. Well, you're going to win any argument on basic geometry because you're going to say, is something that is obviously true? Yes. Is something else that is obviously true? Yes. Therefore, this other thing is probably true. Yeah, like that's the natural extrapolation of things.
Beautiful. So do you think that you could prove that 2 points of equal elevation establish a horizontal line?
Probably.
Great.
Sorry,
I rest my
2 points
case.
of 2 points of equal. You said equal, right?
That's right.
Yeah, well, yeah, and the horizontal line. Yeah, of course, anyone can.
Beautiful. I rest my case.
Yeah. That's why it works though, because if you silo all of the arguments, and first thing, it's really fun arguing with someone when you don't have to follow the same rules as they do, right? That's just great. But second, if you can silo all of the arguments as simple rhetorical puzzles, then it's just people tear themselves apart over it. It's great.
Yeah, I'm not into puzzles.
Well, can you prove something that requires highly technical, specialized knowledge? No, I'm just a guy. Therefore the world's flat. It's like, you know.
No, I mean, you don't need highly specialized equipment to prove that 2 points of equal elevation establish horizontal.
You need highly specialized equipment to like get off planet and then look at the Earth and then make a definitive, direct observation. We can only observe from what we can see, right?
Well, that's the thing about geometry is it like the rules don't change.
Yeah, it's mathematics. Like the further out you scale it, it works the same.
Right. Beautiful. So a straight line stays a straight line.
Except when it doesn't, but that's rare, few and far between.
So it does, except when it doesn't. See, that sounds like a contradiction.
It does. It does. A lot of things sound like contradictions, though, if you really think
Yeah,
about
but
it.
the thing about reality is there are no contradictions in reality. Zero. They only exist in the mind.
How old's the Earth?
That's a good question. Like
Yeah.
7.5 billion years, right?
You can make up any number you want, I suppose. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So is the Earth flat?
No, you could measure elevation changes from a horizontal.
So it's round?
I didn't say that.
That's
So
like that's
what is the Earth?
It's Time Master. That's
Earth
like saying that's like saying is a pool table flat. Yeah,
I'm
I
just
mean
what?
it's flat.
Asking
It's
a
flat
fucking
when you're
question.
it's
Jesus.
flat when you're further away, but when you look closer, you can see there's lots of little bumps and grooves.
I'm so confused. When you're in space, right? Let's say you're on the moon. Is the Earth flat or is it round?
Wow. Have you ever been on the moon?
No, that's why. Oh my god.
Yeah. See,
Answer the question.
Me either.
Time Master, we haven't been on the moon. How can we know?
You can believe whatever you
So
want.
what exactly are we claiming here then?
That level is horizontal. Well, I am. I don't know about anybody else.
I don't understand. Like, so
That's
if the
okay.
Earth is not flat and it's not round, then what is it?
It's just the ground. It's just dirt. Earth.
Now I differ from these guys. I actually think that the world is a hexagonal prism, but
And now you're
I don't
exiting the
know.
conversation.
Okay. Jesus
Good
Christ.
game.
And so do you believe the moon landing was real or no?
Well, I can
No,
just say
it's
that
not.
that I landed on the moon. So would you trust me?
I don't believe you landed on the moon. I don't
Well,
recall.
why not?
Pretty sure the last time you did lunar missions was like a couple decades ago.
Well, so why don't you think I went?
Because you're on fucking Discord. That's why.
Okay. Well, see, like my proof is the Russians would have told on me, right? If I was lying, then the
Dude,
Russians would have.
I don't know
told
what
on
you're
me.
blabbing about. It's a simple question. Like, you clearly
get it.
didn't go to the moon. You're on fucking Discord. Like, no, there's no way you
Yeah,
went to the moon.
Are you saying
Go on.
astronauts can't be on Discord? That's a bit racist.
How is that racist? That has nothing to do with race.
Well, I mean the implications.
Do you even know what racist means?
You're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
What?
So Jerry,
I'm just asking questions.
here's what I'm trying to get at, right? So no one's seen the edge, right? Because the Earth's flat. No one's seen the edge. How are we so
Oh, it
certain?
is flat. So you're saying it's flat?
Well, I'm saying it's a hexagonal prism.
I don't understand. Is it flat or is it a hexagonal prism?
Well, different people have different opinions, you know. From the
what?
diagrams and data that
What
I've
is your
seen, based on
opinion?
crystalline growth, based on
Jesus
the growth
Christ,
of
just answer the
crystalline
question. What
structures.
is your
If you look at crystal structures, right?
Time Master.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm just asking a question. Just answer the
Don't worry
question.
about that guy. What are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I would assume it's round.
No.
Round like a ball or round like a coin?
Round like a ball.
Okay. So why do you think it's round?
Because we've been learning that it's round in like all our schools and in
Right.
education.
So aside from your books, how do you know it's round?
I don't, but I'm just assuming from the majority of the, I guess, vote on like what we think it is and what we know,
So
and we have space
long ago,
and we.
people voted that it was, the majority thought it was flat. So was the Earth flat back then, and then it turned to a round ball? If we're
It
going by
didn't turn
majority.
into anything. This was before we went into space. This is before we gained more knowledge of what we were
Okay.
actually living on.
Okay, no, I was just trying to follow your logic because you said majority. Okay, so you think we went to space?
Yes.
Do you know how many people went
Yes,
to
I
space?
believe we went to space. I don't know the exact number, but I know there was an amount of lunar missions. I know there was, we called it the Apollo missions. I know there was an amount of missions just to orbit around the sun, or not, my bad, Earth,
Oh,
around
yeah.
Earth.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So let me ask you this. They tell us that space is a vacuum, right? Or near, not a complete vacuum, but near vacuum, right? And
I don't know who they is. You got to be specific.
they as in the people who went to space, right? And the people who the so-called scientists, astrophysicists, all of them, right?
So I guess if we had to point at someone, I guess let's just say NASA. Yes.
Okay, sure, NASA. So,
Okay.
so they NASA tell us that it is a vacuum, a near vacuum. Do you agree?
No.
I mean, I'm probably not there yet at understanding what you mean by vacuum. I still probably need to learn that. But all I'm aware is that we've done space and lunar missions.
All right.
We've
Okay.
learned that the Earth is round. We've learned that wormholes are round.
No.
So you actually think that we, as in humanity, went to the moon, landed on the moon, walked on the moon, left their poop on the moon? Okay.
We even took a shit on there.
Why? No, I just think we went to the moon, we walked on it, we planted an American flag and maybe other I don't know if there were other flags. All I know is that there was an American flag from my
The United
education,
Nations
and
one.
then we left.
Holy shit! Did you?
What?
Did you? So no, don't worry about that. So so all of your beliefs, which I'm glad you say, you believe it, because it's all based on what NASA tells you. You never verified it, you've never checked into it, you never looked into it. You just believe what they tell you.
I mean, why would they lie about it? What's the catch?
Why would they not?
Has a
What
government agency
does
ever
that even
lied?
mean? We
Has
lie
a
for reasons.
has a
Why would
government
NASA lie? There has
agency
to be a reason if we would
has
lie about it.
I mean, okay, they get now it has increased to 120 million per day, I believe. So that's a pretty good amount of money to lie for,
Wait,
don't you
for
think?
NASA?
Yeah,
Are you 120 million a day?
something
they're
around those
pretty much,
numbers.
yeah, exactly. They pretty
I
much
don't
fill
know.
their pockets
Are you saying they did
and
it for
don't care
financial
about your
reasons?
opinion
That
or
seems
whatever you believe
astronomically
in.
way too high for NASA. No pun
Yeah,
intended.
there's
That's
no
a little bit wild.
astronomical
That's
apprehension
way
about
too high.
this. Yeah.
Because think about it, they fall
I'm
under. Hold
giving
on,
you
they fall
it
under the
doesn't
Department of Commerce, right?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It
It's
doesn't
about
matter.
100 something. You could just look it up, dude.
I
They
did.
don't.
Okay,
It's the
whatever.
Department
I
of
don't
Okay.
Commerce
care.
doesn't
I don't
even.
care about the price. Just keep going.
No, I do. The Department of Commerce doesn't even have that money per day, and they're fall under the Department of Commerce. You need to like check your numbers before you start like.
Okay, so how much does NASA get per day?
per day. It's not 120 million. Department of
Okay,
Commerce.
I said
budget's not even
around
that big.
there. How much do they get?
It's not even
Okay,
close
the
to
money
that. I
doesn't
don't
matter.
fucking
Just
know.
I
It's
want to
not even
hear. I
close
want
to
to
that.
hear her claim.
Yeah, okay. So my point is that I'm not saying this is their whole motivation, but it's a pretty good motivation.
So you're saying they lie to the people because they want to gain money financially? Yes.
Yes.
Possible, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of money.
By the way, just
Don't say possible. It's a yes or no question. Is that why you
It
believe
is
that
because
the U.S. government
listen.
is lying?
Hold on, listen. First of all,
I am listening. You're
I'm
not
not.
answering the
I'm
question. You're going in an indirect direction, and it's kind of annoying. Just answer the fucking question. This isn't English class where you elaborate or go on a fucking analysis. This is a yes or no question.
Calm down.
so calm
It is,
down.
yes.
Okay, just calm down. I'm saying that it is one of the possible reasons. I'm not them. I'm not the liars. Therefore, I don't know what their motivation is. I'm not in their mind. You're gonna have to go and ask them yourself.
So this is purely speculative.
Yeah, the motivation is speculation because
You're
I'm
not
not them.
answering the
I'm not
question.
them.
It's a yes or no question.
I literally just answered it. If you don't like the answer, that's your problem.
Just say yes or no. Oh my god.
I answered it already. If you don't like it, that's your problem.
This is an English class. Just say yes or no. Do you
I
believe they're
already
lying?
She
answered
already
it.
answered
I
it.
already answered.
Oh my god, just say yes
I
or no.
already
It's one
answered.
syllable. Jesus Christ.
I already answered. If you don't like the answer, just you have to deal with it. That's not my
I
problem.
don't even know the answer. That's why I'm asking you to
Because you
return.
weren't
Guys,
listening.
this is such a
Because you
circular
weren't
I
argument. It's
wasn't
all
listening because you're not
speculative. It's
answering the
conspiracy.
You
We're not.
weren't
You're
listening.
rambling.
Okay,
You're
Brandon,
rambling. It's a
please
yes or
please
no
stop
question.
interjecting. I would appreciate you if you just stop interjecting.
Just say yes
All
or
right.
no.
Are
That's
you
all you gotta do.
listening? Are you listening? Time Master, I'm going to
I've been
answer it again.
trying to, but you're not answering.
Okay, here's the answer.
Okay.
I'm not them. I don't know their full motivation, but this is one of the possible reasons why they would lie to you. If you want the true reason as to why they will lie, you need to go and ask them. Okay?
I don't. So are you with them or against them?
What do
I
you
mean,
think?
what do you think exactly? She is against
The
them.
heck?
Possibly.
This
Go
isn't.
for
This
one of
isn't
the
like a.
answers.
I'm not trying to analysis her answer. I'm just trying to get a straight response. That's all I want.
I
Yes or
did. I
no.
answered. Listen, I answered you, and
No,
I will
you're
repeat this
like
again.
I don't know what
If
you're
you don't,
saying.
all right.
I'm still confused. If I'm
Is
still
it?
confused,
It's
then
not
you need to
confusing at all.
reevaluate your
Just
answer.
listen. Just listen.
Hold on. Hold on.
Andrew.
I've been listening. You need to
Time
reevaluate your
Master.
answer.
Time Master, what she's saying is you can't ask the murderer why they did the crime, right? But what we're telling you is that a crime has been committed, right? There is a lie being told to you. We don't
Okay.
know who, we don't know why this person would lie because we're not them.
So you think they're lying?
No, they are lying.
Yeah, that's what I just asked, and you
No,
answered.
you didn't. You
Okay. Jesus
freaking
Christ.
liar. That is
Yes.
not what you just asked. I will
No.
freaking ban you right now. I swear to.
Ban me. I'm
I'm
just
not gonna
asking a
I'm not gonna
question.
swear.
Jesus
you're
Christ.
losing the
That's
argument,
not.
and then
That
you
is
should
not
ban
what
them.
you. That is
That's just
not
what
what
I'm
you
not
asked.
losing the argument.
Shut
It's a
the
yes
frick
or
up.
no
Who the heck
question.
are you, man? What is going on? Calm
Okay,
your
well
shit
clearly
down,
you
Speeda.
believe they're
Okay, you
lying.
didn't get a
I know
chance
the
yet.
answer. Thank you. I know the answer. Your other friend answered
You didn't
way
ask
better than
me
you.
if I. Shut up, bro. You didn't ask me if they were lying. You asked me why they were lying. And I gave
No,
you
I asked
one
you
of the
if you
possible.
believed they were lying or not.
I gave you one of the possible answers as to why they would lie. So don't try to, you know.
Okay,
All
so
right, Speeda,
moral of the
you have
story.
something to. Hold on,
Long
Time
story
Master,
short,
calm down.
you think they're lying. Okay, that's all.
We're
Speeda,
not
go
the ones
ahead.
lying to you, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say your piece.
I know. I was just
mean,
telling you guys to
that's
stop
am I wrong?
arguing. But yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over that guy. What?
I was just saying, like, stop arguing. That's all I was saying.
Well, if he stopped lying, I wouldn't have to, you know, try to clear my name or something.
What was his point?
Exactly. I don't even know what his point was. I lost the point.
You wanted
I
to
don't
know
have a
Time
why
point.
Master.
they
I'm
did
asking
lie.
questions. I'm just
What
asking
did
if
you
they
ask?
believe the government is lying or not about their claims on
I think the
the Earth
government's
being
lying.
a sphere.
The government
About
is
what?
lying. I don't think this isn't a question. The government lies, so why wouldn't they lie about the most basic
Well,
fact?
congratulations.
The
You
Earth is
actually
flat.
answered my question. Thank you.
That was not your. You know what, Time Master? You have
That
lost
was my.
your. You have lost your privilege to talk in this room. You could stay and listen, or you can just go away. All right. Anybody else have any questions? Speeda, Jack.
I'm just here to be surrounded by like-minded individuals.
Why'd you mute him? Because he disagreed with you.
No, I muted him because he was lying.
Oh.
So if anybody else has a question, go ahead. You're more than welcome.
So like, what's the proof that like the Earth is not flat or not round? I guess.
What's the proof that the Earth is round?
Oh,
Stop yelling, Jack, please.
I'm sorry. I'm just very opinionated.
That's okay.
Is
Just
that
don't
funny?
yell in the
Is
mic.
that funny, Spider?
just like you're yelling a lot.
We can use our inside voices.
What if I'm not inside?
Just don't talk loud. It hurts my ears.
I know.
Anyways.
Talk quieter. Is this better?
Just like
Oh,
what's
Brandon, sorry. I forgot you were muted. I'll unmute you. I'll
it's
unmute
just
you,
like,
Brandon. Calm
what's
down.
the proof that the Earth is flat? I guess.
What's the proof that the Earth is round?
Well, it's a lot.
I feel
Are
like
you
look
sure?
around you, it's flat.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you look around, it's flat. Have you ever seen it curve? No.
Yeah, I've been
Where?
in an airplane before.
Where?
Have you been in an airplane before?
That guy's muted.
Like an optical
I think Lulu should go one-on-one with someone who's really interested. And if
I
you're a
genuinely wanna
person
know.
who thinks the ground is a ball and you're pretending to be a flat earther,
Yeah.
you'll be
Don't
muted.
stop
Because,
LARPing.
I mean, I'm
It's
a
not
pilot,
fun.
so like I've seen a lot of the ground
Congratulations.
stuff.
So what?
I've seen the Earth, the curvature. It's
Okay, at what height did you see the
Wow.
curvature?
at like 30,000 feet, 38,000
Okay.
feet,
Well, you
40,000
can't
feet.
see the supposed curvature at that height.
You can.
No,
Incredible
you can't.
Superman.
You actually can though.
So
No, you can't.
how have I seen it then?
You didn't.
So was it my eyes that are lying?
Correct.
Your brain was lying to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, okay.
Google says 35,000 feet.
What says
Google.
it?
You're gonna believe Google. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, who do you believe? Like the voices in your head?
What?
I mean,
So Speeda, I don't know how to say your name, but so according to the astrophysicists, you can't actually see the curvature of the Earth at a commercial airline height, which is usually 38 to 40,000 feet. Even at, I believe, 120,000 feet, you can't see the curvature of the Earth. So usually, this is what we get from Globers. They come in and say, "Oh, I've seen it from the plane." When you look out the plane windows, usually they have so that they can keep the pressure. They usually have a the way that they make their windows is like doubled or triple, and that causes a how do you say it? Like an optical illusion to what you see outside.
Yeah.
So sometimes you can even see the supposed curvature
Fish
of the
eye
Earth.
lenses.
Yeah, so you can see the curvature of the Earth even when you're at ground level. So I'm not saying that, I got a bit annoyed earlier, so I apologize.
That's fine.
But it's not like your brain was lying to you or you were lying. I do believe that sometimes people think that they see the
It's
curvature of
Donald
the Earth.
Trump. Donald Trump.
It's sorry, that totally distracted me.
Not fine.
Yeah, so it's not that you're not seeing the curvature. It's you think you're seeing the curvature, but it's actually the windows putting out like an optical illusion.
Okay.
I have a question for you though. You said that the number was even like 120,000 feet. You can't see it. What's your source for that? Like I'm on Google here, and there's like dozens and dozens of like actual scientists saying it's 35,000.
Well, can you link that for us, please? That's the first time I've
Yeah,
actually heard
please.
that a scientist says that. We do have
Google's
do
pretty
have.
cool resource.
Yeah, I mean, Google tells you a man can get pregnant too. That's fine. Whatever
I don't think that's
sources you want to
true.
believe. But hey, Google said it. It
I
must be
mean,
true,
Lulu, I
though.
don't think you're really arguing a good faith. You just keep like not even exploring the idea. You're just
So
set in your ways.
I have another question then. So
I'm
like,
sorry. Say that again, Brendan.
I said it seems like you're just automatically discrediting without even analyzing the source and like.
That's why I'm asking him to put
Mm.
it in the chat so I can analyze his source.
All right.
He
let's
just
put it in
said
chat.
Google, so
Okay. Well, whoever has it, post it.
yeah.
Plus, we know Neil deGrasse Tyson told us that at the Felix Baumgartner jump, that wasn't even high enough to see the curvature.
Oh, when you talk about
Dum,
the Red Bull guy,
120,000 feet.
the Red Bull guy.
Yeah, the Red Bull
Yeah.
guy.
oh yeah, I saw that. Wait, so when a
So
plane,
35,000
this
is
is like
a drop
another
in the bucket.
random question. Sorry about that, but like when a plane, like you've ever been on like a flight before, like the flight path has like a curve to it, like a really like it flies like if you're flying from like Chicago to like London, there it would go over like Greenland, like that one. If you want to like have a really like straight on flight, you'd think that going straight across would go, but like it would make sense on a globe, I guess. That's
Can I ask, are you really a pilot?
what? Yeah, I mean, I'm not like I don't have my license, but I'm like training.
A student pilot? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever accounted for curvature or the spin of the Earth when you fly?
On longer cross country flights, you do a little bit.
Have you done that when you fly?
Yes. You have to
You
do
have
math calculations for that.
for the speed or for the I'm sorry, not speed, for the spin or for the curve? Which one?
It's for like a slight magnetic drift. It's really not like anything like really like large. It's just a small like little, I guess, curve to it.
What's a light magnetic drift? Can you explain?
It's basically, from what I know, I'm not like a professional on this, so don't like take my source accurately, but from what I know, it's just like the drift of like changing the course from like, so I guess like magnetic east, you would like shift a little bit to like like instead of
Magnetic
like
east?
Oh, okay. He's trying to. Okay, and that. Hold on, Lulu. I think I'm gravitating
Okay.
to this here.
Okay.
So just so I understand, to translate for everybody here, a lot of that, wouldn't you agree, could be negligible? Yes, that's a very small value. Would it not be?
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Okay, so we can just kind of neglect that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even really. So I'm not trying to, Lulu. You go ahead, go back to it. But I just wanted to clarify that value can really be
Yeah, it's pretty
a
small.
very small change. It's basically just like magnetic direction. Like our interpretation, north, south, east, west. There's slight variations in that along a flight path, but it's so incredibly small that kind of is irrelevant to the conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah, so my main question is like, why would a commercial airline flight from like London to like Florida fly over like Greenland or something? Like, because if you've seen a flight path, it curves a lot. Like, I'm just asking that.
So why? Okay, I'm trying to understand your question. Why would a flight from Florida to where? England?
Yeah, just like across the like ocean, I guess. Any flight across the ocean, like
Right. So you go from point A to point B. Why would that necessitate the ground to be curving?
well, like because on a globe it would look like a straight line, but on like on like a flat Earth, it wouldn't really make sense, I guess.
Referring to jet flow, like mid upper level winds.
Not really, just kind of like if you want to like go on flight radar, you click on like any of the flights. I guess they're all tracked, so it's like live information. They're all flying like all the way like over like Antarctica sometimes.
Well, yeah, well, it's because if you're accounting for like say the North Pole and you're trying to fly from say New York to London, it's because of the circumpolar jet. Circumpolar jet's
Brandon, your voice is really low. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, that's okay. Is that better?
No.
Yeah.
All right. So you're referring to. I mean, the reason why those separate from the main conversation here is that you have the circumpolar jet, which because of a thermal gradient aloft, right, that the temperature difference with height causes stronger winds in that area, which can then thereby get the plane there faster from a point of New York to London as opposed to flying over the Atlantic. There's a curvature involved. I agree because I'm a spiritard, but I'm just saying like that's really the catalyst behind that flight path. It's that jet.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference, like if the ground was curving or not.
Now, Lulu, I would make the argument, and this would, for my fucking meteorology background, this would be another hour conversation, and I'm just too damn tired. I guess we could do it another time, but I would argue that there's, for the spiritard argument, the jet stream orientation would be more coincident with a curved Earth as opposed to a flat. I'm not trying to drop a conversation grenade to walk away because I would love to have that conversation with you guys. I'll just have to put a bookmark in it. But the point is, though, at least with this, it's a polar jet you're talking about,
Yeah.
and there's stronger winds. The plane could then get there faster. If you want to have a conversation about curve versus flat, that's more of a conversation about jet flow itself and the curvature of it, which is called a meridional flow. But that's a whole nother fucking rabbit hole.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could put a pin on it, and we can get back to that some other time if you want.
All right, that's all I'm asking. I guess.
So
I'll
do
just
you?
be silent.
So let me ask you a question then.
Yeah, sure.
This is the usual question that we ask here. So probably the people who come back here have heard it a gazillion times. Who has, or do you know of anybody that has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know anyone personally, but I feel like there would be
Or
like
in
information about
history?
that. It's like measured, like what do you like? Could you explain it a little bit more? Because I'm a little bit confused.
So would you agree that if we're talking about any surface that is a sphere or a shape that is a sphere, would need to have curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they claim that the Earth is a sphere, so therefore we would assume that there is a curvature to it. So who was the first one, or who was it in history that has measured that curvature first and said, "Oh, look, I have an actual measurement to this ground that is curving"?
So because there isn't like an exact measurement, it just doesn't exist.
Oh, but they give us a very specific dimensions to the Earth. How did they know these dimensions?
They probably measured in like nautical miles, so they
So
would.
who measure these nautical miles?
I have no idea, but because I don't know anything about history.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But I'd assume that the first person who did it was on like a boat, and they'd like measure it all around. I guess I don't know.
So you're trusting someone who was randomly on the boat and made the exactual measurements that you are being trusted to.
So the
And
Earth is
has
flat because you don't know the exact measurements of the Earth. I'm still sort of confused how this means the Earth is
No.
flat.
I mean,
No, no, no.
basically nobody does, to be honest.
This is just to ask, because you guys came in here, right? So we're just trying to figure out where you're at on the knowledge level of what you guys are arguing for.
I just have a
So
question for you though. Like,
so
why would they
Agos,
fake it being a globe? Yeah.
Agos, before we move on, do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, let's hear it.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
No, I don't. Who did?
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
Why would they fake it being a globe? What do they have to gain from it?
Oh man, this is what started my argument with Time Master.
Did it actually?
We really want to go down that
Yeah.
rabbit hole again. This is gonna get-
No, we won't get mad.
Like,
We'll try to be as honest as possible.
it's like give me like the cliff notes. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, so he asked the same thing, like, why would they lie, right? And I gave him one of the reasons, right? One of the possible reasons that they could lie about, or that that they could lie about, is the money that they get, which I said was about 120 million per day, which Brendan disagrees. Yeah, NASA
Per
gets
day? What?
okay, Brandon, I will give you that. I might be wrong on that number. The last time I checked, it was like 80 something million, and then This was just from somebody that they told me has increased to like 120. So
So
I will give
real
you that.
quick,
Either way,
I'll post it in chat. I'll post it in chat, and then I'll talk about it on the other side.
I have
yeah,
a
go ahead.
question.
Either way, it's a lot of money that they get,
Yeah.
regardless from from us, and so that's one of the possible reasons that they could lie.
Yeah, but I have a question. How does the money which they get, like, how's that influenced by the Earth being flat or a globe? Because like they're like making like satellites and like spaceships and stuff like that. What does that have to do with the Earth being flat? Well, and they still get the exact same funding.
No, why would we invest in satellites and in whatever it is, what ISS and all the crap that they tell us that they're doing, if the Earth is flat? Because we know all that crap is a lie.
Yeah.
So where does the money go?
Much.
Heck if I know, dude. I want my tax money back though.
Aren't these like public records though? Because it's like a government-owned agency, so it's all public records.
Let me ask you this, Agos. If let's say NASA says, "Oh, we're gonna spend $20 billion on this rocket ship," right? Whatever, and they build this rocket ship for 20 million instead, right? And the rest, who knows what they do with it? Would you really be able to know if they've really used up all of the 20 billion versus only 20 million?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they have like
See, so-
accountants and stuff. It's a big government agency, and also like.
Okay.
What does
no,
the Earth being
but
flat
is
have
it-
to do with like
I don't-
spaceships going to a different planet? If a spaceship's going to the moon, what does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
But okay,
No,
so
that-
that's another. I'm gonna let Brendan come in because I know he's been trying to talk. But that's another. So you have faith or you have trust in the government, which is fine. That's completely fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't have trust in the government, right? We love Big Brother, but when you look at history, right, and you look at how money flows in and out of places, I would suggest that you do a little bit more research on that. I don't want to get too much into it, but go ahead, Brandon. I'll let you say what you
So
want.
let's talk about the money part. I have a couple of different angles to this conversation. The first one is NASA falls under the Department of Commerce, just like NOAA. NOAA is the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, along with several other agencies. Discretionary
Wait,
spending.
what is it called? NOAA?
The National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. They're responsible for the National Weather Service,
Interesting.
Storm Prediction Center. I know the USGS also falls under the Department of Commerce. Collectively, the Department of Commerce in discretionary funding is this year $12 billion. $12 billion. That is then divvied up to various organizations that fall under the umbrella of the Department of Commerce. It is not just specifically NASA. So the claim, Lulu, that Lulu made about $120 million in spending per day on average for NASA is just not even close to even the number the Department of Commerce has in total. That was discretionary
Okay,
spending. That's number one.
like I
That's
said, I will take that back since I never confirmed that number. But do you have the specific numbers of NASA?
I
How much they
provided it in
get
chat.
among
Yeah,
those
Yeah,
12
I
billion?
provided that in chat. You're happy to read through that. That breaks down the itemized budget for each individual organization that falls under the Department of Commerce.
Also, if they only cared about like the money, why are they making a military
So
stuff?
I would have you have the opportunity to explore that and read into that as you may. To your point, Lulu, right? You made the argument that there is money that is listed publicly, right? I mean, I'm not in the business of exploring whether or not the government's lying to me or not. I mean, there have been times the government has lied. There's also been times the government has told the truth, both of which have happened in history. And I think you and I can both point to many different cases that's happened, right?
Sure.
But at the end of the day, if we're going off of just what is on paper, that's what it is, right?
Brendan,
Now the second
that's
thing,
not true.
the second thing is
You just ignore me,
my
or
question to you. Well, what are you saying is not true?
I posted a link from NASA. Their budget in 2023 was 25.4 billion, and proposed for 2024 is 27.2 billion. Now, yes, 120 million a day is a little off. It's more like 90.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
then the
take that
depart.
number
So yours is
back.
just the Department of Commerce. It's not NASA, bro. And if you actually read your link, it doesn't have NASA.
So again, the Department of Commerce provides funding to NASA, And to your point, right? This is not a
So they get
gotcha.
even more money.
You actually, I'm not
Wonderful.
done. I'm not done. Yes, they did get more money.
Well,
They
you
got more
ignored
money.
me and talked over
It's
me,
called money.
so maybe I should do it to you.
Lulu, can I respond to his point? Or is he going to talk over me? I was responding to his point.
Yeah, he is a mod dude, so I mean he can do
I
whatever he
understand. Well,
wants.
he can put me on mood or
But
whatever.
okay,
But
yeah, okay, all right, Chris.
what I
Let
wanted to finish in saying
him
is
say
that
it.
I've made my
yes,
point.
I know you did. I'm trying to say that yes, you are correct, right? You can get money from the Department of Commerce. It's called getting funding from other entities within the government. So yes, they got money from the Department of Commerce, X amount of dollars. Then they got money from, say, I don't know what other entity you'd be referring to there. I'd be interested to know. That
Comes
adds up
from
to
NASA
$23
itself.
billion. $23 billion. Yeah, but they get funding from somebody above. So that would be $23 billion in total. So yes, I will go with that number. I will concede that.
Above or
Either
us?
way, that number does not, and you've already conceded this, does not add up to 120 million. Listen, let's not get
Yeah,
hung up on the
okay,
funding
guy. I'm
itself.
sorry about the 120 million, bro. Dang.
It's fine. No, I know,
But
I know.
but the
But the
point is
point
they
is,
get a lot of money. The point is they
they
get
do.
a lot of
I agree.
money. That was
I
my
agree.
point.
No,
Okay, thank
I
you.
agree. So now the second point, second argument. In making my Spiritard argument here. Are we all familiar with the polar jet stream that exists at northerly latitudes? It's okay if you don't.
I think so. I think so, yeah. I'm not too familiar with it, so
That's
I
fine.
don't want to
That's
comment
fine.
too much about it.
That's fine. That's fair. The polar jet is the farthernmost jet. Essentially, you have low pressures that circulate around a point, and that point would in this case be the North Pole. My question to you is, and it's okay if you don't answer. I'm not going to be one of those that fucking calls you an idiot for it because it's a whole different sector of science. But if we are to go off of this flat Earth model, why does that jet circulate around a point as opposed to being flat?
Circulate around the what?
Around the pole. Why is it that that jet stream at the northerlymost latitude of the North Pole circulates around a point, and that point is the North Pole in a flat Earth model?
Let me guess.
So in
Maybe
other words,
that the
why?
GPS
So let me
doesn't work
help you out.
around the North Pole around.
So I'm using a flat Earth model here, right? I'm not using a
You
well.
know,
I'm
Brandon,
just
you
talking.
know we don't have a model, so I don't know what model you'll be using.
Well, sure. Let me clarify. So in meteorology, and I've had this conversation with Alpha before. I know he's not here, but in meteorology, we actually use a flat Earth model. Ironically, we do.
Can you post you post
Thank you
that?
for saying this.
Yeah.
Because
What
I
would you like
don't
me to
know what
post?
a flat Earth model is, though. I don't know what specifically you mean.
Okay,
So
so I'm talking about a weather, like just a regular weather map. It's not curved; it's flat, right? If we're looking at just the United States, I'm happy to post just a map, right?
are
But
you
I'm
talking about
just
kind of like the AE map?
sure, yeah. I mean, like anything, like Google Maps, right? Google Maps. If I just use Google Maps, it's what? It's not a globe; it's a flat Earth model, right? For the sake of GPS and shit like that. Meteorology,
Right.
we use
Okay.
that same map, but then we just overlay radar data. That's all I'm saying, right? So if I take that same map with respect to the North Pole, and I take a jet stream, the mid levels of our atmosphere, it is going to show me a curved jet around a point. That is what we call our circumpolar low or circumpolar jet. I will post this here in chat. My question to you is, when using that flat Earth model, when that jet is curved, how could that jet be curved under an actual flat Earth? Wouldn't the jet be straight across, more of a zonal flow?
Okay. I want to look at what you post first before I answer because
That's
I'm
fine.
not understanding why that would be impossible on a flat Earth. If it's happening on the sky,
Mhm.
like why would it necessitate for the ground to curve?
Well, sure, and I will post this for you guys. I don't want to just spit out information here, but
Yeah.
under that, right? If we were to go just saying the Earth is flat, right? Then I would expect that our jet stream from point to point would never be meridional. Meridional meaning that it curves, right? It has kind of that curvature to it. Instead, it would always be zonal.
Okay. Post it first because I have no clue what you're saying to me right
And
now.
and if you're laughing, I would love to, not you, Lulu, but the person that laughed and added to the peanut gallery, add a counter argument because you don't have one. So go ahead.
Oh, so I do not have one. So how do
Okay,
you?
that's what I thought.
Okay, so how do you explain the GPS works in general for the general airline?
I'm not talking about airlines here. I'm talking about a jet stream. I am not talking about an airplane here. I'm talking about
Yeah,
a
he's
jet
basically
flow.
talking about a weather pattern, right?
Weather
Hot and
patterns.
cold.
Correct.
So
And weather
Right.
yeah, I mean,
control.
how does
And what?
anyone
Hold on real
control
quick.
or steer or observe a weather pattern that is randomly not being able to being observed by just
Radio
the
songs.
moment that
Rock
is
songs.
at the moment?
Right. Radio signs.
And you
Satellite using a
post
flat
it.
Earth model. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
Somebody else
so
is
I,
going to
I
still
have like an idea of what you actually mean, and that I'm not like thinking of other
No. I
things.
get you. That's fair.
Yeah.
And I'm also giving you a lot of information. It's not to like, be a dick and overload you on information and not give you the opportunity to at least look into it and counter it. So I'm going to provide that for you here.
No, I'm pretty sure I've seen the map that you're talking about because I think there was actually a website that put it up kind of as a joke. At least they put flat Earth and then discontinued that portion of their site. But what you're talking about is hot and cold, right? And since you provoke the model, right, a flat Earth model or projection, whatever it is, because we don't have a model. That would say that the sun is, of course, circling that table, right? Changing the hot and cold and creating jet streams as we know it. Now, whether they curved or they don't curve, at least laterally, what does that have the effect on the shape of the ground?
So the flat Earth part, I'm just to clarify, and I provided the source here for you guys. You can take a look at that. That just shows weather models, and that's not what I'm pointing at. I'm just pointing at the map itself, and we use in atmospheric science a flat Earth model for the sake of calculating. Because when it comes down to curvature, as we all have established, right? Can you exactly measure the Earth? What was it? What did you say, Lulu?
The
What's the
curvature.
question? The curvature, right? Can you physically do that? I think we all can agree. The answer is no. It would require somebody
Exactly.
else.
Yes.
Yes, right. So we agree on that. So
Wait,
using a
no, no,
flat
no,
Earth,
no, no, no. I don't agree to that. You should be able to measure the curvature if one exists.
well, you can, but you're not going to agree with me because it's going to be
But
used
does
to. It's
it?
not used as the ruler.
This is the point. This is the point he makes. And
So, but to before we get ahead of ourselves, to answer the second part of the gentleman's question, I'm referring to in this case the polar region. If in the case of a flat Earth, that jet should not circulate around a point. Instead, it should be straight across because in terms of zonal flow, right, and those winds aloft are because of the temperature gradient that exists with height. That would simply be the divide between cold air to, let's say, the north, in the northern hemisphere, and warm air to the south. And that would be constant in a flat Earth model.
Well. What are you
Right.
talking about?
But nothing to do with a globe.
Wait a second.
I just said because then that curvature would not exist under a flat Earth. It
No,
would
no.
have to
I
be
mean, I'm just divided in the jet streams in 3 points. Basically, 1/3, 1/4, and 1/8.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, my internet is very laggy, so it's taking forever for me to open it
Oh,
up.
that's
So
fine.
just continue talking because I don't know.
That's all I
I
really
still don't know
have.
what you guys are talking about. So
No, that's all I really have. I mean, I guess I could share my screen, but I don't know. It's up to you guys if you want me to do that.
yeah, even if I join it, my internet is very
That's fine.
choppy, so it's
That's
just
fine.
gonna be
Well,
slow.
listen, it's you guys know. I mean, I've listened, and at the end of the day, I've been in this VC with Alpha and Jedi and all you guys, and you guys at the end of the day have been. I made this observation last night. I find that the spiritards like myself, we do you guys actually do a better job at stating the arguments and laying the foundation than a lot of us. And I think I was
Thank
talking
you.
about anchovies the first time. No, I acknowledge that, right? And I went to school for this shit. But, you know, the important thing is the one thing that we learn, at least through my degree, is to have conversations like this in order to challenge the understanding, right?
I definitely agree.
I'm never going to agree on flat Earth, and you guys may never agree and side with me. But at the end of the day, the important thing about science is that we are always challenged. You guys have it is expected of me to be challenged by you guys, and rather than me saying you're just fucking stupid, it's no, here's why I get to my reasoning, right? That's the most important thing.
I mean, fair
Unfortunately,
point, but how do you agree to us in the first place in regards to what has been offered to you in regards to understanding your point that has been offered to you?
yeah, well, I mean, it goes back to just what I've had to do through their academia, which is we literally use a flat Earth model for a lot of our governing equations in meteorology. Like the curvature of the Earth in many cases, I guess with the exception of synoptic scale, is negligible, especially at the surface. Like closer to the surface, the quote unquote curvature of the Earth would be negligible. So that's what I'm trying to get at. But see, everybody thinks that we're always using a curvature or a Spiritard model for a lot of things we look at, but no, it's actually derived from a flat Earth model. So
Well,
that's where I
yeah.
do
How would radar work on a globe?
exactly. Bingo. 100%. So
That
I
is
forgot where I
so
was going with that.
weird. How are you saying all this and then like resetting to saying, "Oh yeah, it's still a globe," though? I don't
No,
understand that.
because what the point I'm trying to get at is that every time I've been in this VC, you have spiritards that come in, and they'll usually use one or two arguments. And I heard one of them tonight. The first one is, well, what about gravity? Second one is, well, I was on a plane and I saw the curvature of the Earth. More of like hey, I saw it. Why don't you just look at the sky? Like none of that. One of them is just a quote unquote constant value that adds nothing to the conversation. The other one is just an observation. My point, Lulu, I'm trying to get at is I actually do respect and appreciate that you guys come in and challenge the line of thinking, whereas the others would rather just say that you're stupid without providing any substance or any argument other than gravity and I saw it curve. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well,
We'll
I
never agree.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
But
plus, but please refrain from spirit thoughts and other refraining.
I
You know,
will
it's like
always be a
it
spirit.
sounds really stupid. You know, it's like
Yeah, you don't
just
have to use
yeah,
that.
just find another word for this.
Well, who's that guy that was in here that always said it? It got stuck in my head. He's no longer here. What's his fucking name? You guys know what
I
I'm
don't
talking
know,
about.
but so my page finally loaded, and
Okay.
all I see is, I mean, it's like it might make sense to you, but all I see is like purple, pink, white
It's yes,
stuff
and that's
with numbers and
100%. So my whole thing in that is to, like I said, I want you to definitely like my whole thing is, and actually here, you know what? Do you mind if I share my screen? I'm not gonna like go into a
yeah,
whole
you can.
diatribe, but just to explain it, right?
So let me just ask you one thing.
Sure.
You know how we say that the Earth, I'm sorry, the sun, the moon, and the stars they circulate above, right?
Right.
You understand that concept, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. If it's an astronomy question, I have limitations. But go ahead.
No, like the claim from the flat Earth side, meaning that the Earth is stationary and is a plane, and the sun and the moon
Oh,
and the
sure,
stars
sure, sure.
circulate up above. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, why can this same thing be applied to your weather pattern jet stream thing that you're talking about?
I don't know if it can or can't. I really don't. Because I'm mostly talking about um a thermodynamic relationship, right? With respect, like so for example, okay. So I'm just playing this out. This is just a weather model. I mean, my whole point is not to show you a weather model. It's just to show you what a typical pathing would look like. This is taking a flat Earth model, right? So this is a flat Earth model of the North Pole. North Pole would be
Hold on.
somewhere in the
Let me
north.
try to change my internet connection because I can't see anything and it's very slow. Give me 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay. Oh, where'd he go? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Can still hear you, but yeah, it looks like he maybe fell off.
Oh, I'm still here. Okay, I thought I got disconnected. I was gonna change back to the other connection. Okay. I guess we can wait for him. But do you understand his point about the jet stream?
Yeah, I was actually just about to make a GIF of it and post it just because, I found the weather data he's talking about, and is a really great site. Um, and he's spoken about this before, maybe not this topic, but he's definitely spoken in here. He's a pretty cordial glober for most of the time, but yeah, if you take a look at it, it just looks like regular hot and cold weather pattern, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, what that has to do with either flat or globe, nothing, like this is the true data of what is happening. So what? You know?
Yeah, and I'm assuming after they use this, they just project it onto a globe, right?
Well, he's even admitting that of course they use an an ASML an ASML projection map, you know. Um, but if you notice even on this website, they only have radar in certain areas, and the rest of it seems to be almost like a projection. But here, I'll make this GIF real quick.
Okay. I'm trying to zoom out of this thing. It only shows the US for me.
Yeah, so if you click on zoom at the top, it says like Northern Hemisphere. If you click on that, it shows like all
Um,
the different regions.
where is zoom? I don't see zoom on my. I don't see that. Is it on the right side? You said right top.
Like top, it
Oh
should
my
say like
gosh, it's right in the
there's
middle.
something that says
Fudge.
model, zoom,
Yeah.
animation. Yeah.
Oh, snap. Okay, I see it. Yeah, so I don't get why it wouldn't be like, why do you need the ground to curve? Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't. This doesn't prove flat or globe is what I would tell him, and was trying to tell him.
Yeah. Venetian merchant, are you there?
Yes.
Hey,
up?
yeah, I think we muted you earlier. Did you have anything you wanted to say or ask?
No, I'm just playing some video games, listening. I'm just listening. I don't have anything to say. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
No, I don't have anything to say.
Mm-hmm. Mic check. Hello.
Sound good?
Oh, dang it! I got dropped, so I have no idea what you said, Venetian. But the last thing I heard was I have no questions, so I'll just leave you alone.
Yeah, I think he said he was just listening.
Okay, good. What about Opsis with the rainbow? Hello.
Hey, I was trying to find on some flat Earth resources how gravity works in a flat Earth model. The best explanation I found was that we're in a constant acceleration upward. Is that the
Oh,
general consensus or what?
wow. Uh, Chris, do you want to take it?
Well, I would say, where did you hear that? Was it something called the Flat Earth Society?
I think yeah, it was a wiki that they had linked to, yeah.
Right. Well, that's actually Controlled Opposition, the Flat Earth Society, made in
Oh.
1970. Made by, I think, Leo Ferrari. But yeah, it's kind of to make flat Earth look bad. No one who is actually a flat earther thinks that the Earth is accelerating upwards, right? Quote unquote gravity is easily explained through relative density, right? When I drop something, it falls simply because, well, it's trying to reach equilibrium again, but also because the air around it is lighter, right? So the rock falls to the ground. Same thing as if I drop an
Oh.
apple into water, it floats because of density.
Okay. So like you can dig really big holes in the crust of the earth because there's just so much of the of like the dirt there, and that's the relative density that you're talking about.
Not quite. Like, like, have you ever picked up a rock and dropped it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it falls to the ground not because some force is magically pulling it to the ground, but it falls because the air around that rock is lighter. So it falls, right? Just like if I drop a helium balloon, it goes up, right? It doesn't go down because nothing's forcing it to go down. It goes up because, well, the air inside the balloon is lighter than the air around it. So it goes up.
So literally the same principle as buoyancy. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Of course. But yeah, there's a lot of disinformation out there, right? To discredit um, this very questioning, this critical thought of, do we live on a globe, right? Can we prove that we live on a globe at all?
Wow, sounded like a
Damn,
globe
I'm
head
about to
to
sing.
me.
Indeed, a globe head.
Banned.
Mods, get that ass banned. Get him out of here.
I mean, that's all they got. You know what I mean?
Hey, hold on, real talk though. So I have a question. So I've heard no, I've heard some flat earthers kind of use the container argument before, that Earth is like a container and that we're like in a flat container basically. So if we are in a container, can we interact with the edge of the container?
I don't know. I mean, it's a cool question, but I've never experienced a container besides experiencing gas pressure, right? In the air that me and you are breathing.
You know what? I'm stupid enough that you could probably sway me to believe in this shit. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm
No, I
very
wouldn't
About
say you're
being
stupid,
stupid.
man. You should never call
no,
yourself that.
not stupid, but more or less like I don't know.
Not having an open mind is more the
Yeah,
detriment.
and I don't trust the government, so
Well,
fuck
you're
Well,
already
it
one up
doesn't
then.
have anything to do with the government either.
Well, yeah,
I mean, don't
but
get me
think
wrong, they
about it.
lie
I know.
about stuff, and this
In
happens to be one of them too, but
In
it's
America,
not their fault.
almost everything that we know about space is provided to us by the government, at least in the modern day.
Well, yeah. We can't go there
Most
and
people
verify
in the
it, but
government don't know either.
Fair enough.
they believe the lie too.
Who knows? Maybe one day I'll get to interact with the edge of the container, or maybe one day I'll sail from California to
Well,
New York
would you need to
around
do
the.
that to know that the Earth measures flat?
Well, if you can travel from California to New York, but not going around South America, but instead crossing what theoretically shouldn't exist if we are a flat plane. So if we were a flat plane, it wouldn't really be possible for us to travel from California around the Horn of or under the Horn of Africa to New York like we are able to.
I think that's a misunderstanding of maps versus the place. I think the maps
Maybe
that
I
you're
am
looking
a
at
little
are
retarded.
like the wrong
Oh,
projection.
stoned. Yeah, you're probably right. But like think about it. So if there's an area to cross under South America, there's an area to cross under the Horn of Africa. If you take a boat, theoretically, go from California, you go through the Pacific, you go through the Indian Ocean, then you go down under the Horn of Africa, up the western coast, past the country Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, and then you go to New York. If we are living in a container, a flat space, that wouldn't technically be possible. There would have
It's
to
called a
be.
circle. It's called a circle. A big flat circle.
Oh, brother.
If globers know anything, they know how to go round in circles.
It's nuts, isn't it?
You just dip? Guess so.
That was weird.
His mum got home.
You talking to flat earthers again?
I don't know if we ever spoke with Cool Awesome. Cool Awesome, hello? You're too cool to speak to us.
Typical.
I mean, with a name like Cool Awesome, you gotta at least be one of those.
I don't think Brandon is gonna return tonight.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna come back. Which is unfortunate. I just got this GIF ready.
GIF. Get him, boys. Look at Heretic.
I really go back and forth on that one.
Yeah, for some reason I'm stuck on GIF, even though I'm well aware that there is a reasonable argument to the contrary.
No, there isn't.
Same, I'm like,
It sounds dumb.
both are right. In this case, it's subjective.
It does sound dumb. That's one of my main reasons.
How you guys doing?
Hey, I'm doing well.
Good.
Good.
Miserable.
Oh.
Why miserable?
It's cold.
And he can't find
You
any
realized
globe
it wasn't a
proof.
globe.
Yeah, but it's the weekend.
Is it?
For me.
Hey, thank you. Like, are you there? Did she go somewhere?
Who?
He's dead
The
in the stanky.
Oh, yeah,
the
she's
person
gonna be right
called
back.
Stanky like.
She's
Sorry?
muted.
Oh, she's muted? Alright.
Deafened.
Yeah, it's just so she can't hear
Oh,
sound.
sorry, yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. Is anyone close with her?
Close as in.
Like friend? Like
Define
friends?
close.
Just like friends. Like I don't know. Like that they've known them.
Not really. Not here at the moment, I don't think.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know. I'm just because I was because I noticed she was leading the
Leading
the
is a
topic of
strong word, more
discussion.
like silencing.
She's a mod.
Okay, let's just say she was speaking a lot. Does anyone know where like she learned all her information?
Reality.
Yeah.
WikiLeaks.
You can ask her when she comes back. I mean,
Okay.
Flat level water. Where did you learn your
She
information?
learned it. She learned it in planet
through
Earth.
life.
Are you a
Where'd
flat
you
earther?
learn it?
Whoever said that?
I learned my information from education, like
I
Oh,
schools
got,
and
that's
stuff.
I got
dumb.
some education as well.
Yeah, so
So
you
why do
just
you
believe
think-
what you're told, do you?
Yeah, kinda. I'm
You
like a
fucking
sheep.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, I am a sheep, but I take pride in it. I think. I don't know.
That's fair enough.
As long as I know I'm a sheep, I think I'm fine. Cause I've never had aspirations to be the wolf or the sheepdog, so
Bah.
you know why worry about if you're a follower when you're having fun being one.
But you can know things for yourself, right?
Yeah, but you make more money as a leader.
You're fine.
Are you a leader?
I am.
Do you make a lot of money?
A little bit. Made
Minted.
1,000 Robux last month.
Big
Robux.
money.
Oof, look at this guy.
Robux, that's crazy. That's worth a
Yeah.
lot. That's more than a Bitcoin. It's nuts.
I bought a new haircut.
Oh, that's pretty good. But it looks fresh.
It's worth more than the ruble.
Isn't
Yeah.
Roblox? Isn't Roblox like flat?
Yeah,
Huh?
it's pretty flat. It's like a square.
It's also a
It's
video
flat,
game.
it's flat as my balls.
It's like Minecraft. I think.
Flatter than my balls.
We did hear you. We just didn't laugh.
You mean like footballs?
say it one more time. It's gonna be funny.
Just
Third
crack
time's
it,
a
just
charm.
try again.
I'll say it more convincingly.
Okay. All right, let's go. Got it.
See it.
Earth. Flat.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Oh yeah. That was a really good. That got me. That got me.
I'm going back to the globe now.
I know, man. Such proof.
Yeah, these guys are too convincing.
Hey.
So did
Tired.
you still have any questions, Time Master?
Nope. I just have one question for Stinky Leg. That's it.
Well, I know you left off on, why would they lie?
I did, and then I kind
Why
of
would they lie?
realized that I don't know. I mean, at this point, I honestly just I even if your answer makes total sense, clearly I don't understand it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just I just can't understand what you're trying to point. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just gonna let you win that argument because I give up on that.
Oh, that's fine, man. All I'm pointing out is
Nonsense.
all I'm pointing out is if you ran into a murder scene, you're like, oh my god, there's a dead body on the ground. Who could have done this? Right? And you don't even worry about the body. Or in this case, that they're lying to you about a globe, right? You're more worried, why would they do that? And don't get me wrong, I think everybody kind of has that question. They have that cognitive dissonance of, wait a minute, why would they lie to me about Santa Claus? Well, it's tradition. You know what I mean? Why would they lie about this? I mean, there could be a lot of reasons. People aren't doing these things on purpose either. Maybe they just believe the lie too, and they continue it. You know what I mean?
I guess yeah. I mean, I guess I have always wondered why Santa Claus just became a thing, but
I'm just
I mean,
saying,
I
what's the
wasn't
guys
mad.
that
I wasn't mad that it existed. I mean, it definitely it was definitely thrilling when I was young. And I guess now I was the one who received the gifts, and now I create gifts because I'm old enough to start giving my siblings gifts and stuff. So
right? But do you remember that moment where you were like, wait a minute, Santa Claus isn't real?
mean, honestly, when I found out, I was at my grandpa's house, and because we have
And you
Christmas there.
cried.
And no, I was honestly not really surprised. I mean,
You remember where you were?
I was at my grandpa's house, and there was always this guy who came over, right? And he was dressed as Santa, and we always believed he was Santa. And then he was driving away, and I was kind of curious, so I looked outside, and then I saw him driving away in like a GMC truck, and I was like, oh. I was like, well, clearly
Oh
he's
no.
not Santa.
That's not a
So
sleigh.
then I presumed maybe Santa's real. Like maybe this guy just comes over to like give us entertainment, because like I know my family clearly pays him. But then
He's an agent for Santa. He wasn't Santa.
Yeah,
He's
Santa's
Santa's
ambassador.
co-worker. He's an agent.
but then a year later, that's when I realized at midnight my parents and my grandparents go in my grandparents' bedroom, and they go in their closet, and there's just like, I mean, there's like
You
towers of
found
just
presents in the
presents,
closet,
just like
right?
wrapped like a couple months ago, just like waiting to be put out. I'm like, oh, it's all you, and they're like, yeah, it was all us. Like we just do Santa
But
because it's a
why?
thrill. I'm like,
But
I
why?
don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. Tradition.
But I mean, I like the way that you laid it out though. Like you first saw Santa driving away in a van, and that's not right. That's some evidence that this Santa guy is not adding up, right? But you played it off. Next thing you know, you find him presents in the closet, and you're like, wait a second, right? More
No,
evidence that
I didn't
says
find
Santa
it. Like
isn't
I
real.
literally, I told my parents what I discovered when I saw him driving away, and then they just confessed. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, that's good then.
But like at that
Do you
point, I
remember
wasn't
how
really
old you were?
surprised. Yeah, I was around. I guess this was. I guess this was around like 6th to 7th grade. Yeah, like in between. I was probably like 12 at the time.
So did everybody else around you already kind of know, or it was just never a spoken thing?
I mean, that was definitely the time a lot of people were like finding out. I went to my friends, and they kind of just told me right away, like, oh yeah, we know he's not real. And I'm like, oh, so you're not the only ones that found out. I'm like, okay.
Interesting.
You guys had like an
'Cause I would
emergency
say,
meeting. Santa's not real, guys.
No. I mean, I literally went on the bus, and we were just talking about, we were excited for Christmas break, and then my friend just brought that up, and I'm like, oh, like yeah, I'm actually like surprised. You already know as well. Like I guess a lot of people are kind of just like realizing that now.
It's similar to, the Earth is not a cartoon globe, right? Similar to that. Hey, we don't live in a cartoon, bro. What really? Oh yeah. Kind of figure we don't live in a cartoon in the TV. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I honestly, I guess at the end of the day, I really don't know if it's. I would assume it's round, but I guess at the end of the day, I don't really know because I haven't seen it myself. Like,
No.
I haven't actually been. I haven't been to a point where I could actually view if it was fully round or not. So technically, I don't actually know the answer, so I couldn't back up if I was in an argument.
What if you could
But I
never
would
know?
believe that
What
it's
if
round.
the answer is that you can't know the shape of reality? There's no way to know it, but some guys are just telling you that they know.
But what about the astronauts? Like all those guys.
I mean, if I could never find out the answer, I would just stop giving a shit.
Okay.
Like I just wouldn't care anymore at that point. I'd just be like,
Because when you
well,
say
clearly,
round,
like,
you know, round, a circle can be round, right?
Don't play the
Listen.
word games. Come on, guys. We know what he means by round.
yeah, I do believe a circle can be round. Yes, like a ball.
Circle is not a ball.
A ball can be circular, though.
Oh wait, my bad. No, yeah, I screwed that up. No, yeah, a circle, like a 2-dimensional. Yeah, 2-dimensional circle. Yeah, I would say that's round. And then as for a ball, I would classify that as a sphere.
You see, words have meaning, right?
Hey, what do flat earthers think the sun is made out of?
Sun.
I don't
You got
know.
this one,
I'm not.
Jedi.
I don't.
We make no
I don't
claims
know.
about anything
It's made
whatsoever.
out of sun. It's made out of sun.
Made out of sun.
Sun stuff. Sun stuff.
Some stuff, yes.
And the moon? Moon stuff.
All
Is
right.
the moon flat? Is the moon flat? Like,
It
genuine
has to
question.
be.
So the sun's flat and the moon's flat then?
It has to be.
Well, yeah. If the Earth is flat, then
Hey,
everything
why
in the
does the
sky must
moon
be
look
flat
different at
too.
different times of the month? How does that work?
Ask the moon.
If the Earth is flat, where are my socks?
If
Oh,
it's
so
if
you
the
guys
earth is
don't really have
flat,
any answers.
if the earth is flat, why does coffee taste like coffee?
That's a non sequitur.
What?
I never started my
All right.
my questions with
I
if
would
the
like
Earth is flat.
to. I would like to get my question for Stanky Leg because I have been waiting. Just like I just want to
And
ask her one question.
I'm gonna mute you right now. There you go. Congratulations.
Wait, why'd you
Lulu,
mute
they
us?
were asking for you earlier. They were asking for you.
Because I felt like it. None of your beeswax.
Okay.
Me
It
and
was
Timeshare,
communication
we go
between.
way back. Not Timeshare. What the heck is his name?
Oh,
Time
there's
Master.
history here. Okay.
All right. I will let you ask your question if you admit that you lied before. Oh,
I
it's not
lied
working.
before.
There we go. Go ahead.
All right. It's just gonna be one question. That's it. Not beliefs, not anything. I just want to know origin.
Are
That's all.
you going to admit that you lied?
I just did. Yes, I admit that I lied.
Am I the one
Okay.
that's lagging, or is it you?
I think
You're
it's
lagging.
You're
Because
lagging.
I don't know.
His reply sounded correct. I mean, yeah. If you don't hear him, it might be you, Lulu.
Okay, everybody stop lagging. Fix your stuff, guys.
Okay.
You're the one lagging. Fix your stuff.
Okay. I just want to ask because all right. So I learned all the information, whether it's true or not. I learned from American education. I'm curious, where did you learn all your like let's not say the internet. I'm just talking in general. Like
You live in
where
Mexico?
did you
You learn in America, like Mexico?
like the United States?
Oh, United States education. Me too. Me too. United States education system. Yes, same as you.
Okay, and then as for Stanky Leg,
Okay.
what about you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of it. Everything was roboting for me, so we
Lulu,
have to.
you're robotic. You're having issues, Lulu.
No, am I still roboting?
No, you're not roboting, but whatever you're listening to from here, it's roboting to you, so you're having a connection issue.
Yeah, I know. I was joking earlier, but okay. So did Time Master admit that he lied?
Yep.
Yes.
He did. Twice.
You
He
lied
did?
twice.
Oh, dang it, I
Oh,
missed it. Okay, fine. I'll take your word for it.
what
All
did
right,
I
go
do?
ahead, ask your question.
So I learned my information, whether it's true or false, from United States education, right? I'm just curious, where did you learn like before you found out actual true information, where did you learn your like who taught you your information like originally? Like what like did you grow up in the United States? Are you from because I'm just trying to get like different perspectives.
Yeah, I went to school in the US. Some parts of it.
Okay, cool.
My life. But yeah, I learned everything about the globe at least from the good old USA.
And then when
Yeah,
did
but
you
he said that
start like
he learned the truth from the schools. That doesn't learning something in school doesn't necessarily mean that you learn the truth.
well
Why
yes,
don't
that's
you
why
say
I
I learned
said
the
true
truth?
or not because like at this point I don't even know anymore. But when did you start like realizing that what schools were teaching weren't fully accurate?
Is that directed
But
to
in
me?
what
Ooh.
specifically?
Yes.
Just the Stanky Leg because like I can tell that you don't always believe what like the education we're given is true, which I don't disagree with. So I'm just curious, like, when did you
Like when
start
they tell you
realizing?
that red is red and blue is blue, one is one, they're lying about that. Like when you say the education is lying to you, you mean you gotta be more
I
specific,
don't
bro.
know. I'm curious. Like what I learn, I believe 100, like not majority percent half the time. Like if I think, yeah, like if they tell me 1+1 = 2, I would believe that they are telling the truth. When did you start like
Okay.
questioning whether they were like true or not?
So I've never made the claim that all education was a lie. So I don't know where you got
Exactly.
that idea from, but it's depending on what we're talking about. There are specific things that are in the textbooks that is a lie for sure. But I'm not saying all of education is a lie. I think it's a lot of it is a waste of time, but I don't think it's a lie.
There
Okay.
you go. So your straw man has been burned.
Got it. All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really understand. Like when you started like just thinking like, maybe what I'm learning isn't like fully accurate. Maybe I need to investigate this myself because clearly, like, I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. Like I would definitely say like education is like valuable and it definitely teaches us a lot of things. But I would definitely agree that there's at some points we got to like question whether people are actually like being fully accurate or not. So.
Well, I knew certain part of my education was BS at the time of 12. It's not. You don't have to be. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out. Wait, did I drop out?
Nope.
Hello?
No.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
Okay. And
when
then
when they were teaching us all that BS about evolution, uh, what grade was that? What is that? 7th grade, I think, or 8th grade, whatever grade it is that they start. How old was I?
Probably middle school, yeah.
What age is 7th grade? I don't remember.
Middle. It's
11,
like you're like turning 13.
Okay, so yeah, I would say that all of that was just never made sense to me at all. But of course, I had to memorize it and make sure I, ticked the correct box in order to pass the class, and I did that. But when I went to my math class, however, yeah, 1+1 = 2 because that's something everybody could verify and it makes sense, So
And you know when they said 1+1 = 2, and you see that globe on the table right there in the corner, that's where you live, on that globe. That's one truth with one lie mixed together.
Got it. And then I'm just curious. This might be a out of discussion question, but is there a chance you can tell me just like what you do for a living, like how what you've learned has impacted your life today?
hello, what?
Hello. Gentleman wants to know
I
what you do
breathe
for a living.
for a living. I breathe air, drink water, and eat food to be able to live.
Awesome. But like, what can you tell me like your occupation, like how you contribute to like the world? Like, are you like do you work in like medication?
I put my energy into the system, and I pay taxes, and I contribute to the tax bracket of the system. Yeah, that's my
So
contribution.
like so you work in like the
And then I
financial
go,
department, like money and stuff.
I pick up a trash bag, and I go pick up trash sometimes around the community, like
Who's your
cans,
boss?
aluminum cans.
Okay.
Wait, why are
Is
you
that good
interviewing
enough for you?
us?
Is that good enough
No,
for
no,
you?
no.
I pick up
I'm just curious because like
trash cans.
I'm curious where
Time
this
Master,
I'm
what is it that you do? Where did you get your
I'm a
education?
student.
What level is your education?
I'm currently
When
still
are
a
you going to
student. That's why
graduate?
I'm just
What is
curious.
your major?
Graduate yet.
I'm gonna
Where do you live?
graduate. I'm
I'm
not
just
okay.
playing. Okay, go ahead.
Do you have
I'm
truck
gonna
license?
graduate around 2025. So I'm a junior in high school. So I'm just curious, like, how has thinking this way, like, what do you do for a living? Like,
Junior, what
how
is
has
that
learning this?
age? What are you, like 17?
I pick up aluminum cans across the road,
Yeah.
supervised.
Yeah,
I
we
need
have
a
that.
supervisor to do it.
Okay, cool. And then Stanky, like, what do you do for a living? Like, just like, what's your occupation?
I live for a living.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Me
like,
too.
do you work at like a job? Like, do you?
I do, and it's none of your business. Dang, man. It all up in my.
No, I'm just curious. I mean, I don't know. Like,
What does
I
that
might get a
matter?
job
What
as
does
like
not?
a.
You know what? I'm a bum. I'm a homeless bum. There
I
you
don't have
go.
a job either.
None of us have a
Yeah.
job. We did no. None of us graduated. I dropped out of
Makes
middle
Job,
school.
sense.
job,
Actually makes sense a
jobs,
lot.
jobs don't like
Yeah.
me. Jobs don't like me.
Yeah, good one.
No. I mean, I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to just understand where you guys are coming
Actually,
from. That's it.
when I get a
When you
job,
go
I get
physicist,
allergies. So I'm allergic to jobs. So yeah.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
We
you
are.
Find out if
so
you've
Listen,
got proof of Earth curve as
we
well.
are all losers here in this flat Earth society. Anything else you wanna get out of your bias? Your what is it called?
I can't
I'm
even
Get
not
your
spell
I'm not
my
trying to
views.
own
be
name.
biased. I'm just trying to understand what environment you guys are living in. I don't think that's bad
The
at all.
United
I
States
think
of
you guys have
America
an incredible
environment. In
community.
America, this is my environment. America. That's my environment.
Okay, awesome. But
Yeah.
like, do you actually have a job or no?
Time Master, they don't have
Yeah.
jobs
What
because they're
does
fucking
that have
losers
to
who didn't get
do?
out of middle school. They didn't
Yes.
graduate middle school because they're
Yeah,
fucking
that's what's
stupid.
happening. Yeah,
Sorry, let me
Yes,
correct you,
that is
Spider.
true.
well
I don't have a
That is
job
Okay,
true.
because
I
you
don't
don't
think you
need one.
guys are stupid
Yep.
at all. I don't
Well
think you
done.
guys are
You
stupid
left
at
it
all. I think
anyway.
you guys are an incredible community. You're very united. That's awesome. I'm just curious. Do you guys have
What
actual
does that have
professions
to
in the
do with
world?
the shape of the Earth? What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? Me
Because
having a
I'm
job, does it
curious.
change that
I'm
it's flat
curious
or
how this
globe?
community works.
Who cares, man? Just if you have
Well,
a
wouldn't you guys care? Aren't you running it?
no, I don't care what
Hey,
Jedi
bro.
does. I don't care what Chumsy does. What I know they're good people. That's all I care about. Who cares what the freak? They're intelligent beings that are actually questioning their environment. They're critical thinkers, unlike other people who just follow
Okay.
along with what they're told. Okay?
It's not a cult, dude.
So you, but you do have a profession in the world. Like you don't have to tell me what it is, but you do.
I pick
Hey,
up the
look,
Yes,
if
cans
I need
across the
money,
all of us
road.
do.
I'll go drive a truck.
Okay. Okay.
Are you saying that picking up
That's all.
cans is a bad thing?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I'm just curious. Like, I'm just curious what you guys do for a living because you all have something in common. I'm just curious if you guys all like have a, if you all work in like a common environment, like if you all work in finance or if you all work with like
Yes, I
politics.
do
Like, it's
finance.
Are you
When I sell the cans and they give me the money, I invest it into stocks, crypto, and all that stuff.
all right.
are
Cool.
you are
It's
you
good.
are you worried like if you go into a certain job it might be like transmittable or something? Flat earth virus.
I'm not worried at all. I'm just curious, like how all of you have something in common, like you all believe, in this philosophy, and I think that's awesome. Like
not a philosophy.
You
I don't know a
all.
lot of communities like this. It's cool.
It's not a philosophy,
Okay,
dude.
Jedi is gonna go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry,
Go
it's not. It's not. I mean, you're using words out of context, man. Right? Flat Earth isn't a philosophy. Flat Earth is a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. That's why we say it's flat,
So
because it's directly
so
measured
it's a
by the Earth.
fact. That's what you're saying. It's a fact.
Yes, it's a knowledge claim. Yep.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So yeah, just look, you're being softly trolled here by some of my friends, right? Because you're kind of asking an irrelevant question. But if you're going to ask, good questions, we'll give you solid answers. If you use words incorrectly, then I will come along and correct you on those words. Because if you're here to gain knowledge about how we perceive the world, then it's probably poignant that you use the correct terminology, right?
Well, yeah. I'm just because I've noticed you all have an interest in this topic, so I'm just curious. Like, I love science. I'm curious if
Mhm.
I pursue some job that involves science, like maybe this topic might come along in my life. Like, I'm just curious. Like, is that how it would work?
I wouldn't have thought so, mate. Not really. Not unless you're going into one of the fields of staring at the sky, like astronomy or theoretical astrophysics or something like that. Not really.
Okay.
When he says that he loves science, do you know what science is?
I don't, but I've loved looking up. I like the stars. I'm always curious what's out there. Like, like that's something I want to study.
Is looking at the star science?
I mean, I think the study of like what's going on with them, yeah, like isn't that called astronomy?
Is that a science? No, it's not.
But aren't there science electives we can take in high school and education, like physics, chemistry, and biology? Are those sciences?
If they've got an experiment in them, if we're talking about biology, yeah. If we're talking about chemistry, yeah. If we're talking about physics, yeah. If we're going to be talking about astronomy, no. If we're going to be talking about theoretical astrophysics, no. If we're
Hell
going to be
no.
if we're going to be science is very well defined, but the trickery starts at school. It takes you out of these definitions. Gemsy kind of pointed out earlier that 1 + 1 = 2, and there's a ball in the corner, that's your Earth, right? Point at a globe Earth model. Within science, we get taught what the scientific method is, natural science, how to formalize a hypothesis, the supposition into a cause and effect relationship, where you have an independent variable and a dependent variable. You will then test that hypothesis in an experiment to see if the independent variable does indeed cause the dependent variable. Then what that will happen is you will turn the fucking page and they will start pointing to a ball that spins in space and tell you that this is indeed science too. So one day you get told what science actually is, and the next day they start shoving things in which aren't science at all. There is no hypothesis that you can test with regards to astrophysics or astronomy or theoretical astrophysics, geology. What's the one when they dig up bones and stuff? I've forgotten what that one's called.
Archaeology.
That's one, yeah. Archaeology. There's no hypothesis that you can test. So, yeah, the trickery starts at school, my friend. So, science is very well defined: hypothesis, construction, and test. The majority of the quote unquote sciences actually don't even follow the scientific method. So, by definition, pseudoscience.
All right, dope. And then like I know how a lot of you have common core beliefs. Do you are any of you in like relationships or all that like your
Well,
partner
hold
would
up,
agree
hold
with
up,
that?
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. We've been asking way too many questions. It's time for us to ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Jedi, go ahead, ask the questions.
Seriously, I love the way that you bloody nominated me to do that. No, you ask the questions. You
Okay,
shut up.
okay, fine, fine. I think Jebsy, he's gonna ask the questions. Go ahead.
Oh, Jamesy, sure. Hey, bro, why do you believe you live in a cartoon?
A cartoon?
Yeah, you know, when you think about the globe, what do you think? What do you see?
Like are we talking about Earth?
Yeah, when you think Earth, you see a cartoon in your head, right?
No, I see like a visual like glowing planet that's green and blue.
A glowing planet, and where you seen that? You seen that in the TV, right? You seen that in the TV, haven't you?
Well, you told me to picture it, so I'm seeing it in my mind at the moment.
Yeah, picture is an artist's rendition. You can do it with charcoal, with crayons. Yeah, and you see that in your head, a cartoon. This, you see? Why do you think you live in a cartoon, bro? Tell me.
I educate like everything I've learned from school. I believe it.
So 1 + 1 = 2, and you live in the bowl in the corner of the classroom, the globe. That's
Yes,
true.
I believe that.
So when
I don't know
you
if it's true, but I believe that.
okay. So when you go to reality, right? And you check that, you check for you. Have you ever seen the curvature? That curvature that you know, the curvature of the Earth. You never experienced that, right? You never seen it.
No,
You ever see,
I've never had the
have you ever seen
opportunity to.
have you ever seen oxygen, bro? Oxygen's fake too.
Okay,
Can't see it.
so yeah, you can see
Actually,
gases, definitely. You can see gases and you can collect them. You can put them in a can and use them. Yes, you can. I don't know why would you think that you can't collect oxygen? That's ridiculous, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, you can't see it, bro. It doesn't exist. Are you stupid?
Yeah, but
Cass, why are you so loud, man?
I felt the pressure of oxygen though. I was in chemistry class. We did an experiment with oxygen, and like I definitely felt it. like brush against my skin when we were doing something with like
There you
I don't know,
go.
like we
You
created
see?
like we were trying to launch stuff and like they were using like oxygen and stuff and they like
There you go.
I don't
It's
know, like
real. It's
he
real. No question about it.
Yep, you can
The
physically
other guy
interact with
has
it, you
having
fucking idiot.
difficulties.
Well, you can
No, I'm just
physically
saying,
walk
bro.
around the Earth, right? And I'm still waiting for you guys to tell me how to jump off the end of the Earth. I'm still waiting.
Well, go south and off you fucking go.
No, I think the other guys being pretty polite. The guy asking the questions, the other ones
Yeah, no, we
trolling a
can
little
we
bit,
can
and
stick with
I'm
him.
in a trollish mood. I'm in a trollish mood. So you guys go ahead and talk to him a little more.
No, you're fine. Task just pisses me off.
So the question is, bro, the claim about the cartoon that they told you that you live, right? In the school, they told you, hey, you see this book right here, you see this drawing, this is where you live, right? And you learn that, and you think that when you go into reality, you live in this cartoon that was presented to you as the globe or as the cartoon on the book. But when you test for those claims, because that cartoon has specific dimensions, and when we go to reality and we test for that in reality, it's been falsified. That cartoon is reality. It's nowhere to be found in reality. It has been falsified with laser tests, with long distance observations, the way water behaves, uh, the thermodynamics laws, like the second law, gas pressure, and how that stuff has to be contained with a container. So the globe has a bunch of claims that when you check that on reality, it doesn't it doesn't add up to reality. So that's why it has been falsified in many ways. The curvature, there's no curvature in reality.
Okay.
The movement of the ground, the spinning that they claim. What is the proof of that? They say, look at the sky, right? And what do you think about the spin? What do you look at the sky and see the sky spinning? But that's the sky moving. And they tell you, hey, no, that's the ground under your feet moving, right?
Well, yeah, I
Is
mean,
that what
I
you?
would assume that we live in like a universe with a bunch of stars, and when we see the stars move at night, that the planet is actually just moving and orbiting around the sun. That's what I've learned from school education.
Yeah, that's what you've been told exactly. I was told that as well. And the thing is that when you look at when you check for the curvature and we measure for that, it's nowhere to be found, right? They globers themselves tell you can't see the curvature, you can't measure it, so it's nowhere to be found in reality. So then the movement that you're talking about, that is a claim, that's a nonsensical claim because your vestibular system, uh, it's like a liquid inside your inner canal, and it's placed like in a horizontal. And then if you tilt your head or you move, you know you're moving. If you tilt your head, you know you're tilting. And if the ground under your feet starts moving, you'll know there is moving. But there is this claim that you observe the sky moving because the ground is moving.
Are you
But
talking?
there is no test. There is no test that can tell you that the ground is moving.
What?
That's an why what? Someone was asking why. Why
Well,
what?
I
This
don't
is a
think the
serious
ground is
flat
moving.
Earth
I think the
science
planet's
discussion.
moving. Actually,
Bro,
yeah.
the other guy has to figure his mic first. Fix your mic and then ask your question.
Is there going to be any like serious academic flat Earth science being discussed here?
Do you think a measurement is scientific? A measurement is scientific? When you go to Food Locker and measure your food, you think they're doing science on your food?
Who?
It's geometry, bro. The
What?
geometry of the claim of the ball doesn't add up to reality.
What?
There's no curvature in reality.
I only want to discuss serious flat Earth theories.
No.
The theories.
Yes, like is there like what's beyond the ice wall? Is there another another group of
Well,
continents?
the ice wall is not a flat Earth thing. The
Is
ice
it an
wall is
infinite
being
series of
labeled.
like?
The
Is
ice
it
wall
an
has been
infinite
labeled
flat plane?
by. He has diarrhea of the mouth, I think.
Like there are some theories
Barely
that
and you as it is.
the plane is infinite, and that after the ice wall are other continents and other oceans.
No,
We
I
don't
don't know
know.
that.
Yeah.
Are you making a claim
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna
that?
post the
That's
map.
what
I'll
you're
show it
claiming?
to you.
All right, I think this would be a good time to let this guy know you're not allowed to independently explore across, every area of the Earth and beyond the 60th parallel south, which is about 500 miles away from the Antarctic shoreline. You're not allowed to independently explore beyond the 60th parallel south.
Because of the U.S. military?
Oh, in part because of that, but more so because the Antarctic Treaty started in the 1950s, which the U.S. military would be part of. So yeah.
How many wars have to be going on simultaneously for them to like pull out some of their forces protecting the ice wall?
I don't think it would require very many to protect it, man. I mean, there is, after all,
Well,
such an
I'm
invention as
thinking,
radar.
yeah.
Like, you've heard of radar, right?
Well, I'm trying to launch a serious academic like study like mission to get to one of these ice walls, but I want to wait for there
No,
to be
no, you're
more.
not.
What?
No, you're not.
Why not?
You think like the ice wall was made up by people here in the internet? That's what you think?
Well, that's
Who
the
you
thing. I
think
mean,
that
Ask this
came
guy a
up?
serious
what kind
question.
of once you get to the ice wall, what needs to be like? What kind of equipment do you need to like?
You see
climb
more
it?
ice, more ice, dude, more ice.
Are there any tunnels through the wall? Can you go under it?
Look, buddy,
Hey,
listen, careful, buddy. We're not trying to make claims, baseless claims. We're just pointing out the obvious, really, here. That's kind of what we're doing. So, like, something that's obvious is it's obvious that the Earth is flat. It's very obvious that it's stationary. So my question to you is very simple. If we can please get to the crux of the matter. My question to you is, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, you don't have any. It's obvious that the Earth is flat.
All right, cool. Now that
what
we've
I'm
gotten
saying
that out
is,
of the way, I'll just let you
I'm
know.
talking
I think this would be a good time to let you know. By the way, there are some things that you can know, and there are some things you can't know. But there's a lot of things that you may want to know that are out of your reach to know. So what I'm saying is like, you better come comfortable with that, because if you actually want to know, if you're not trolling right now and you genuinely want to know what's that far south, the pathway that you would have to know that would involve political activism, and it would be a very uphill battle to get the people of the country that you live in and the people of the other countries to overturn the Antarctic Treaty. So what I'm trying to say is you better get comfortable with the idea of not knowing things that you want to know, because chances are you're never going to know them. You're going to grow old and die before you get a chance to know the answer to these questions. And the reason why is because the people around you in general are far too stupid to change things for the better.
all right,
hey, I
but
posted the ice wall for you, and it shows what is beyond the ice wall.
well, I
I posted
posted
it for you.
like infinite plane theory, and apparently there are paths through the ice wall in this theory. So I just want to know if people are
You know,
there any sort of academic journals I can read to like see like where is this map coming from, and where are these paths through the wall?
hey,
Where are
the
they
ice wall
documented?
was labeled by the United States Geological Survey. Okay, they made up the term ice wall.
Right.
Oh, what's up, Talon? I didn't
But
realize you
look
were
at
in
this.
this.
Are you looking at the map I posted? So like to the east, basically to the east of like Alaska, there's a large opening through the wall. And I
You're
hope you don't mind
trolling, right?
me. I hope you don't mind me using archaic terms like east and west. Obviously, that's a complete lie. But but just like it from this map, and if you orient yourself to where supposedly the east and west is,
This guy's a
like
waste
you
of
can see
time.
that there's a large gap in that ice wall.
Why are you trolling, bro?
What?
Why are you trolling with this cartoon?
This is like an established map. And this is not the only one. Like, look, here's another one.
Who uses this map? Who uses this map to do anything? Anybody? You only?
I mean, a lot of what we get are just from basically researchers who document these things. So I don't know what book this comes from.
Do you draw this yourself or something?
Can I ask him a question? What difference does it make if we can't validate it? Like, I mean, you could show us one map, someone could show us another map, map here, map there. But my question is to you, what difference does it make what map anybody has if we cannot validate the authenticity of it? Which we can't.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go. It is getting late. I just want to thank you all for having a peaceful discussion. Like, you
Listen,
all
it's
seem like
not
a really
about
awesome community.
it's not
You
about
as well, man. Have a
validating.
good one. Come back later.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not about
but just like honestly, just stop wasting your fucking lives on this app and actually go enjoy your.
Yeah, he spiraled before he left. It's okay. Go complain to
Doing
your
a
mommy.
fishing rod, bro. What more do you want?
why do you think it's useless to basically fund an expedition to the ice wall?
Because you can't legally do it. Do you understand that? And men with guns will stop you, and people have already tried. And men with guns stop them.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Is there some way to circumvent these men?
Yeah, I told you it's an uphill battle. It's something you're not probably going to want to do because most people don't want to do it. I've been willing to do it at one point in time in my life, but not so much anymore. You have to be politically active and you have to work towards overturning the Antarctic Treaty, which is a very large task, and it's an uphill battle. But, you know,
Why did they make the treaty? Like, did some of the elites cross over from time to time, or they also avoid it?
Have you done it? Have you been there?
No, but I'm just asking, like, why did they make
Have
the
you?
treaty?
Tell me why. Tell me why they do it. Tell me why. Why do they do it? Tell me.
Well, obviously they wanted to deceive the world, and
They want to deceive you. They want to deceive you.
yes, I mean, basically it's a plan by Satan
it doesn't
to
matter
deceive the
why.
world.
Like, why are we talking about this? Why are you talking about this? Why is anybody talking about this? It doesn't matter why anybody created or why anybody
Well, I
says they
want to see what's
created.
over that wall. I want to see. I'm curious.
Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. Like, you've already
Then
said that multiple
go
times.
there.
Now put yourself on mute.
Yeah,
No,
just
don't
go
say
there.
that.
Then nobody's gonna stop you from this Discord. Just do what you want to do.
Yeah, go
Go get
ahead. Go.
arrested. But put yourself on mute in the meantime.
Yeah,
No, but I'm
take
asking you
photographs, and when you come
why
back,
did
show
they
it
make
to
the
us.
treaty?
What's going
Why
on?
did they agree? Why did the nations of the world agree to the treaty?
Why
Why
don't you
not?
call someone and ask them? Why don't you call like an elected official and ask them? Why are you asking us?
Well,
Yeah, go ask them, bro.
how do you know there's a treaty like this?
It's public
I
information.
I googled it. I find it in Google.
Yeah, I've known about it for a long time, man. It seems suspicious to me. If you want to put it into perspective, it seems suspicious to me before I learned that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I knew about the Antarctic Treaty before I knew the Earth was flat, and it seemed suspicious to me back then. And I didn't know why it was back then, and why they didn't let people independently explore Antarctica. I thought it might be for X, Y, or Z reasons, but it was just all thoughts in my head. But you know, it's just a little interesting now, knowing that the Earth is flat. But yeah, you cannot independently explore beyond the 60th parallel south. You can stop talking about it now because you've beaten a dead horse to, oblivion.
Okay, what's the purpose of this chat then?
Okay, Firestarter, quick question. What are your thoughts on, because I just came in recently, but what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
On what?
On the shape of the Earth.
Oh, like is it a disc or like a rectangular plane?
Just tell me your thoughts. What do you think it is?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people seem to think it's a circle, like it's a disc.
Let's clarify this. We're just talking about Firestarter. She's just asking about the surface, just the surface.
There's no reason it couldn't be like a rectangle or a square. I mean, there's no reason that it has to be a circle. Sphere has to
Yeah.
be like
Can anybody put these two on mute, like the guy that burped and this guy? Can anybody do that in here?
Freaking. Yeah. Continue with the rest of other people in here.
At this point in time, I feel like an entire fourth of everyone on Discord is like made up of people that, you know, should have been beaten when they were children when they did things bad by their parents, but their parents just didn't beat them when they did things bad. And look what they've grown up into. We got to talk to these people.
I kind of agree somewhat of you, but depending on the situation and information we providing towards each other, it's depending, you know.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean the what he said?
Oh, Orion, they also have driver licenses and gun permits. So
I still think one of the most amazing ones was when my own brother Zach said to me, he's an architect, keep in mind. He's a very well accomplished architect. And he turns to me and says, definitions don't matter when he's losing the argument. He just turns to me and says that. Definitions don't matter. I was like, the son of a physicist, an architect, saying definitions don't matter. Like, that's when someone is like off the rails, you know?
But isn't that the issue nowadays? Just changing what something means on a whim, on a feeling, you know?
Yeah, I mean the root word means a root is in the root, and what the meaning stems from it defines the very meaning. So, what is he talking about? So, why does he has this change of mind towards this? So,
So, oh, never mind. He left. I was gonna call on somebody.
yeah, well,
Uh,
okay.
No, they left, so it's fine. But Imaru is like going crazy in the chats. I don't know who muted him, but can I unmute him for like 5 seconds?
I reckon you should be funny.
Is it? Am I gonna regret this decision?
Probably, but I won't.
No.
Okay, let's go. All right, Imaru. Get your, be respectful. Don't curse at anybody. Don't yell at anybody. Okay, and don't spiral. And here we go. You may speak.
Alright, I was on mute. Anyways, I have unfortunate news for you guys. I left all my extra brain cells at home, so I can't give them to you guys to use common sense and figure out that
thank
the
you.
Earth is not in fact flat.
Okay,
So if
we
you guys would like to
appreciate
give me any...
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Good, strong argument.
My gosh, bro, you wasted your time in the very first seconds, dude. Why do you do this?
I just
Imaru posted a photo of planet Nevada. Is that like a new planet?
I mean, I heard I heard about Nevada, but I don't know about. Okie dokie.
Imaru, you
funny,
see the planet on that photograph you posted? You see the curvature, Imaru? Imaru. Alright. Never mind, Imaru.
We got this sizzle. Sizzle. Sounds like a rapper. Disizzle. Hello? No? Sorry. I was hoping for like a freestyle, but who wants to who wants to try Imaru again? Chemsy. He's all yours.
Imaru, Imaru-san,
Imaru-san.
Imaru.
Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. Oh no, you already did. Okay. Imaru.
Imaru, which planet is this one? Is that
Guys,
planet
don't worry.
Nevada, the one you
Guys, don't
posted?
worry. Don't worry. I went to Neptune. I found more brain cells for you guys.
Imaru,
You
come
found
on,
you
dude.
found brain cells
Strike
on
two.
Hey,
Neptune?
bro, this is insane.
Hello, guys.
Jello? I like Jello.
Chill.
Ghost
You
Void.
know what,
Go ahead, Ghost
Jimaro,
Void.
you might have been actually the record holder about nonsense
I'm doing fine,
talking
guys.
within milliseconds about muting
Hey,
you. You know, it's like it's insane.
he said that he went to Neptune and found brain cells. That's a great discovery.
Okay.
That is a great
Yeah, I mean, how do
accomplishment,
you
yeah.
extract brain cells and inject it into us in terms of words?
I'm feeling smarter, guys. I feel the injection.
Let's
Yeah.
move on to
Oh,
Ghost Void. Ghost Void
great
has
point.
something.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead. Go. Ghost Void has a question. Go ahead,
Oh,
Ghost Void.
No, I don't have a question. I just came here and said hi.
oh,
Oh,
hello.
hi.
Your volume is really low, though. Might be just me, though.
Yeah, I need to fix that.
Okay.
Oh, we left.
Oh, formlessness enjoyer. Bro, what's up? Are you the guy that has the stream? Formlessness enjoyer? Alright, well, maybe he's busy.
He's off trying to find the curve.
He'll never come back if that's the case. Who won, though?
Reality always wins.
No, we got a guy named Who Won, though.
Oh.
Reality always wins. Of course. Eggshells, why are you a Glover?
In
No
denial.
beef.
I am. You can't prove that.
Are you asking?
Hey,
Are you asking me
Eggshells, are you a truckie?
Huh? No.
Are you a truckie?
No.
Don't drive a truck?
No. Like I
Oh.
got a Hilux, if
Yeah.
that counts. But I think you're talking about like 18-wheelers.
Yeah, I thought you were a truckie.
Nah.
What do you do for work?
Training, like soft skills, customer service training, that kind of shit.
All right, cool. I was wildly mistaken then.
Oh, good.
You're
Yeah,
a
I mean,
teacher?
interesting name you have, you know.
I'm an interesting person.
I'm just
I think I
playing
got a
along.
photo for you.
You've got a photo of me or for me?
Well, not yet. I'll have to take it.
You're going to send me a photo of myself? Because that's really going to fucking freak me out. I'm not going to be cool with that.
That would be super creepy.
Here's you at your computer right now. Playing your computer games, hunched over like a naughty monkey.
Okay. Anywho, we got no beef in the house. Hello. Can you speak, sir, ma'am?
You got some proof of this curvature? We've been after it for so long.
Yep. What about Captain Something Wong?
Something
Oh,
Wong.
Fudgesicles. Freaking Orion. You got me. That
Actually,
was a
I
good
got proof
one.
for curvature. Eggshells have curves, right? Eggshells.
Yes, they do. Look, they are so not
Can
flat.
Can you prove that? You got? Tell me you got.
I
Got
just did.
proof of
I debunked.
Have you gone to the fridge?
Oh,
Have you
my internet is super slow. I can't see your.
Hang on. Are you going to try and tell me that a photograph is proof of curvature?
I don't see any straight lines there.
Well, I mean, how can we know that's not barrel distortion?
Yeah, I mean, what about
Because
your
I was
eyesight?
2 millimeters away.
Look,
Isn't your eyesight sufficient enough to determine what you're observing?
Dude, that's traumatic for him. Don't show him like broken eggshells.
They're my friends.
They're sent to be crushed up eggshells, actually.
What are you going to do? Feed them to you? Oh no, you don't feed them back to chickens, do you? That's bad.
You can,
isn't it?
actually.
Oh, you do you?
Yep.
Because you've got a
What?
bunch of chickens, don't you?
Just not as they are now, because if they lay eggs, they'll go, oh, that's what I can eat. Peck, peck, peck.
Right. So it's got to be like they can't tell. But
Yep.
they're not. Chickens aren't hard to trick. They are fairly fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're pretty dumb, but they are smart some ways.
I mean,
Sell it
they're
to
not
me.
dumb. They're pretty efficient, if I say so.
Well,
They do
they
not
seem
care
pretty
because they
stupid.
have no reason to care.
Well, I'm not saying about whether they care or not. I'm just saying that they seem very stupid to me. They're like, you open the door, the same door you've opened every fucking day.
And they'll walk a different direction.
Run in the back side of the door and get jammed in the hinge. And you're like, come on, man. At some point, you need to work this out. It's like Globers.
Wobblies. Hello, sir, ma'am. Wobblies.
Hello. You got some
Hi.
proof of curvature for us? You think you live on a spinny, wobbly, gassy, watery ball?
I like it. Oh no, I just came to listen.
Oh, cool. We're trying to find somebody to talk to, so feel free to speak up if you're game.
That is so weird, man. Why are you giving me a red card, Talon? Why?
It's the black spot.
Huh?
Yeah, black spots, what they used to give pirates, had been like cursed.
Okay.
It was just people would all believe it, and then you could.
Do you do Ouija board? Yes or no? Of course.
Ouija boards are creepy, man.
Yeah, they are. I mean,
Wobblies, do you think the Earth is wobbling?
Wobbling. How does the Earth wobble?
You
You
didn't know
haven't
it
heard about how
wobbles?
the Earth wobbles? This is why so
I'll
many
let you
people
take
believe in
this,
the globe.
eggshells.
They don't know anything about it.
well, you don't have to talk to if you don't want to. Well, I mean, you just stated you're a listener, so.
No, I demand he talks to us.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just playing. There's nobody. Well, who's this no beef person? What's your beef? No beef.
He's a dedicated vegetarian.
Oh, shite. Okay. I didn't think about that. Are you a vegan? No beef? I don't see a vegan, what is it called? A vegan roll on there. If he was a true vegan, he would have had the roll. Oh, okay. You're emoji skanking, Talon. I get it. You're banned.
Oh, only they're
That
able to
sucks.
pop the
Yeah.
emojis in. I know that feeling. You're like, oh, I can get in the chat again, but only by reacting to other people.
Yeah. This is my gift for you all. Because you guys just always return.
I'll pick you up, okay?
By the way, what is supposed to mean the Elon Musk emote? By the way, I mean,
It's about space, and it's saying the person has too much space between their ears.
okay, never mind.
Go in the car.
Dang, this stupid internet. Jamesy, you're super low. I can't hear anything.
My fuck these nigga, my puss ass hallway nigga.
Wait, you can hear me? Hello?
Sounded
But
like we could hear you
why
talking
are
just
you
now.
why
Hold
are you
on, I need
allowed to
to take
stream
care of this
anyway?
stupid person right now. Except my thing is super
And
slow.
I mean, basically, no. One question: why was he allowed to stream anyways?
What do you mean?
I mean, I cannot stream right now. I have no permission to share my screen. So
For sure, you should be. Hold on, let me get to you. Uh,
oh no, I
yeah,
am. Oh, okay. So
you should be
never
able
mind,
to, right?
never mind. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I was just curious because nobody has done this before. Yes.
I think if you had a different role, then you wouldn't be able to. But you probably got advanced.
Come to me. Come to me. Get in the car.
We can hear you, Jamesy. You're
we
trying to
can
get
hear
somebody
you.
to get in the car.
This sounds very suspicious. I mean,
Sounds super
I hope
creepy.
you don't have any minors surrounding you right now. No,
It
no.
is a minor. It's my
What?
daughter.
I
Okay. I trust your word. I mean, no.
That
We
is
have
that suspicious?
this on account.
What you thinking with your dirty mindset?
Oh, what do you mean, dirty mind? You know, I'm curious as citizen. You know, I'm curious and want to know
curious.
what is going
That's what
on.
they all say, Ripcord. I was just curious.
Yeah, don't be weird about that.
Yeah. So, Ghost Void, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I
I
was
have no
supposed to be
opinion.
muted. I don't know why.
I don't take a side.
You don't
You
take a
don't take it.
side.
Dang it, Eggshells.
Yeah.
Stop
Yep.
trying to. You keep saying exactly what I'm gonna say. This happened like 5 times. Alright, go ahead.
Tell
I
us about
mean,
this not having a side. Do you lean more one way than the other? Do you think, like, you've obviously, I think all of us, particularly all of us English speakers, have been brought up in a world being taught we're on a spinny, wobbly, gassy water ball.
I'm just completely neutral because the shape of the Earth, in reality, it can be measured. I mean, nobody has ever measured the Earth.
of the curvature of the Earth. So, but on the other hand, I haven't seen any model about flat Earth either. So I'm just staying with the opinion that I'm just neutral, and to be honest, I don't really care about the shape of the Earth. I just like coming here and listen to you debate with other users.
So you hear more to listen.
Hey guys. Is there any of them brain cells left, or did they all get snaveled up? Hello.
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 So did the Neptunian brain cells help, or are we still on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I didn't quite receive him yet. I don't know how he's supposed to deliver them.
Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, if we had the brain cells, we'd know. Right?
Yeah, maybe the recipient isn't quite the thing.
Oh, that's the worst thing about being on the app. You can hear when people leave after you join. Oh, there goes another one. Oh, I'm scaring people. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to leave, guys? They'll come back.
It's not you, it's
Ah,
me.
don't be scared. Oh, it's just the flu.
It might be the Neptunian flu.
But what? Say again? You're cutting out. Maybe you should go into your settings and reduce your echo and put it on null or something. Maybe this might help.
So what are you guys talking about?
Kind of just sitting around waiting for globe proof.
Yeah, I joined and people started leaving because I opened my mic. I have that.
I hate that
feature.
feeling. That's not what happened, but I hate that feeling. Where you're like,
Beat
did I
up,
do
yeah.
that? Did I make him leave?
Yeah, it's your fault.
It's just a drive by.
Wait,
Okay.
was that the sound of intellectual prowess ready to wow us with all the questions?
Yeah.
It was. It was the sound of brilliance.
It's my brain warming up. It's my brain warming up.
Might be Rain Man.
My brain activating.
Wait, were you here yesterday?
Yeah, I
Were you
was. I was
listening back?
counting.
Oh, for the love of...
What were
I'm
you
gonna have to count
counting?
again.
No. I will ban you right now, bro, if you start.
Really?
Whoa. The
Are you
fuck
really
did
gonna ban me?
No, I mean, no.
What
I
did
mean,
I
depends
do?
on what you answer, you know? It's like, just be part of this conversation. Do your
She
best.
wants to ban me for counting.
No,
Oh,
no, she doesn't.
Yes, I do, Ripcord.
Okay, all right.
Were you not here last time, Ripcord? Were you here yesterday?
No, I wasn't yesterday.
Who was here yesterday?
I was. I don't remember the counting though.
Oh, that was before you. Jerry
Oh
was...
yeah, I remember. He got all the way up to like 130.
Oh, I got up to like 230.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Whatever.
after the 4th time that you
I
restarted.
restarted a couple times, so it was more like 500 total.
Anyway,
And,
let's not go back
did we
down that road.
establish anything from the counting? Did the
Yeah, we
counting
learned
allow...
how to count to 150.
That's pretty good. That's quite a high. That's quite high to be counting all the way to that.
Jesus Lord. I don't know what I did to their fire starter. What did I do to this guy? Was he here? No.
I like the band
Okay.
though, and the song from Firestarter.
I don't know who that is. But
I'm the Firestarter. Twisted Firestarter.
Otter.
this is an Australian band.
No,
that
English.
was
Yeah, Pommy.
I thought they were German. I thought that was Rammstein, wasn't it? The Firestarter one.
No,
Well,
that
then
was
why has it got a British accent?
Prodigy.
Prodigy. I don't know my music. I must be honest.
Oh, I can tell you, it's the stuff where friendships are made, basically.
Wasn't it a movie as well?
No.
Stephen King. Firestarter? With
Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore, yeah, that's it, yeah.
No, wait, what? Serious?
Yeah, probably the only child actor that actually was successful. Successful actor into adulthood.
Okay. I've been asking this for, I think, to every Glober that I could find. So I'll ask you, Eggshells. Do you know? Do you know how they went to the bathroom when they had the moon trip?
One.
Well, step one was.
Hang
on a second.
Hold on. Let me mute this fool. All right, so go ahead. Answer.
What was the question again? How did they go to the bathroom? I think they just lied. I think they just kept lying to one another and saying, "I don't need to go." And then when they got out of the side of the studio,
What? What was
thank
the
you.
last part?
And when they got outside the studio, they just used the studio toilets.
Oh. I forgot you're a flat earther.
The alleyway. I just went in the alleyway.
Yeah. Just unzipped their suits and peed right into the lunar regolith.
It might be similar to samurais. Samurais don't get hungry ever. Astronauts don't go to the restroom and do that stuff.
The
They don't
worst
need.
show ever.
Yeah, I
That's one of
mean
the
they are
things they test.
they are
That's one of
just
the
like
things they test for before you turn into an astronaut. They gotta test how long can you be without going.
I know. I think they are just like Iron Man. You know, it's like it's all recyclement, and they just drink their own pee over and over again.
Yeah, they might be like
Okay.
what's his name? Frog Piss Jesus. I might just sort of.
Oh, PD, pre-drinker, yeah.
Oh, is that why he's called PD? Okay, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. So okay, I don't mind the pee. My concern is the poop, right?
Nah, you don't need to worry about it.
But
Diapers solve that.
No, I think I have to go with Gemsy. That makes sense. That one of the not trainings, but one of the criterias you have to meet is, you have no bowel movements for a few weeks.
Well, there is chemicals which can help, like reduce the need to go and kind of like constipate you a little, but like solidify the gut content, and it will just sit in your bowels.
Like
Plus,
loperamide or whatever.
there is no gravity, so you feel less need of going because no gravity.
Ah, okay, makes sense.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Got. I think that Neptune brain cells that guy gave us is working.
We're getting there.
I feel like Matthew's gonna disagree though.
Well, look,
I don't know enough about
Matthew's
that history.
name is as it says. Matthew learns.
Yeah,
So
I like
once we
learning
give
new
him,
things.
once we give him some of our Neptunian brain cells, he'll be able to join us. Have you heard about the brain cells we've got?
You probably have lots of brain cells.
3 at least.
But these ones are space brain cells.
Could even be more. Like, what about that crazy story where they said they got back inside the lunar module and then they got like allergies from the lunar dust? Like, how insanely unsafe is it to be like that they didn't figure you're going to get dust and mud on the outside of your stuff and then you're going to be with that dust and there could be
Wait, is this
anything
a
in it.
real story?
That's what they claimed. Yeah, they said it was like allergies. So it was getting in their eyes and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and lunar regolith is no joke. It's like sharp little shards of glass.
So they were breathing in glass.
Keep
and
in
then
mind,
they were
guys.
like,
Wait.
let's bring them back to Earth and put them straight in front of a room full of people where they can cough back up their glass lungs on people.
Guys, don't you remember that story? What was it, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, like Narnia or whatever? And like they went into another world, and one of them sneezed when they sniffed a flower.
Right, and they don't even learn these stories. I mean, they could be a story we're being fed to like. Be afraid of really exploring. So if we do find out there's more to explore, we're scared of going there.
Yeah, it wasn't a bunch of dust. It wasn't a bunch of dust, in a wardrobe that made him sneeze. They went into the wardrobe and they went into another world where there was a talking lion. And one of these people, they smelled a flower and they sneezed.
I bet Globers believe that too.
Yeah, makes sense.
They were taught it in school.
It's probably allergy season now.
I don't understand why you guys use Globers, right? I don't understand why you use it as such a derogatory term.
Globers, we don't use it as a
denoting-
derogatory.
Yeah, I don't
Just
Oh, you
denoting
don't?
a group.
Maybe I'm just thinking. Maybe I'm
Ballers
just.
or Globers.
I
Anti-flat
kind
earther
of
is
do.
a derogatory term.
I use it as an insult.
Right. No, I got. Okay. Well, maybe you do. All right. I mean, that's the general sense, I guess, is that like the
Maybe
people.
you're just too sensitive, man.
Do you
No.
prefer
all
phys-
people.
I mean, Globers.
Don't forget, my friend, that people are individuals, like one individual is one way, another individual is another way.
Right, but I just like, so for example, right, like why would the government, which is a self-perpetuating entity, spend so much money hiring people who look at the Earth as a globe model and then design like technology for the government based on that, right? Based on
So
their
can I ask
classical
you-
physics education, right? Like,
Wait.
Whose
I
money
want
are
to
they- whose
ask.
money are
I
they-
want to ask.
Yeah, you
Hold
go.
on. Actually, what do you want us to refer you as? No country.
oh, that's irrelevant at this point. I'm just saying
No.
that
I
like,
want to know. I don't want to hurt your feelings, bro.
okay,
I
well,
want
you're
to
not
know.
gonna hurt my feelings.
I want to know though.
Right.
Call him
So,
state.
This
because
guy's a
like
troll.
how am I
What do
trolling?
you want to be referred to?
Because you were in here trolling like 2 or 3 days ago.
How was I trolling? What did I say that was troll worthy?
I just remember it was just bullshit. You were just asking questions that
So
had nothing to do with
can
the
you
topic.
name one thing I said that was a troll?
Well, I think
Yeah,
what you're
usually
saying now is
come here to troll.
trollish.
Well, I'm just saying like they use someone here acknowledged that they used the Glober term as a derogatory term. I think it was something Wong.
Yeah.
Right?
So.
And so can I hold on? Just let me finish my line of reasoning.
So
Just
I
one
want
second.
That's why I'm asking you. What do you want me to refer you to?
Okay,
Or
well,
as?
I mean, you don't have to refer to me as anything, right? You just don't have to refer to people as Globers and non-Globers, right?
Why not?
That's like
Well,
How are
going
we
to
going
watch
to
a
differentiate
but
between
why? What's there
the
to
globies and the
differentiate?
flatties?
That's a little bit like going to a football match and being like, let's not talk about which side we support.
Well, it's almost like going to a football match and saying, okay, well, I hope both sides like play well, and I hope that like I can enjoy the game for the sake of enjoying the game, not for which team wins only, right?
Would you prefer we call you a troll?
Yeah, I don't get this. Like, is this relevant? Can you show it? Can you link this to some
Well, so the relevance is it's just merely a matter of etiquette, I suppose, right? Like I just hear like it's a matter of, okay, so there's a lot of people who worked really hard to support the globe model, right?
He feels
For
bad,
you can say it's for
Right.
nefarious reasons. But there's also a lot of very lazy, not hardworking people who are just like, oh, well, the Earth is flat, and those globers are, stupid, and blah 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 blah, right? When they're just lazy, and they haven't actually done a tenth of the work that those people have done to contribute to
There's
science.
a lot of globestars that are lazy.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
your
there
point?
are. I'm saying I agree. But what I'm
really in
saying,
your feelings about this one, man,
no,
aren't
no,
you?
no,
I'm
no.
sorry.
I'm not. Listen, you're bringing up feelings, right? I'm just talking about the general nature of this conversation when people are like, oh, globers, like get
What is
wrecked.
your point, man? Get to your point.
Well, that is my point, is that you guys are so you speak with an overly high degree of confidence, right?
You
And
guys.
condescension.
I mean, you
So
guys.
that's why
Like
I'm
the people
asking.
on this server specifically, right? I don't mean flat earthers
I'm
in
trying
general, just
to
the people here.
listen.
Don't pre-assume my
Jeez.
gender.
Oh.
That's why I'm asking you, bro. Like you brought a lot of feelings to it, and I don't want to
It's
hurt
not
your
feelings,
feelings.
it's just
I don't
etiquette,
want
right?
to.
There's a
I
difference.
don't want to hurt your feelings.
Okay, so you're just
So
gonna.
what do you want me to refer you as?
I'm just gonna ignore you because I don't know, you're being belligerent.
Okay.
Do you want
You
to
can
do you
ignore
not
me as
understand
much as you
logic?
want. No
Do you
problem.
not
As much as you
logic?
want. No problem.
Do you not understand, old country, that you've just said like that it's bad to call people from one side or the other? So then you were being given the offer, what do you want to be called? And you're like, I won't answer that question.
That's not what was happening, right? You kept telling me, you know, you're saying it's about feelings. I'm saying, no, it's not about feelings. It's about etiquette.
You did bring a lot of
Okay, so
feelings
out
to
of
it.
etiquette, what would you
Right.
like to be called? It's a reasonable it's a pretty
Lord
polite
Believer?
question,
You
don't
can
you think?
just, but you don't have to, but I wouldn't ask somebody what they want to be called if I'm
All right.
engaging them in a
How do we
scientific
identify the
debate.
different people in this room by flirpers?
Well, okay, so for
and
example,
belief
okay,
leaders?
you're right. I have a good
You
one for
don't
you.
ask people what
I'll
their
answer
name
the
is.
question. I have a good one.
Thank you. Good
You
one.
just said you.
You
Hey,
guys,
You
You
guys.
guys.
Which
you guys
guys?
should change the name to,
Who are you talking about?
Who's
Which
us
guy?
guys? Which guys?
well,
Don't
who,
call
okay,
it
because
Is that Delegator? Is Delegator the main guy you're
you
talking to
call
now?
it the flat Earth model, right? But mostly
I don't
what
know what
I've
you're talking
heard,
about. What model? Where are you? Why
you're
are you
saying
going
the Earth
Where are
is
everywhere?
you at,
flat,
man?
right? The Earth is flat, right? That's what it says, flat Earth flat,
What?
right? When in
So
reality,
It
you
doesn't
guys
say
don't really
24/7
have,
flat Earth model.
right? But you should
Those
call
are
it,
all fucking losers.
you should call it not globe model, right? Because that's really what it's about. You
About to
guys
try
say
now.
it's not round, right? You're not saying it's flat. You're saying it's not round.
we
So we're
are
not
saying
on the
it's
discussion.
flat on the surface. We are specific
Well,
about
some
that. It
people say
measures.
that.
Yeah, whatever. It measures flat if you're trying to measure as far as what we know, right? As far as we can
Right,
measure it, surface measures flat. And when
right.
if you want to get deep into it, yeah, we acknowledge topography, elevation changes, all that. Yes. But
Well, you
as
don't
an
really, though, do
overall,
you?
really, you don't think we acknowledge that?
I don't think you acknowledge that fully, right? I think you acknowledge it
Oh wow.
insofar as it supports like the black swan argument, right? Which
So
is
you don't think
just
flat earthers
one.
think there are mountains and valleys? You don't think we think that?
No, I don't think so. No.
You've really
No,
come
it's
in
not
with
that you
very
don't think
funny
that,
energy,
right? It's
man.
your okay. Your argument is essentially that because we can only locally observe flatness, right? Roundness cannot exist. That's your argument.
Well, no, my argument is because we can't observe the curve locally, and what is the opposite of locally? Broadly, I guess.
Generally.
Then whatever. And so if it's not curved, what is it?
Right, but do you see the problem
Round.
with
If
your
it's not
logic? You're saying you
curved,
don't know
what
what
is
it
it?
is, but it's not
If it's not
curved.
curved, what is it? At the surface, if it's not curved, what is it?
But you're
Round.
saying we say it's not curved, right? Like you must
We who? You
understand
can't even identify us because you're not going to put a label on us. So we who?
we who do not believe the earth is round. Right? The royal we.
So we can put a label on that. We just have to use a label with more words.
Yeah.
Well,
Would
it's
that
not a
make you happy?
label, it's a description of your position, right? It's not a label
Right.
on you. Right? That's the key
So is
distinction
a
here.
glober. A glober is a description of what you believe the globe to be.
No, a glober is a shortened colloquialism for people who hold a particular belief, right? It's not a description of the belief
And
itself. So
Yeah,
listen, I just want to clear it up for you guys because you seem very confused by this, right?
for us, it's making less and less sense the more words you say.
What
Your position
what
becomes
doesn't
less
make
and less
sense?
clear.
I don't
What
think
doesn't
any of
make
us
sense?
are
Please help me help you. All right? Help me
Just get it
help
all
you
out.
Help me, help
understand.
you, help me.
Look, why don't you just say all of the things you need to say, and we'll try and figure out what the fuck it is you meant when you're
Well, I
done.
mean, you seem to be failing because I'm saying very simple
Yes,
things and
I am.
there's abundant confusion.
Yes, there is abundant confusion.
No,
there's
country.
an
You make a
abundance
lot of
of I don't
nonsense.
give a fuck.
Yeah, no sense for old men. That's what we can call you.
Here we go. Here come the personal attacks.
Well, I'm talking about your behavior, aren't
Cast your
we?
stones,
You
shoot
are
your
not
arrows,
making
okay?
sense.
This dude
So,
probably believes in science.
is this the same? Is this what you're doing now? The same way you hold a belief that you're on a spinny, wobbly, gassy water ball next to a vacuum? shooting through space, changing vectors all the time? Is it a little bit of this? Just confuse it by sort of
Right, but okay, so you're gonna tell me that
labeling the
you're
problem with making
qualified.
labels?
You're gonna explain to me your model for the Earth. Are you gonna explain to me why, besides your limited ability to measure things, because you are not by any means have access to any great sort of instrumentation. I doubt you've actually taken the time to measure any of these phenomena yourself to any extensive degree, right?
Yeah,
So
Joe, we
beyond,
haven't measured shiznit.
so just beyond your non-ability to measure over long distances, right? Do you actually have an
Inability.
argument for why the Earth isn't round? Besides that argument?
Besides
Sure.
the Earth being
Yeah,
flat, do we have an
Right.
argument
Besides
for the
your
Earth being
ability
flat?
to locally measure something
Yeah,
adequately, do you
besides
have
not finding the curvature, yeah.
besides you never actually measuring for curvature, right? Just reading things
Besides not
online.
finding the curvature, okay, yeah.
All right, so you
Go ahead.
read stuff online and you never took a physics class, and then
Do you even know me?
beyond that argument, right? Do you have an argument for why the Earth
But we
is
need to
not
deal
round?
first. We need to deal first with that argument. How did you come to the conclusion that I haven't taken a physics class?
I didn't say you, or I was talking to whoever that was, delegator or something.
Just whoever you were hoping.
How do you know I haven't taken
fire
a
an
physics
arrow and
class?
hope it hits someone. I think.
Okay, fine. So you don't want to answer the question. That's fine. I get it. I wouldn't
Sure.
want to.
Do you want to answer the
I got a
same
question for you if
It'll
there's
be fun,
time.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you. No Country for Old Men or whatever your name is.
So that's not an answer to my question, by the way. Just so
No
everyone.
one's.
Nobody
Okay,
cares.
can we move on?
Right. We can move on from the fact that you're unable to
No,
answer
shut up, dude. Hey, I
a
mean, move on to the
simple
question I
question
have for
about your
you.
beliefs.
Go ahead, Orion.
I'm guessing you didn't. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not going to bother asking if he's not listening. Are you listening, No Country?
I am listening.
All right. So it's a very simple question. What would falsify the globe for you? Is there anything that we could ever show you that would falsify the globe for you?
What would you show me if you wanted to falsify the globe?
Yeah, well, no, that's my question to you. My question to you is, what would change your mind about the globe if we could show you anything? What would that be? Can you think of what that would be?
Sure. I mean, just simply speaking, pictures from outer space, right?
Well, pictures from outer space. Wait, now think about this. What you're saying here. You want us to go to a fictional place, a place we don't even believe in.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that based on your perspective, right, the further you move from an object in space, right, the more, right, so that changes your perspective on the object, and you're able, in our case, right, from the surface of the Earth, which is imperceptibly large.
You'd just like to see it in its entirety. It doesn't necessarily have to be from outer space. It's just from a far enough distance that you can see everything.
Well,
see enough of it that it's obvious.
Correct. All right, that's all.
Okay, so I just want to point out a problem with this. The problem is this may in fact be an unachievable thing. If it is an unachievable thing, then this thing that would, convince you of reality being what it is, you will never get, and you will continue your life believing reality is not what it is. And then
notice the complete change in arguments, right? Notice how he completely abandoned the argument about what the criteria was originally that I asked for, to now say that it's impossible to achieve, right?
Well, let me ask you this: can you go to Narnia? No Country. Can you go to Narnia? Yes or no?
I'm not going to engage with this kind of nonsense. Come on, dude. You can do better than that.
So obviously the answer is no. So the point I'm trying to make with that is
that's not my answer, right? That's what you see. This is lazy argumentation.
Dude, chill. I'm just simply making the point that
chill. You're changing.
Okay, you're still talking, dude. You're still talking. You're not chill if you're still talking.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is you simply can't go to a place if it doesn't exist. So what I'm trying to say is, since the vacuum of space doesn't exist, you can't go there.
Okay.
Much like Narnia. Narnia obviously doesn't exist.
Okay, well,
Also,
that's your
they can't go
argument.
to
I think
Narnia
it's a
either.
very lazy argument. It's very low level, and I don't even know how to engage with it, frankly, because it's so lazy.
Let me help you. Let
Just
me
put
help you.
yourself on
What
mute.
you
That would
just said,
help.
what you just said would disprove what we are saying. Right? If you could go to outer space and look down at it, it would disprove what we're saying. You were asked the question of what would prove that what we are saying is right, and what you presented was a disproof. Does that not seem to you contradictory?
Why would that be contradictory?
Because if there is outer space and we can go there, then we're
Right.
wrong. And when we said, what could we show you that would show we're right? You're like, well, showing me that you're wrong. Does that not seem to
No.
you
That's not fair.
ridiculous?
That doesn't even make sense. The way you're framing it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
If we
Do
can
we
move,
think you can go to outer space?
Okay, so
Answer the question.
I would respond to you by saying,
Try.
do
Please
you
try.
believe that 3D space exists, right? And if you can move freely in unbounded space, which again, I have no reason to believe doesn't exist. I mean, we certainly
Mixing
inhabit
worldviews,
three-dimensional space on the surface of the Earth. I don't know why all of a sudden leaving the surface of the Earth would change three-dimensional space or our perception of it, right? So I have no reason to believe that we cannot move spatially,
have no reason to
directionally
believe that.
away from the Earth. Why would you think
Right.
that you
Are
can't
you
do
trying
that?
to test your worldview or ours?
My goodness.
Well, I'm saying if we can launch things
Do you answer
upwards.
questions? Do you know how to answer questions? Do you know what it means when, like, I ask you a question, what it
Okay,
means
don't
to
be
then answer
petulant.
that
I'm
question?
trying to engage. I'm trying to faithfully
So,
engage.
right. So do that by answering the questions
What
I
is your
ask.
question?
Are you aware that what you are asking is not in our worldview?
It's not in your worldview to be able to
No.
launch rockets away from the surface of the Earth.
To outer space.
You
That was what you
cannot
said,
launch
right?
things outside the generally understood.
Things can go up, right?
How
But what
far
you
can
asked
something go
for
up? How
as
far can
proof
something
that
go
we
up?
were right.
How far can
As
something move up?
I don't know.
You don't know?
As what you asked for was for proof that we were right was something that would show that we are wrong.
No, I'm asking for any
Is that clear to you?
substantiation of what you're saying. That's what I'm asking
Right.
for.
And we said what would show you that? What would show you that we're right? And you were like, well, showing me that you're wrong.
That's not what I said, right? I simply
checkmate,
no, that's not. You
Keithers.
see, I'm asking you, right? If you're saying you're unsure that you're unsure of the distance that things can move away from Earth, right? Are you sure of the distance they can't move away from the Earth? Are you sure of either one?
How could no?
Okay, so why would you then make the argument from that they can't move any significant distance from Earth? You see how that's not logically what you're saying doesn't logically follow to what you're agreeing to say?
Because you're not clear on what worldview you're testing. You keep switching back and forth between
It's not a
testing what
worldview. It's simply an acknowledgement of three-dimensional space as we understand it, right? If you're
Would it have to be in the form of imagery, or would you want to see it firsthand?
Well, again, I'm not gonna. I feel like this is like a trick. Like I'm not an optics professional, right? If
Oh, it's
there's
a reasonable
some,
question, dude. Just asking you to be fucking specific.
well, if it was to somehow, if we could all agree on the process of obtaining the image, right, and we could all agree not to question the validity of an optical analyst, right, who then confirmed that the image was in fact the image that was claimed to be taken, right? Like, and so we can all agree that barring any distortion, right, that we moved sufficiently far away from Earth, and from that distance we're able to capture, like every angle of the Earth, showing that like no matter which angle you took a picture from, right, obviously it's still round, which would imply a sphere, right, or a globoid, right? I think it's called a geoid or a obtuse.
A pair. So
Hey,
now you've
I
seen me
gotta,
putting a bunch
can
of
I quickly
caveats.
interject here for a second? I just want to point out to you, buddy, like
Obtuse
normally when we
spheroid.
measure everything else in life, like geometrically measure things, like, you know, tables and buildings and such. We do it directly with tools, like we take, you know,
Yeah.
yardsticks and
And
put it up against
cameras and lenses.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, sort of. But what I'm trying to say is like, more so we use rulers and
No, you
yardsticks
use
and straight
rulers.
edges.
You use rulers, right? Other
When
people
we're
use more complex tools.
Yeah, when we're
You're
talking
just
about
so
knowing things for sure, like, you know, just what I'm trying to say is direct measurements, not, you know, like take for instance,
Well,
if I
direct
wanted to
measurements that
know,
you
chill,
approve
just
of, right?
chill.
He's so
Sorry,
determined
hold
to
on.
win.
If I were to,
Hold
if
on,
I were to,
everybody. So sorry, Jam. Can you turn off your camera, please?
He's so determined to win a point, he's not actually playing anymore. He's just like
No,
attacking more
not
boys.
even.
and trying to get the-
I'm not trying to attack anybody, right? I'm
You're
just.
you're not even aware of what you're doing. Otherwise, you would be acknowledging some of these points as valid. But you're like so far from
No,
making.
I hold on.
Yeah,
I acknowledge
exactly. You're doing
all.
this.
No.
This is what I'm talking about. Just going no in the middle of someone's statement, and going, "Well, you use a ruler." It's like listen to what
I'm
he's
not
saying. Rebut the
disagreeing with him.
central-
I'm not
You're doing it right
disagreeing.
now. You're doing it right
I'm
now.
He is a
It's
troll.
happening right now.
Well, how would you know that you're not far enough away? Like, how would you know you're just like so far away that not far enough away that the Earth is still a globe? It just looks flat.
You see,
Because it's
this
so
is
big.
okay. You asked me, right? I gave you an argument for what would be sufficient, right, in determining that the Earth is round.
yeah, but it's vague. That's the problem. It's far too vague, and not
How
only
is
that.
moving in what could give me a simpler argument, right?
Well, then tell me what altitude, like what method of getting up that far? You've given us none of these details. You're just
Okay,
talking in
100 miles.
the
Do
point I'm
you
trying to say
think
is you're talking about the
100
what if.
miles? There you go, 100 miles. There's my
I know, but
yardstick.
listen. You're talking about 100 miles up, but you're talking about the realm of what if. We're not talking about the realm of what if because we're grown adults. We're talking about the realm of really is.
Aren't
So
you the
what in
guy
the
who brought
really
up
is?
Narnia? You're telling me about having a conversation with
Yeah,
a grown
dude, because
adult.
Narnia is
You're
not real. What I'm
comparing
trying to say is you
you're
believe in
comparing
Narnia. Shut up,
space to
dude. I'm trying
Narnia.
to talk here.
You're comparing
Listen.
space to Narnia, and you're telling me you're an adult.
You're a punishing individual, aren't you?
Yeah,
You're
but
real
listen, I'm just wondering, like the point I'm trying to make is you're talking about the what if realm, which by the way, Narnia is the what if realm. The vacuum of space is the what if realm. You going 100 miles up, that's the what if realm. Now let's move away from the what if realm. Let's go to the really is real world realm and what we can really do. Now in the realm of what we can really do, what can we do that would falsify the
left.
globe for
He left.
you is the question.
He left. Orion, don't. It's your time. Oh, okay, he's back. Ugh.
Don't sound so pleased.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank
Wow,
you. I just
what
don't
a-
appreciate being muted for no reason,
Well, if
right?
you don't interrupt people, you won't get muted, bro.
Yeah, you're not letting people speak. You're just like catching onto a word midway through a sentence and being like, "Oh, I've got one for that one,"
No,
without
it's
listening
not.
to the.
Just repeating what he said, right? Just repeating
Just
back.
literally did what you said you were
He's talking about
doing.
Narnia, right? That's a
All you
fair
needed
call
to
out.
do to disprove what I was saying was let me finish saying it, and you couldn't.
At least you're
Fuck, man,
not.
that was an epic own goal.
At least you're not defending the flat Earth anymore. At least I got you off of that. I'm glad you can use this time to
You
attack me
haven't
instead of
accomplished
defend your argument.
anything. You
What the hell are you
haven't made
talking
any
about?
point.
Well, what point have you made?
So I'll just repeat the question. No country. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. So what can we
Full
do
autism
in
engaged.
Would you stop
So what?
interrupting him? God dang. So I don't have to mute
So what?
you.
So what can we do in the real world? You know, not the what if world, but what can we do in the real practical world with our own resources that we have in front of us? What can we do to falsify the globe for you, or what can you do to potentially falsify the globe for you? What
I
can
think
you do?
that's a flawed premise, right? Because you're just saying that space is made up. Okay, what
No, it's not a flawed
evidence
No,
do
it's
you
not.
have for space?
So then you concede. Then you concede. Let's stop right there. Then that means you concede that there is no way to falsify the globe for you.
That's not what it means, right? It means that when you say space is
Well,
made
not in
up,
the real world.
you're
It is.
making
What
the
if we asked
assertion.
Matthew?
You're making the
He says
assertion
it's
that space is made up, right? That somehow the world on the surface of the Earth is real, but the world that is away from the surface of the Earth is just made up Narnia fairy tale land. And I'm asking you, what are you making? What basis? On which basis could you make such a claim?
Oh my goodness.
Well, I can actually tell you it's very simple. It's very few words. It would be simply that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure in the consistent X value form requires two things. One, a container, and two, a fixed volume. It's just that simple.
Okay, and so volume doesn't. Okay, so explain to me how that is.
Explain to me. Like, you're still obfuscating away from the point. Why don't you ask Matthew, Orion? Because he said it's a reasonable question. Maybe he has.
No, you're saying that there's some wall. No, hold on.
Prove us right, Matthew. What would to you falsify the globe?
Pictures of the full moon changing size, or like the sunset, the sun getting smaller, or really, really high altitude pictures. I won't say space, I would say high altitude pictures showing flatness, or seeing I don't know, seeing way too far than 1,000 miles or something like that. There's probably a bunch of things, but those are some off the top of my head.
Wow, it's almost like you can answer that question, Matthew.
Yeah,
How
that's
did you
fine.
do
I
that?
just did. What do you mean?
You did. Yeah, it was perfect. How is it you are able to answer that question? This other gentleman here seems to struggle. Could you explain to him what answering questions looks like?
Oh yeah,
It's worth pointing out he didn't talk about the Earth though.
Right.
So
well,
you can
seeing
if you
too
want
far,
to.
1,000 miles. That's on the Earth. But seeing
1,000
different
miles,
size.
Matthew? Come on.
Yeah, seeing the moon and the sun change size is enough. Contradicts the heliocentric model, so that would suffice.
Yeah. So, because your answer, other person whose name I don't care to learn. Oh, that's right. We aren't allowed to call you by a name.
Very insulting.
Nobody
I'm devastated.
here. There's nobody here that believes in a disk floating through outer space. So you put so little effort into learning what people do think that immediately what you asked for would be a disproof. Right? And then when told that, rather than going, oh, I guess I need to learn some things about what it is you do think so I can understand what evidence for one case would be versus evidence from another case. You just sort of kept doubling down and now are trying to sort of like divert and ask other questions and
Wrong. That's erroneous. Completely erroneous.
And wrong and erroneous and this kind of stuff.
Well, you're attributing views to me that I never put forward. Of course, I'm going to disagree with that, right?
You said go to outer space. We asked you for a disproof and you said go to outer space. The existence of outer space would.
But what do you mean? Okay, so like Matthew said, right? He's just all he's saying is, right, high altitude, right? We can call it space. We can call it high altitude. We can call it. Are you saying there's some wall that you run up against? What is preventing you from increasing your altitude without limit? Right.
So
explain to me what is preventing
technology
that.
and funding. Obviously, you don't have the technology. You don't have the money. Like, duh.
You don't have the money and technology, or the government doesn't have it.
No,
I'm pretty sure
neither
the government
you
has
or I. Neither you or I. I'm not talking about governments. I'm talking about neither you or I.
Right. So because you or I can't do something, does that mean it can't be done?
Well, actually, it's actually more than that. I should actually mention, I'm not actually sure you're allowed to go above 10,000. To the best of my knowledge, you're not actually allowed to independently fly above 10,000 feet.
When you say you,
what
you mean anybody
what we're
or
asking
just you?
It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit?
So
okay.
I guess
great
the
argument.
worldview here is
it's a solid case.
I guess the worldview here is: are you willing to accept what other people have done and just believe it's true?
No, not without rigorously.
You're just gonna go again, are you? All right. You let me know when you're done answering the question.
Why are you so petulant?
Just because, I like finishing sentences.
Okay,
It's
so
weird.
finish.
I know it's very strange. It's a very strange habit, I know. The question is between whether you're willing to accept what other people tell you or whether you'd like to investigate these things for yourself.
Yeah, that's not what I said. Again, you're
I'm
completely.
not telling you what you said, you fucking
The
muppet.
freaking
I'm telling
question.
you.
Yeah, but that's not the premise.
Jesus, you are so dense. You
Calm
are
down.
thick as two
Relax.
planks.
Don't get emotional. All right, you're getting way too emotional.
I am. I'm so upset.
You're
I'm really
putting
upset.
forward a
He's
completely
laughing at you.
false
What
premise.
is
God.
this? What
It's
is
not a
this the
false
point?
premise.
It's a
I'm
false
putting.
premise.
It's not a false premise. I'm
It's a
positing
100%.
Okay, what's false about the premise? Tell me the premise first, and then what's false about it.
Just because we put forward, okay, just because somebody else makes an
No.
observation, right?
Premise first, then what's false about it. Not your case. You put that second. What's the premise? Then what's false about it? Then you can put forward your case. Go for it.
Okay, your premise
Yeah.
is that we are offloading the verification to someone else, right? We're trusting somebody else's observation.
Close but wrong. Close but wrong.
Okay, correct me, please.
Sure. I'm saying there are two different heuristics for this. There are two different ways one can go about it, and it depends which side you sit. You might sit on one side where you're comfortable accepting what other people tell you, even in situations where you're unable to test it for yourself. And there are some times where you might go, no, I need to test that for myself. And all I'm saying is it depends where you sit on that. So it's not even a premise. I'm not even making an argument. I'm just pointing out a difference in our philosophy. And you're like, no, premise is incorrect.
No, but you're no.
The first part sounded like I could disprove it, but the second part kind of got me there.
Holy shit, based.
Okay, listen, I appreciate your engagement in the conversation. I'm not trying to like make jokes here, but again, the issue with your thing is you're saying that we just believe it to be true without any sort of rigorous criticism, right? That's what you're leaving out here. And I'm saying that, hey, if you are exposed to an idea, okay, and then also have a chance to rigorously criticize it, right, and have no good reason after your, effete, limp dick attempt at criticism, right, you shouldn't have a strong conviction, right, about it being some sort of false, phony claim, right? If you can't criticize it well, then you have no basis for having a strong, negative disposition towards that argument. That's all.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Yeah. So if you don't really have a good refutation of somebody else's point, then your refutation is somewhat effete and limp-dicked, isn't it?
Right.
So
Yes, it
is that a
is.
rebuttal of the point I made, or is that just you flapping your gums and being effete and limp-dick?
Definitely flapping his gums and being a limp dick.
Right, because you're not actually rebutting any points I've made, because you actually haven't asked me any questions and actually haven't found out what it is that I think. You just keep trying to tell me what it is that I think in the hope that you can rebut that, which is exactly what you just tried to criticize me
It's
for.
a delicious echo chamber. I love that you guys are so angry that the Earth could possibly be round.
Bro, you've been talking
endlessly
to Glovers for the past like 5, I don't know how many minutes. Matthew's a Glover, Eggshells, freaking other people in here are Glovers.
Hey,
You're the only one who actually makes sense.
Hey, no country
Is
for
there
all
anyone
men.
else? Is there
Wait,
anyone
no, I
else
got a
who
quick
wants to
question for
talk?
this. No, I got a quick question for this. I want to know his answer. So for the first 24 years of my life, I believed that the Earth was a globe. I believed that it was a planet and that it resided in the vacuum of space. And it didn't make me angry for any reason at all, believing that. So, and now I just simply don't believe it. And, I'm not angry now either. So why would you think that I would be bothered by the Earth being a globe if I believed it for the first 24 years and it didn't bother me then? Like, why would it bother me now? I don't understand it.
I think he's just mistaken us calling out the absolute flimsiness of his arguments as if we're upset of something to do with Earth shape, rather than pointing out that his arguments are incredibly flimsy. Like, he's just come in with such arrogance that he's right, that he actually been like, I don't need to know what they actually think. All I need to know is that I think
No,
they're wrong.
we established what you guys think at the very beginning of the conversation, right?
Sure. Tell me what it is that I think. Go for it.
Which is that the Earth isn't actually flat, despite being called the flat Earth server. It's the ultimate cell phone,
So
right?
I got a quick question for you.
Ultimate
No country.
cell phone.
Would
Thank
it
you for
anger
owning
you?
yourself.
Would it make you angry to know that the Earth is flat? Would it bother you to know that the Earth is flat? Like, would you want to know that the Earth is flat, or would you not want to know?
Listen, I've said enough for today, right? I don't
No,
want
no,
to
no.
upset
Hold
you
on, hold
guys.
on.
I don't want to
If the
upset you
Earth,
guys. You're muting
if the
me.
Earth is
You're
flat, what do
upset.
you want to know? No,
I
just
don't
answer the
want to
question.
hurt
Yes or
any
no?
more feelings, right? I'll just stay muted.
If
I
no
returned.
country. Simple question. Yes or no? If the Earth was flat, would you want to know? Yes or no?
Don't make demands of me, okay? I'm a sovereign American citizen, right?
It's a
I don't
simple
have to
intellectual
answer the
question.
question.
It's a
Oh,
very
he's a
basic
sovereign citizen,
intellectual
is he?
question. We're having an intellectual conversation. I'm asking you an
He's
intellectual
not
sure
gonna
question.
about
answer.
that?
He's not going to answer. Fuck off. Next.
He
Thank
he
you.
was
Finally.
fucking weird. He was so sure he was right. He was like, I don't need to know what these people think. Provided I tell them what they think, then I can tell them what's dumb about it. You're only telling one person here what's dumb about what they think.
I don't answer questions. Yeah, we tell, bro. All right. Who's next?
I am
Let's move on.
Spartacus.
Check
I
this
felt
out.
like he held.
I was
I
looking at
felt like
fishing
that was a
rods, right?
pretty engaging discussion. I was intrigued, to be honest.
It
Of
was an
course
engaging
you would
discussion. It was
be.
very funny.
It's
Look how long
freaking
this fucking
boring.
fishing rod is.
Just freaking goes in circles and mute. You are muted, bro. Don't worry about it. All right. Butter knife.
That is an insane fishing rod.
I'm also a sovereign
26
citizen.
meters.
I will not be held. No, I'm just playing.
Whoa, is
I
that
mean,
you,
it's only
Space Goat?
1,500. Hey, sorry?
Is that you?
No, that's just, I'm looking for a fishing rod for beach fishing, and I was looking up the longest possible, and I think that's quite, probably a
Oh,
bit too long.
Gonna need a
just
bigger
a
rod.
tad.
Oh, can I ask a question? How long?
Evidently. Would you like to
Sorry,
ask
Butter
a
knife.
second question?
Go ahead.
These
Go ahead.
I know I'm really good at asking stupid questions. I do apologize in
Oh,
advance.
great.
What were these people that are
Hold
being
on,
muted?
Butter knife. But before we start, this is something new we've been doing since about 30 minutes ago, since No Country came by. What would you like us to refer you as?
Mr. Donkey.
Me? What?
Is it
I'm
okay if I refer you as a glober?
Oh no, not at all. No,
Okay, what do you want me to refer you as?
I'm a
Former
human being just
chimpanzee.
like you.
Okay, what do you want me to refer you as? Human being?
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, human being.
I
What
think
is
you're
your
giving me too
question,
much
human
props.
being?
So in the event that someone says something that causes them to be muted, is that a permanent mute forever, or is that like a 5-minute timeout, or it's your discretion?
It's
Don't worry
forever,
about
bro.
that.
Say some dumb shit, Aussie man.
Like
Go
the
on.
fact that you're asking means you don't need to worry about it.
Say some dumb shit, Aussie man. I'm waiting for it.
Oh, that's a loaded position. Hello over there. How are you going?
Yeah,
Don't
not too
worry
bad.
about
How are you, buddy?
don't worry about that,
Are you gonna
human
ask the
being.
question or what? What do you
I
mean?
actually asked my
Trigger
question. If you
people
had
so
it,
easy.
opened your ears and listened to what I said, you would have heard I've already asked my question. But
Now I was too
thank you
busy
for bringing
listening
that up.
to the point where you said, "How long am I gonna get muted for?"
I didn't say that again. That wasn't what I said, but that's okay.
just
You
wanted to
obviously
know
hear the
if he
fantasies and
gets
things in
muted,
your
how
head.
long it'll last.
So he's
It
gonna
seems
say
like
some
we're
dumb
having a
shit, right?
conversation about the conversation. We shouldn't have a conversation about the conversation. We should just have the conversation.
I
I
agree. Let's
agree.
move on.
Let's move
Meta
on.
conversations.
Let's move on to the shape of the Earth, guys.
I used to like float around some of the different discords. I remember Big Sky being quite the intellectual. I was quite surprised that
No.
he's muted.
He is none of that. Don't worry about
Scott
him either.
Mackey? You think Scott's an intellect, bro?
Oh, I maybe I must have misrecalled who the person was. Maybe I thought it was someone else.
No, it probably is him, but I think we get more info from a solid brick wall.
Oh. It depends how fast you're traveling when you hit the brick wall.
I mean, even if you just stare at it, it'll probably give you more details than he would.
It sounds like you don't like him. Fair enough.
All right.
No, I don't mind him at all. It's just he doesn't really see
Butter.
anything valuable.
I'm sorry. I meant human being.
No, if I wanted
do you
to, I
have
can.
any
Sorry.
other? Do you have any questions about the shape of the Earth?
I have always scratched my head. I haven't I've given this some thought. I like to try and entertain things from my own perspective, and I'm like, well, if it wasn't a globe, let's say it's a flat disc, is it a disc? Like, what's the shape? And then I asked myself this question. I was like, if I dug straight down for long enough, and obviously, removed or logic, because obviously you'd get too hot or something. You'd find some bearing. I don't know, but if you broke through the other side of whatever the plane is we're on, what would be there? Would there be a vacuum? Would there be
So you want us
lava?
to ignore all logic and give you a hypothetical, right? Is that what you're asking for?
Okay, if I punch through the other side,
Earth
what
to
would
globe.
be? What would I be there? What would be there?
Ignore
What
the
do you
fact
mean
that
if
it's
you?
logically impossible to dig
There's
that
one
deep.
word.
I mean, it's called the insanity, man. I mean, do you really need an answer to this question?
No, it's fine, dude. There's just a simple one-word answer you can give to him. The answer is unverified. It's the same
Well,
thing with the
we got the
composition of the
super
star.
deep. We got the super deep borehole in Russia.
Oh, they do
Yeah, exactly, and that's the furthest anyone's even claimed to go down. No one's even ever claimed to go further than 7.8 miles or whatever it was.
It was a pretty good feat. They reckon they heard demons down there, though. That's an actual
sure
fact.
they did,
Yeah,
bro.
but I mean, people say all sorts of stuff, man.
Yeah, when I went to sleep last night, I spoke to God himself. That's crazy.
But I mean, like, the point is, like, the answer to your question, again, it's still just unverified. Like, I'll be honest, man, like, I actually wonder all the time, the same question that you just asked, but I realize that there's some things that we're just not gonna know.
Well, let's
There's
go.
no way to know 'em.
Let's go a little bit crazier, right?
Oh my God.
I would say that if the Earth isn't a planet, right, then that for me a solution to that problem would be it's a simulation, right? Because in the confines of a construct. Sorry.
No, hold on. You're misusing the word simulation. Like, by definition, you're just not using it properly. I'll tell you why. Like, it would be more logical to say that Grand Theft Auto is a simulation because you can run around in real life and drive cars, and you can run around and drive cars in Grand Theft
From
Auto.
your experience, yeah, I get what you're saying, but for the sake
What I'm trying to say, wait, hold on, I'm sorry, I just kind of choked on something for a second. But what I'm trying to say is, you would have to establish a world outside of this place that this is a simulation of, in order for you to be using that word properly.
You could. I mean, it depends how far down the rabbit hole you want to go. Like, you could say, if we're created by a god, then this would be a simulation, wouldn't it?
What would it
Wait,
be
say that again? What?
simulating?
I said,
simulation of
it
what?
depends on how deep you want to go
Yeah.
philosophically speaking. I mean, if we were created by a god, some form of creator, like whether it's a deity or it's a grand architect, who the fuck knows the scale of creation? I certainly don't. But in that event, that would make this a simulation, yeah?
Well, hold on. I want to be clear here. So I'm not saying that there isn't any natural creator. I mean, I'm not a religious guy myself. I'm really definitely not part of any religion. But I'm not going to say that there is no natural creator to the natural world. It's just that, it's very difficult to establish what that is.
100%.
I think much the same way that it's hard for a pocket watch to establish what its watchmaker is. Like, the pocket watch is a pocket watch, but it doesn't look back at the watch.
How did you, out of all the analogies you could have made, you used a pocket watch? You're a watch fanatic, aren't you?
No, it's just something I heard someone else say years ago somewhere.
Okay.
It's a very common. It's a very commonly used thing about, like, a metaphor about the watchmaker.
Well, watches are complicated, but nowhere near as complicated as a human cell. But anyways, back to the original proposal, right? So, in the event that this is a flat plane of existence, if I travel in any given direction, will I fall off the medium? And if I dig down deep enough, will I punch through the medium? And if I was able to, like, get away from the medium further enough, what would the shape be? Is there a shape, or is it just infinite, like, in any direction? So, like, sky is up above us forever. Is sky, Earth beneath us is just forever Earth? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. So you're asking about the parameters of where we are.
The reality,
And that's
yes.
So that's something that none of us could verify.
But surely you have some hypotheticals, please.
Of course, we have speculations, but today's not Sunday.
love to hear it.
We usually do speculation Sundays, and we can go on for hours talking about what could be, what we think what the possibilities are endless as to what it could be, right? So we don't like to spend too much time outside of Sundays to speak about that. So if you want to speak specifically on those terms, then you
I
can
haven't
come.
been this rejected
You can
by
come
a
on
girl in
Sunday.
ages.
Okay.
That was a pun.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the funny. I haven't found the funny yet.
Oh, I guess I suck at humor. My apologies.
That's okay. Yeah, so my point is we can't know what's all the way up on the outer limits, what's down there. None of us could tell you. And that includes the globers or the, the supposedly NASA and everybody else.
Now
That's making up stuff.
there are some very credible critiques being made by the group. I suppose you guys would call yourselves the flat earthers. I mean, there are some massive problems with the composites, the photos from space. I actually found that problem myself. I was looking for some stuff, and I was looking at stuff because I like to look at old images of space because you can see some stuff you're not meant to see because you can play with the gamma and the old photography. The method of blurring things out back in the day was you just turn the exposure or the gamma up and it would get rid of what you weren't supposed to see. But then I realized there's no photos of Earth. They're all composites. And so that was the first highlight thing. The second one, that if you guys aren't really well versed in this stuff, and you might think you are, but you're probably not, is White Alice will really point out some stuff that, you really want to start researching some shit. Look into White Alice. It debunks satellites, it debunks GPS. It basically proves that there are other ways or other methodologies that could be used to explain our current technological position. It basically removes the need for an orbit around a planet. But that's really hard to talk about if you don't actually know what I'm talking about. But anyways, you should look into that.
Look into what? I couldn't hear you.
White Alice, was it?
White Alice. It'll give you
White
everything you
Alice?
need. Yeah.
Communication
Wanna give
system
us-
set up in Alaska in the 60s, which allowed for long distance, hundreds of miles across hundreds
See,
of miles.
T-Hub knows. T-Hub's not a fucking pleb. He knows his shit.
T-Dub.
Yes, T-Dub down the bottom here. The guy that just spoke.
Yeah, I thought you said T-Hub. I'm sorry.
I don't know that much about it, but from what
The
I
world's a
read,
globe.
just based on what you said yesterday, I had a quick read of the wiki, and I think they use it's microwave based technology, so it's line of sight.
It just provides a solution to a claim being made by a quote unquote, as you would say, glober. They'll say, oh well GPS, etc., and fucking a lot of other little, convenient technological capabilities that we have that are, easily explained with, satellites. When in reality, they're not necessary if you know about White Alice.
They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it, and they built like nearly 80 towers, I think, across Alaska, and utilized it for the military. But it also had some civilian application too, where people were making phone calls using.
That was the start of this technology, bro. That was the stage one. So remember, GPS existed for many, many decades before it was given to the civilian market.
So are you a globe skeptic now?
No, I'm an entertainer of information.
And these transmitters and receivers were pointed at the horizon, which is interesting.
Now you're starting to get it.
Can you post it in the chat? Like a link or something.
It's not hard to type in White Alice. You'll get everything you need.
Okay, fine. Jeez. I just want to welcome all the new people that came recently. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Open up your mics and ask them. I'm Crow. I'm gonna butcher your name, Crow. Kid, Lake Roof. Who else do we got? Username. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and ask them.
Do people actually
Well, it's been a
think the Earth
pleasure.
is
I
flat?
have to go. Good luck.
All right. Butter later. Eno, any questions? Oh wait. Dang it, he left. That was the guy that came through last time.
Sorry, I had to fix my mic.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hey.
I guess seems like nobody else wants to talk. So if you have any questions, go ahead.
It's pretty chill in here, huh? Tonight.
Yeah, it just kind of was a bit chaotic earlier, but came at the right time.
Oh, really? What was going on?
You know, the usual globe spiraling.
Trolls.
You're an idiot. You're a fluffer, you know.
Yeah.
Those people, I see.
Stuff that really hurts our feelings a lot.
It's like they'll watch the news, see something completely batshit that the government did. You like pull over a mother of three, said she fit the description of some armed robber, or you'll ban somebody off the road. I mean, a lot of stuff by police, but just other things too. And they know they can't address that because in their worldview, the government is doing these amazing things in space for the betterment of humanity. So they just come online to be like, just trigger and spiral out about someone disagrees with their worldview. Well, get over it, okay? You disagree with your worldview already.
So, Eno, you came in last time and you had some. I guess you were looking into the flat Earth deeper.
Yeah.
Where are you at in your journey?
Kind of midway. I've been busy with work, so I haven't really had a chance to do more research and look at some of the materials. I looked at some of the stuff before I went to bed a couple of days ago, but work has been pretty busy. This is my busy season for my job because it's before the holidays.
Right. Yeah, no, it's I understand. It's life comes first, right? So.
Yeah, well, yeah, you gotta pay, money and pay rent, stuff like to pay your bills
Oh yeah.
comes first. Plus, not only that, you guys gave me
Unfortunately.
so much info. It's like I remember I told you guys how I felt like I was going back to college again.
Yeah, probably. I don't remember specifically that part, but I do know that we gave you.
You guys gave me like a crap ton of info, so
Yeah.
a lot to go over, a lot to read.
Yeah, we like to do that so that people come to their own conclusion whether you're gonna end up believing in the globe or
Yeah.
venturing into the flat Earth. That's at the end of the day, it's up to you.
I
As long
remember,
as you look into it.
yeah, I remember in the chat, so many people gave me info, and then at the end of my 1 hour session here, just listening to you guys and talking, asking questions, I think you guys gave me close to like 30 different files, PDFs and stuff, and websites to look at and everything. And I'm like, this is a lot of info.
Only 30?
Yeah. Well, each file also had like, some of them had 10 pages or 7
Yeah.
pages, so it adds up.
Yeah, and you're in the home server, right? The
Yeah, yeah.
24/7?
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah,
It
I
seems
mean
like, but nobody's in there though.
yeah, there's a lot of people earlier, but yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you go down to the the additional information section, you could literally spend, I mean, days upon days, probably months upon months, just looking through each one, and if you choose to, but of course, yeah, we have, like you said, we have work, life, family.
Yeah.
Can do all that.
I think when the holiday hits and I get like a good 3-day weekend or 4-day weekend, they'll give me some time to like really read into it,
Yeah, and take your time with it. This is something that we keep on discovering as we go. It's never gonna end.
Yeah.
It's always gonna be a learning process. At least for me, that's how it is. Every day. Just right now, I just learned about the White Alice, which is pretty interesting. So I'm gonna read up a little bit on that one. And I've been in this for a few years now. So don't overwhelm yourself too much all at once.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and be sure to do your own research and look at both sides also.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing
Yeah, for
on
sure.
and off.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure there are Globers that talk to you already. Evaluate both sides and come to your own conclusion.
Well, I mean, technically, I'm still a Glober, right? Because that's what I've been taught when I was a
Yep.
kid. But
Yep.
reading about all this stuff, so just asking questions. When I first came in here, I remember some people were very hostile. Remember, they're like, "Who are you? What are you doing in here?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "What the hell?" Like, I just came into the server just to listen to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, because we get a lot of trolls. I mean, ridiculous amount of trolls. So
You know what? You
we
know what it felt like? You know what it
yeah.
felt like, Delegator? It felt like I came in here saying, "Hey guys," and all of a sudden, like, you guys had shotguns put in my face. I'm like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like,
Take your business.
Yeah, I was like, "Holy crap! All right, guys, bye." I was about to like just leave.
Yeah, it's kind of like you've been fighting zombies all day, and then a normal
I
comes
was like,
through, and
yeah, and all of a sudden everyone's like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, "I just have questions," and they're like, "Oh," and it just became calm afterwards.
it's hard to find. I would say like it's not rare, but it's not often that we get people who genuinely want to learn about this stuff. So
Right.
yeah.
Or it's like I think when people debate, you guys just mute everyone, and that's the end of the conversation. That's another
That's
alternative.
not true. That's not true, and you know it.
Can you explain to me how to find the ends of the earth? Go for it.
No, I can't.
Well, why not? You're supporting the argument the earth is flat. Come on, don't give up. You can do it.
No, I just don't feel like it.
Yeah, people have
You're not a
lives
flat
and work and
earther.
families and all that.
Someone give me a real flat earther. Come on, someone step up. Someone step up
Hey,
to the challenge. Let's go.
hey, I'm in here. I'm in here just to ask questions, so I'm a newbie.
Come on, don't. You can take a position, bro. You don't have to just play that neutral spot.
No,
I want to know to
I'm
this
no.
bro
I mean,
who's making fun of Globers how to find the end of the
I'm
earth, or at least
technically
explain it.
I'm technically still a Glober, but I came in here interesting wise because I saw a YouTube clip or document or episode of by Tyler Oliveira, who is interviewing one of the biggest flat earthers in the United States, and he was asking some pretty good questions, and I was like, oh, that's just interesting. So that's why I came in here.
Who was he interviewing? I'm curious.
Flat Earth Dave. Like, he's a huge flat earther. That's what I heard. Like, he's well known in social media and on other things. So
Well, Dave
Yeah.
was.
David White,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he interviewed him.
And I think I spoke with you about that
Yeah,
video. I
yeah.
think initially, like I said before, it was a good interview and it looked unbiased, but at the end, like when he went to the what is it?
The convention, the Flat Earth
The
convention in Las
convention,
Vegas. Yeah.
yes, that was just a bit more trolly. So for me, that part was just like,
I think Delegate though, I think when I watched that video again, I think he got frustrated because they introduced him to like the quote unquote the science guy, right? And there's a lot about science of flat Earth. And when he jumped, remember that thing where he jumped and they were talking about gravity? Like he
but
couldn't. He asked the guy like, "Can you explain scientifically, like in measurements regarding inertia, dampening, all that stuff that he's talked about?" And the guy couldn't give him like an equation or some sort of mathematical formula. So I think he got frustrated because of that.
so no, can I ask you? Is there because I only watched I think it was like a 20-minute video that you
Yeah.
sent. Is there like a video that shows the whole uncut version?
I don't think so. That's the whole episode that he posted. So
Okay, so then I can't like from just watching that video say that they did wrong because they and anyways, even if they can't answer his question, let's say that they couldn't answer his question, right?
Mhm.
Why go there pretending to be a flat earther? That was
yeah,
my
that's pretty disingenuous.
yeah, like that's the part where I was like, if he had gone as a Glober and presented himself as a Glober, but he was LARPing as a flat earther, and that's what people like. When people come here as Globers like you do, and you ask questions, genuine questions, we try to answer the best we can, right? But when they come in and say, "Oh yeah, well, I think the Earth is flat," and and keep going, then it's like, okay, we know you're really not a flat earther. It just looks bad, at least for him. So I don't feel any what's the proper word, sympathy maybe for
Hey,
for him, you
he's
know what I mean?
well. I can say this: his episode got me intrigued, and I came in here because of that. So if I got intrigued, there's probably gonna be others people that are intrigued too.
Yeah.
Because that episode, I just looked at it. In 2 weeks, it got 919,000
Yeah,
views. That's a lot. So
and that's why I was surprised the at least the first part where he did interview Dave
yeah,
Weiss, that he actually did present a lot of the his arguments without any cuts or straw mans, so I do appreciate that about the guy. So it's just like I said, the ending that I don't really appreciate that
right.
much. But whether it's good or bad, as long as people get exposed to the topic, we usually don't mind that much because we're used
I
to
was
the trolls and we can handle them.
Yeah, no problem. You know what the thing is? You know that science guy they talked to in the episode? I tried to look for his like YouTube channel or something, or maybe if he has something, a website or something, like about science, about
um
breaking down science, but I couldn't find his name or
I want to
something.
say it was Witsit. So if you just look up Witsit Gets It, or was it Witsit Gets It?
I don't know.
I think it was
Or it
Dave
might just
Weiss
be
versus
Witsit.
Professor. I think it was
He's
Dave
a,
Weiss versus Professor Dave.
no.
No, he's talking about when he went to the convention. I believe Witsit was there and he talked to, he was interviewing Witsit at the
Yeah,
convention.
because Dave was saying Dave told him,
Yeah.
this is the science guy of all flat earthers. Like
Hold on.
he knows a lot about science and who could break it down for you in a sense where it'll make sense with physics and everything. So he's like, oh, cool,
I'll post his videos for you.
awesome. Does he have like a YouTube channel too? Like his own dedicated
Yeah,
YouTube?
he has a YouTube channel. So I'll post that for you.
Definitely want to see that.
Witsit.
But also look up flatearth.ws as a balancing for those other things.
The fuck?
I've never heard of Flat Earth
Oh.
W yet. Oh,
Yeah,
debunking Flat Earth
Yeah, that
misconceptions.
site's
That one?
hilarious. It's
It
fucking
says
hilarious. Go check it out.
it says to make an in joke out of it. Some films in the media featured the conspiracy theory as parody. Flat Earthers and others believe the moon hoax conspiracy.
Okay,
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
posting his
Oh,
YouTube.
thank you.
So you can go there. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, the Apollo program isn't even a flat Earth talking point. That's all inside the globe worldview.
Really?
Oh yeah, it is Winston. You're right. But this video, he looks. Oh, this is 3 years ago. He looks fatter, and then the picture Dollar he looked like he lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what picture you're looking at, so
I just saw a photo on his YouTube site that he posted about 3 years ago versus the recent one by Tala Oliveira where he's interviewing. He looks really skinny there. Must have lost
okay.
weight.
Yeah, probably. I mean, 3 years, a lot of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, who said Apollo?
Yeah, the Apollo program. That's not even a flat Earth thing. That's like
Yeah.
all on the globe side. You
Mm.
got Bill Clinton wrote in his memoir about how he's not even convinced it happened.
Really? He said that in his memoir?
Yeah, I said he looked at all the evidence when he became president. He said I can realize, like, or a little bit paraphrasing, but he said something along the lines where I totally understand why people think this is bullshit.
Interesting, because I mean, I can see that because that shit happened when he was in high school or something, right? When he was a kid.
Yeah.
So he
Dude,
says he understands why people believe that. Did he say he himself believes that?
Dude, you heard what I said, right?
Right.
Yeah, he said that in his memoir, he came to the conclusion that he's not fully convinced, so he's inconclusive about whether it really happened or not.
Yeah, is that what happened? What he said?
Yeah, in his memoir, that's what the guy said. He said that in his memoir. He looked at all the evidence when he became president, and he wasn't sure if he wasn't sure and didn't believe that it actually happened.
He said that he didn't believe it actually happened. That's in the
Yeah.
memoir.
Yeah.
Is it? There you go.
That's what the guy said. I don't know. I didn't read the memoir.
Right.
So now I have to read his memoir. If he really did say that, though, that was pretty interesting.
No, he said when he became president, he looked at all the content and he said he understands why people think it didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a very different claim.
Yeah.
He's an iconic American political figure, so he's got to be careful what he says, right?
True. True.
Yeah, because the last thing he wants is presidents busting out conspiracy theories, right?
Well, I mean, Trump had a fair few, didn't he?
Hey, man, we live in an age right now where we admitted that UFOs exist, and back in 20 years ago, people thought those people were crazy. Now we got congressional testimonies. People are saying it's true. That's crazy.
There's that other dude that's running for president at the moment. I don't know
Who?
how he's going in the polls, but he's straight
Robert
out
Kennedy.
about 9/11. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it is Robert Kennedy.
He's
Kennedy's
up
on
front
that
about 9/11. Like
Yeah.
he's like totally out there with it.
Jesse
Bill-
Ventura.
He
He
talked
was
about
always big on that.
he talked about Building 7, RFK Jr.
You know, no, he's I don't know his ethnicity, but he seems like maybe Indian, of Indian descent.
Oh, Vivek.
Ramaswamy.
Yeah, I can't say his last name.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
What about Vivek?
probably him.
What about Vivek?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Isn't
That
he the
might be
only
him.
one that's Indian descent?
No, Nikki Haley is also Indian too.
Is she? There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is. The
So
only
is
reason
so is Elizabeth Swan though. Swan, whatever her name is, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Warren, she says she's Native American.
Elizabeth Warren. I mean,
She's not Native American.
thinking
Come
of the
on.
pirate movie.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous,
Hey,
guys.
hey,
Come on.
She's 1/1000 Indian. Okay,
No,
come
dude, the tribe that she claims she's part of, they came out statement saying she's not part of us.
on. She can identify as one. So hey,
That's
judge
so
her.
funny. You know what's hilarious about that delegator is that I remember one guy, Russell Peters, the comedian, they asked him, what do you think about Elizabeth Warren and Nikki Haley stuff? And he's like, and how do you know what is the difference between them? Like, they're both Indian, right? And then he said in a talk show, he's like, one's convenience store and one's casino. And everybody was laughing. They're like, "That's pretty hilarious." He's like, "Just for the record, one's casino and one is convenience store, you know." And Nikki Haley's convenience store, and Elizabeth Warren's claiming she's casino. That's pretty funny. And he's Indian, by the way.
Right.
So
He is right. Yeah, I know he can make those kind of jokes.
yeah,
He's allowed.
he's so funny. He's like, "I'm Indian, by the way, guys." Right? Like, if you haven't noticed, I'm brown.
I'm part Indian.
Yeah.
Are you
must...
1/1000th?
I just one pretendeth.
Okay, fair.
I
love
speak
Rosa
Indian,
Peter.
which I think is good enough.
I love Russell Peters. He's so funny.
Wait, you what? You speak Indian?
I speak Hindi, yeah.
I speak
Wow.
Do
Hindi.
you?
Cool.
Don't lie.
I can, yeah.
How do you say the earth is flat in Hindi?
Dunya to patla hai. No, that's kind of the earth is thin. Dunya to flat. What would be the word for flat? I'm going to look it up and already know it.
I believe you now. That's pretty good.
I know.
But the word samatal, all right, I didn't know that. So dunya to samatal hai.
Samatal hai is like what?
Oh,
Flat?
wow.
It means earth flat.
Samatal is flat, and you just always put hey at the end of the sentence. It's like it's the word for is, but it always just goes at the end of the sentence. So if you're like that guy's fat, you just go that guy fat is.
Oh, that's how the grammatical structure is?
Yeah, bit weird.
Interesting. It's like they end with a preposition.
Yeah, it's like it's like the cardinal sin in speaking English.
Yeah. Wow. There's this YouTube channel I started watching. It's called let's see, it's like a bunch of Indian guys in a village and they cook a bunch of food. They got like 22 million subscribers. It's very entertaining to watch.
Indian food is that food that you can scale up massively. Like you can make it good for 4 people and you can make it good for 4,000 people.
Oh, the YouTube channel is called Village Cooking Channel. You should watch it. They scream at every ingredient that they put into the dish when they're cooking it. Like, this is oil. This is peppers. Like it's like their culture, the way they do it.
The question is India flat?
I mean, it does have the highest mountains on the earth.
It does. It really does.
So no.
Yeah, that would be a no.
Well, actually, no.
No.
The Himalayas are they're in Nepal, but like the Himalayas continue. Like, sorry, Everest is in Nepal.
No,
Nepal, part China. But
you know what's flat, guys? Nebraska. That's pretty flat.
Australia's pretty flat.
Australia.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Flattest country on the earth.
Australia has a 700-kilometer long railway.
Doesn't it have mountains
There you
too?
go. No. Well, I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, think about it. Nebraska has nothing, no mountains. There's a funny saying.
Dude, it's
Nebraska's
the
so
whole
flat.
country though. That's a state, bro.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, well, that's true. Because they're saying
and
there's.
also, sorry, go ahead.
Australia has the lowest average elevation.
They were saying that Nebraska, there's an old saying, a funny saying. It's so flat that when your dog runs away from you, you could see it running away from you for 3 days.
Oh,
Flat
shoot.
Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
That's what.
No, but Eno, did you know that Kansas was? I think Crit knows how to say this better, like mathematically. How do you say it, Crit? Flat or something?
Yeah, mathematically, damn flat.
Damn flat.
Yeah.
That's a quote.
That's funny.
Yeah, so it was like measured and it's flatter than a pancake. So I think Kansas is flatter than Nebraska.
Damn.
And then Australia
to a
just takes the
pancake,
whole
right?
thing. Say that again, Tito?
Compared to a pancake, yeah, it's flatter than.
Yeah.
It's like, what's flatter, a pancake or Kansas? And then Kansas isn't even the flattest of the flat. There's like Florida is even flatter than that.
Damn.
What's Florida is flatter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Florida's pretty
Oh.
flat. There's no mountains or anything. It's just flat swamp peninsula. So is Texas, guys. Texas is pretty damn flat.
Well, the conclusion is that the Earth is flat.
The water's even flatter.
Well, technically,
True.
it's not really flat because there's mountains.
Mountains of water.
Oh,
You got
it's kind of
water
like straight with, it's kind of like flat but with bumps. That's how I describe it. If you want to do
you're gonna get Jerry started on this one.
it. Oh shit! Sorry. Please don't
It's
start.
okay. It's level, or would be a good description. A plane overall,
I
like a
mean,
planner.
how do you explain Everest? That's freaking tallest mountain on the earth.
It's like
Wait, is
watching
it the
this.
tallest? I thought it
Yeah,
was.
I thought Everest was the tallest
It is
peak. No.
the highest above MSL.
Yeah.
Then there are like it always depends on how you do your elevation, but highest above MSL is what most people go because that's like where you need oxygen and stuff like that. Whereas like there's some other Neil deGrasse dickhead clip of him saying, well, technically there's some, this one, Crit, right? There's some mountain in
Mount
Africa.
Chimborazo,
Right, Mount Chimborazo
Ecuador.
in Africa. Ecuador, is it? There you go.
Ecuador, yeah.
I'm fucking up all the
And
facts. You
base
take
to
it from here.
peak.
Well, you, like,
4
Base to
miles
peak is,
higher.
prominence, yeah. But 4
Mount-
miles
4
higher
miles higher.
from the
How
center of
then?
the Earth.
Why is
Astrophysically,
what
Wait,
does that mean
really?
astrophysically?
Yeah.
if you
I'm curious.
measure from the core, the center of the Earth, Mount
Oh,
Chimborazo, the
Oh,
tip of Mount Chimborazo is 4 miles further away than like the peak or the summit of
so you're gonna do it like
Everest.
that.
Because like astrophysically, at some point you would no longer start counting your distance from sea level. Like if you say
yeah.
you're on your way to the moon, you don't say 240,000 miles above sea level. You start counting the distances from center to center. The same way if you're like going from a city to a city. Like if I drive from the
Right.
city I'm in to the next city, I use approximately the center of both cities to say it's 15 miles away or whatever.
I see. Interesting.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting.
What am I going to have for dinner? Should it be a
It's,
steak?
Pancakes.
Is dinner time where you are?
Well, it's 4 o'clock. It's coming up on starting to think about what to have for dinner. Some flat eggs.
Hmm. Oh no, I had fried rice for dinner with orange chicken.
Mm.
Some Chinese food. Is there Chinese food where you are?
I'm in a hotel and it's paid for by the company, so I'm just going to have whatever they serve.
But what country are you in?
Australia.
They got great Chinese food in Australia.
Yeah, but not in the hotel.
I see.
Yeah. We've got some of
Wait.
the best cuisine in the world because, like, I kept pointing this out other places, is like when somewhere else, like if you get Chinese food in India, it's just like a couple of Indian dudes doing their best crack at Chinese food. Whereas in Australia, it'll be like the Chinese food's done by the Chinese, Thai food's done by Thai people, Vietnamese people's done
Actually,
by.
that's not necessarily true
And
because there are some Chinese people that left China and moved to India, so they incorporated like Chinese and Indian fusion food.
yes, there's a big like overlap or like
Yeah.
they call it fusion, as you said.
And it's freaking good. I heard it's really good. I saw this guy on YouTube, Best Food Review Show. You know the guy, his name is Sunny. He wears a red headband. The white dude, the red headband that goes around the world and explores different cultures and their food.
Oh yeah.
He went to India. He got introduced to a Chinese Indian restaurant. When he had it, he said it blew his mind away. He's like, "This is amazing." It turns out the wife is Indian, and then no, I'm sorry, the husband's Indian and the wife's Chinese, and she incorporated Indian spices with Chinese food, and it just elevated the flavor.
Oh, so here's another fact that blew my brain. Did you know that that chili and I think one other main spice that India uses wasn't originally a part of Indian cuisine because it originally came from, I forget, South America or like Mexico, something like that.
What?
And
Which spice?
chili, like to plant chili.
Really?
Red
Like
thing.
ghost pepper? Because I thought Indians top chili was ghost pepper. No.
I think ghost pepper is like a kind of chili, but yeah, I think you'd call them peppers, but like there's a bit of ambiguity between peppers and capsicum, which
Interesting.
Okay, so here's what he said, Bill Clinton, in his memoir.
Oh, awesome! Yeah.
He said, in his memoir, he said he saw it when on TV, and he was talking to this old carpenter, and I asked him if he believed it really happened. He disagreed. He said he didn't believe it for a minute. Them television fellers could make things look real that aren't, was a quote from the carpenter. At the time, I thought he was a crank, but after my 8 years in Washington, I saw some things on TV that made me wonder he simply wasn't ahead of his time.
That's pretty good. That is actually a really good quote. That is really good. That is better than what you were originally saying, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really good. It's basically a shot. It's like saying, hey, government's faking shit on TV all the time.
Yeah.
I thought as president he would have found out because he has security clearance. He has Q clearance, right? So
yeah, that's the other quote I
Q
saw
clearance
too.
doesn't exist, they claim.
The other quote I saw too, where he said he looked at the content that was saved, and he's like, "It's kind of nothing's here. There's really no evidence left. They destroyed all the
Talking about Clinton?
technology." Apollo, yeah.
Yeah, Clinton also said that when he became president, he attempted to look at all the classified UFO files, and his access was restricted. He didn't have high enough clearance.
what? But he's a president of the United States. How the hell you not have
his
clearance?
wasn't high enough to access. I think was it CIA files or something.
That's
might have been FBI or CIA.
Isn't that kind of weird, guys? Because he's the leader of the free world. He's a commander in chief. He should have access to everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's bizarre.
I heard one of my favorite first person conspiracy things I heard was I was talking to somebody about the Hammersmith Bridge bombing. I was talking to somebody about just general cover-ups and shit, and was talking about the Hammersmith Bridge bombing. And he said he knew somebody that was Hammersmith Bridge got bombed by the IRA supposedly, and he was saying he knew somebody who was on the special forces. So it's fourth-hand information. I do concede. But he knew somebody who was on the special forces who was like, we knew what they were doing and we were ready to stop them. And then we got a stand down order and we weren't allowed to go and get them. Because basically everything that they say about 9/11, they were saying about that, where they were like, yep, they've been cutting funding for MI5 and we need that. So yeah, we'll let ourselves get attacked so that we can justify budgets. Sorry, change the topic. Go back to Apollo.
By the way, Eggshells, I DM'd you.
Okay.
The best Indian YouTube channel on YouTube.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, this is the one, right? Cheers, Enno.
Yeah, it's just so entertaining. It's so fun. They have 23 million subscribers. So.
Oh my god, they absolutely go bonkers. Big channels in
India.
Oh, they're South Indian.
Yeah, and they make food. That's all they do.
Yeah.
And then it's so entertaining because it's a bunch of people and they show you all the recipe, all the ingredients going in the food. And then at the end, they eat it and everyone's like, oh. The one I just sent you, 31 million views, bro.
How are you understanding this? They're fucking speaking, it's either Tamil or Malayalam. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, me neither.
You just translate it?
No, I just watch it because it's entertaining.
And they're super enthusiastic. It is fun.
Yeah, no, that's why they yell. That's great.
Yeah.
We're putting this ingredient, this pepper, this is red. I was like, what the heck? They're screaming
They're so enthusiastic.
They're making a lot of money though. So my
Yeah.
guess is the money that they're making is like life-changing money in India where they're at.
Oh, it's also interesting though, when we did this massive motorbike trip and we found this guy, who is like a super famous Pakistani, vlogger, like
Uh-huh.
moto vlogger. And, he had, does he have 1 million? Something close to 1 million anyway, like multiple hundreds of thousands at very least. And,
Dang.
you right, and we were like, "Oh, mate, you must be minted off this," because we went. He like invited us, and we went and stayed at his place, and he was clearly minted. Just had like all these super expensive imported bikes and stuff. And he's like, "Nah, nah, nah," because like in America, what you get, like the estimates you get for your like ad rev is assuming an American audience, which has way more disposable income,
Right.
but
That's what I heard.
also, yeah, but also, uh, like, they like more advertisers are used to that, whereas like over in India, they're much more like not quite conservative, but they're just used to old media. So he was
Yeah.
like, I will struggle. I wouldn't. What his answer was when I get my paycheck, my monthly paycheck from YouTube,
YouTube.
it's not enough to pay for
But
the to fill all of the tanks of all of my motorcycles.
But the difference is that this channel sent you, they're getting 50% of the viewers is from America. So these guys are getting paid bank.
Oh yeah, they would be making a fuck ton then.
Yeah, they're getting
23
paid.
million, that would just be insane amounts of money.
And all their videos is over 1 million, minimum 1 million views. So if you look at the comments, they're all American English. Like they say, "I love this. I love your cookie style." Everyone's all making like comments. They're all mostly from America. So I mean, look at the camera they're using. It's so super high end.
Yeah.
How do you know they're from the South? Like, because of the way they talk?
Well, because I speak Hindi, and Hindi sounds like all of the northern dialects.
I see.
And then the joke in India is if you want to sound like a Tamil, which is most of the languages down the south are Dravidian, they come from something like Tamil. And they go,
Yeah.
"Oh, you just put coins in a jar and rattle the jar." And it's like this, like it's very like percussive and lots of D's and P's and like. Whereas, like I
That's
don't know,
funny.
Hindi sounds more like, I don't know, has this sort of very different sound. I'm struggling to
Gotcha.
explain it.
You speak Hindi?
That's-
Yeah.
Gujarati, Jai Swami Narayan.
Say again? Jai Swami Narayan.
Yeah, Jai Swami Narayan.
Say I'm not following, man.
Oh, really?
Jay, if you're speaking Hindi, like, because you might be, if you're talking like devotional stuff, you might be speaking Sanskrit, but Jai just means like hallelujah kind of thing. Swami Narayan sounds like a person. Swami Narayan. Is that
No,
what
it's a
you're trying to say?
greeting, bro.
Say it again.
Jai Swami Narayan. Oh no,
not
it's
sure.
not. It's not Hindi. It's Gujarati. My bad.
Gujarati. Yeah, don't speak Gujarati.
Oh, Gujarati.
Gujarati. That's right. Nice pronunciation, bro.
I got some Indian friends, so. A lot of my friends speak Hindi and Punjabi, and I saw this other guy talking. Hey, you guys don't understand what this guy's saying? And then the guy was like, no, my friend was like, no. He's like, he's speaking Gujarati. I was like, oh, okay.
With Indian food, it's pretty much like authentic cuisine, whereas like you're talking about Chinese food before, like you're getting something that a little different from a Chinese restaurant than what they would probably serve themselves for as a meal, you know.
Yep, I agree. I still remember seeing this very funny clip where they were like, it's like two people two Japanese guys just sitting in a restaurant eating with like knives and forks in a totally ordinary restaurant, speaking Japanese to one another, being like, "Oh, no, no, no," and they're being like, "Yeah, no, I figured out this amazing business plan. Yeah, we tried selling Japanese food and they just wouldn't fucking buy it. So then I just was like, oh, no, it's traditional. And I started selling them fish. And he's like, oh, fish, man, that's fucking cheap. That's a great business plan." He's like, yeah, I'm not even there yet. No, I'm selling them. I don't even fucking cook it. And he's like, what? They'll eat that? He's like, yeah, if you tell them traditional, they'll fucking eat anything. And he's like, what? You get them to eat raw fish? Yeah, man. Saves on cost so much. You don't even need a kitchen. Just chop it up in front of it, whack it on a plate, they'll eat it. And he's like, yeah, really? He's like, here's the best bit. We don't even give them cutlery. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah, we just make them eat it with little bamboo sticks. This is fucking amazing. It's a very funny idea. That is all. I thought it was funny.
Our local noodle shop always offers chopsticks as you're leaving. You want chopsticks? Sometimes I grab a couple.
Some of them, if you don't call it chopsticks, if you call them just sticks, they get offended.
What? Is that a true thing?
Yeah, I heard like somebody asking, "Oh, can I?" Because they forgot what they were called. And they just asked, "Oh, can I get the sticks?" The lady got mad.
In Australia, that could imply, you're asking for drugs.
What?
What sticks?
Ain't nobody deals with sticks anymore.
Really?
Hang on, what's a stick? What's a
I'm out of
stick
the
in
loop.
Australia? How far out of the loop am I? What the fuck is a stick?
25 bucks in it.
Oh, right. Okay, like a bag or a yeah, right. Like a dime bag, as they'd say in the.
Yeah, because it used to come in a foil stick, like they'd wrap it up in like an elongated foil stick. Yeah.
Right.
Now I know why you're called T-Dub.
Hang on. I don't get that either. What's T-Dub?
Definitely doesn't stand for track
dub.
names, dub.
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't stand. I'm missing so much. Somebody fill me in. I feel so lost.
Trichomes, you don't know what they are?
No?
It's a chemical
We're gonna get...
in cannabis.
Ah, right. I'm going to say, we're going to get on a lot better if you just assume I'm stupid.
You're kind of like just think of them as candy, nothing else. I thought eggshells, you would know all of these street stuff or street slangs.
Why do I seem like I'm in my substances? Do I?
I just
you're
assume
very
everybody
hip.
with an accent is.
Just tucks into the bags every weekend. Well, look, it may be true, but I still resent the accusation. I do think Australia absolutely tucks into that stuff way more than most other countries.
There you go. Do some learning.
Okay.
We have the highest gambling addiction too.
That also doesn't surprise me.
What, Australia?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we kicked out the, like, we were like, well, so it blows other people's minds. So Americans wouldn't get this. Do you know what we mean if we say pokey machines?
No, I don't.
Like
slot
a
machines, I think you
Pokemon?
call them.
Oh,
No,
slot machines. Gotcha.
Yeah. So we would have slot machines in every single pub you go to. And we have
What?
pubs everywhere. Every
That's
single
crazy.
pub I know. It's insane.
That's
Every
like
pub you go to, and it won't just be like there's one or two. Like in the UK, you might find one that's like the old mechanical, like chuk, 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 and it'll be one in the whole pub, and you might see one person have a spin once per night. In an Australian pubs, it would be like, back me up, boys. It would be like a third of the floor space is given over to this in some pubs.
Yes,
Maybe
and
normal pubs would be like a quarter, one-fifth of
Wow.
the floor space.
Wow, that's a lot. That's like Las Vegas,
yeah,
where I live.
It is
Yeah.
you'd be
insane.
some places you're lucky to even get a chair in front of them. Like, I mean, they're crowded
In the
out.
Vegas area, they're everywhere. Grocery market, gas station, petrol station, what you guys call.
Oh
Pretty
wow,
much
that's even worse.
everywhere. Yeah, restaurants, you name it.
Yeah, but that's Vegas, not like in a like here you have to be in a casino.
Wait,
Yeah, which I think
where do
is
you?
way
What
better.
state do you live in, Delegated?
I'm in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, California, you're right. I mean, there's also like, for example, in Pennsylvania, for some reason, in the city of Philadelphia, they now put slot machines in a lot of the convenient markets and stores and stuff.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is just because the government makes so well. The suggestion is the government makes so much money out of pokies that every time that they try being like, this is ruining people's lives, they're like, but it's so worth so much money.
I didn't know that.
It's
Each town has like
absolute.
5 pubs, 5, like 5. We call them hotels or pubs, and then you've got probably 2 or 3 services clubs, golf clubs. They've all got them.
Yeah.
There's pull tabs, which are kind of like this piece of paper, and like you've got tabs on them that you rip off, and there's got like slot machine symbols on them. There's pretty much every bar will have that.
What do they have, Crit?
A pull tab?
A pull tab. What is
Yeah,
that?
he'll show you a picture. It's like a printed slot machine.
Like a scratchy.
Yeah,
Oh,
kind of.
scratchy. Yeah.
It's like a scratchy, yeah, but it's got like you peel the paper away, and they'll
Oh
have
right. Yeah.
like 3 cherries or whatever the game is.
Yeah. I think that stuff is just so we just shouldn't have it. You shouldn't like, not that you shouldn't have it at all, actually, but like because people should be free to make dumb choices. Fuck knows I like making them, but that it's in every pub. It should just be. I don't know. I just don't like it.
Like
Don't like it.
people get
Do you
drunk.
guys have Keno? Do you guys have Keno over there?
What's Keno?
So like at the services clubs, like the like your
It's like
military services
bingo.
clubs. Yeah, it's
Basically,
like a
yeah.
bingo.
Automated
yeah, like
bingo that goes across the whole state. Everybody's playing bingo all at once.
Oh, like the
Kind of.
lottery.
it's
Similar,
like a big
yeah. But you
lottery.
go, yeah, you
80
go to the
numbers.
pub and you pick your numbers, and you all sit down and wait for your numbers to come
The
up. And yeah,
pub. No, they usually sell them at liquor stores or gas stations.
No, it's different.
Well,
Kino is different.
we have that too.
have
We have
Greece.
Lotto as well. Oh, sorry, I
Mm.
didn't mean to talk over you.
Yep. Automated also TAB, so that you can like lots and lots of pubs will have the horse races up on a screen, and you'll be sitting there with your mates, and then they'll just be constantly like staring up at the screen, and then just pick a horse with a weird name and go over to this like automated TAB thing and just spend some money, and you're like trying to have a night with your mates, but they're just constantly betting on shit. It's not my favorite, I must admit.
Yeah, I've had some luck, and then had some bad luck.
Yeah,
Once-
just mathematically, you're never going to win. That's the thing I always remind my mates. I'm like, they do not afford to put all these machines in all these pubs if they pay out. They're like, I know, but it's.
The thing with
I
the
took these people. Sorry, go on.
Oh, so the thing with the pull tabs is people get drunk and then they buy a bunch of them, peel them
Exactly.
apart, and they miss winners because they're hardly paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah.
So then if you saw the picture I showed, they have those like stickers, like how many payouts are left inside the box, and no one knows that the payout one was already grabbed, but the dude or the person just tossed it. They threw it in the trash.
Sorry, my signal dropped, but when you guys say pub, you mean the bar, right? Not restaurants?
Pub
Well,
is somewhere like, yeah, not a restaurant. Pub is like, bar for us is more like there's probably going to be music and like funky designs and like goes late into the night, is like closer to a club,
So
where a pub is like wooden, you sit
it's like a
down, drink all day.
It's like a dive bar, like a dive bar.
Oh, okay.
But most of our pubs have they have a bar and a motel. Like they have rooms that you can stay in.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I
pool
did not know
table.
that.
That's fancy.
Yeah, because like people travel and stuff, so yeah, like it's a significant thing.
Hey,
We're
is
much Americans don't know how to fucking drink. We learnt from the British.
Hey, is it
Mm,
true that in Australia, if you don't vote for election, you get fined?
Yep, you lose your license. That happened to me.
Wait, what license? Like your
Your
driver's license?
driving license. Yeah, you go to renew it.
No
Sorry, you can't renew it
way,
until you
yo.
pay this fine because you didn't vote and last year for some
Well, in
crooked
WA,
fucking
you don't.
colleague.
Gilliard,
Don't you?
I heard from my Australian
You don't
counterpart.
have
you just
to
get a
vote?
fine.
He told me that
Oh, right. I hadn't paid my fine either,
he
so
he
that's why.
told me, he said the turnout for Australian elections is like 95%. I was like, bullshit. And then when he told me about the fine, I was like, what?
Yeah, it's a really stupid system. I used to agree with it, and then my dad was like, "Why do you want the opinion of somebody who doesn't want to vote?" And I was like, you know, like, well, you know, when somebody asks you like one question that makes you immediately be like, "Okay, I've changed my mind now," and that was it.
What's the voting age there?
18, yeah.
Oh, dang. And they have to vote?
Have to vote.
Yeah, or else
Oh,
you get fined.
You have to tell
man.
people what you think who the leader should be, regardless of how informed you are on it.
Isn't that a good thing though? Because it helps you force yourself to know the issues and get informed.
No.
You'd think
No.
so, but
Voting
in
is a form
practice,
of
no.
violence.
What?
Wait, who said what? Who said
You're
that?
giving your consent to a state to perform acts of violence on your behalf.
Basically, yeah, you're saying these people get to decide if we go to war. Like, I don't think I'd go as strong as that, but yeah, I think I'd go somewhere similar.
I've
So
watched
do
a long 30-minute documentary on voting being an act of violence, and I understood a lot of it. If
Sounds
anyone
very
likes it, I'll
lefty
send it to
though.
them.
So
Sounds
18
like
is
that
No,
could have
like
been something from some
straight down the middle,
ANCAP.
mate.
18 is the legal age like to vote, drink, smoke, start paying taxes and all that. But a 16-year-old
Who's
can get
pouring?
given a driver's license. So
Who's pouring a bowl full of Skittles into the microphone?
Oh, Big Roots, you're hot micing. Big
Thanks, mate.
Roots.
Shit.
Right.
Sorry, guys.
All good. Hope you enjoy the
yeah,
Skittles.
so we deem
Not
18-year-olds,
Skittles, by
but
the way. It's granola.
we deem 18-year-olds responsible enough to drink and smoke and vote and pay taxes. But 16-year-olds are deemed responsible enough to get behind the wheel of several tons of machinery and get on the road. You know, it's crazy.
What, you reckon less rights? Oh, that's interesting. That's not a view I would pick.
Well,
You
here's
having, you
a
mean? Not. I disagree. I think I agree.
So, do you guys have to vote only on the presidential election? I don't even know if you guys have.
No, we have
I
this
don't know how your system
insane
is, but
system. You're
do you
voting
have
for a
to
party.
vote for everything? Oh,
No, you
okay.
can turn up and write "fuck you" on the ballot paper. You just have to turn up to the thing. They don't check whether you voted correctly.
Yeah,
That
but
was a
but
glorious win.
Gotta get your
but
name
is
marked off
it?
the electoral.
Sorry, because we have like local ballots, for this
Local
particular
is a
thing.
voluntary vote.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
like
so
Yeah,
that's
you
not
like
just need
city
to vote
council
to
and
get
mayor
elected.
is voluntary.
Yep.
Okay, so it's a national one. You actually everyone has to show up and vote, or else they get fined.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, that's not cool, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it's a little bit better. Yeah, you're not expected to take part in every part of the process. It's just a big one. They're like, you've got to. And also the
Gotcha.
referendum we had recently where we were like, should Aboriginal people be recognised in the Constitution? And that one everybody had to turn up to.
And we were all like, no, screw yous.
Oh.
Aboriginals are anyway,
Oh,
and
wow.
they belong here anyway, so stuff the vote.
Wow.
It's a bit more complicated than that, but
Yeah, but I know all about it.
a crack
Put it down
becomes a canyon.
simply.
They wouldn't tell us exactly what it was. They wouldn't define the limitations of the
Yeah,
changes. They
26
basically
or
said,
27
just
pages or
trust
some
us,
shit.
bro. Let us make whatever changes we need to make. Just trust us, bro."
This is this trust us, bro type of vote. It's stupid. That's
Yeah,
And then
it
the
was-
people are probably like, we don't trust you.
I was really wavering on that one, but that was the kind of thing that got me where I was like, you've got to be clear on what it is. And the other people were saying a good point about that, which is like Australia historically constitutional amendments are quite vague, where it's like, because the other problem is like, because my main one is like, why are we having a fucking constitution about Aboriginal people? We need to have a constitution first about whether
You're
we're
talking
in
about a
charge.
population that represents 3%. They already get $40 billion a year, bro.
Right.
And they already have
not get into that
representation.
just yet, but to me, it's like a
At
pointless
all.
vote
At all, actually.
until you deal with the fact that
What you're trying to do is create a fucking two classes of citizenship in Australia,
I
bro.
get
That's
it.
unacceptable.
I get it. But to me, it just seemed pointless to even get into until we sort out the fact that we are still a fucking Commonwealth. Like we're still a part of the
dumb thing is, it brought
British
people
crown,
closer.
and that's just
Because
dumb.
I had Aboriginals approach me like just on the street and talk to me, and like we had a good convo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they like this is the first time this has ever happened. So more than 3 Abos come up to me, and we had a great conversation about shit.
Nice.
Yeah, shook hands and
Are
fist bumps and all that.
the Aboriginals not that common, or like
No, they're
that?
common.
Depends where you're at.
Yeah, they don't
So, like,
usually normally approach normal people on the road, like out in the street, and talk to them.
Not normal people. Yeah.
Well, because I'm like real white, pale.
Yeah. If you're depends where you are. Like if you're from the city, like I'm from Sydney, you basically won't see an Aboriginal person except one that is very poor and like high and struggling to get by. But like when I did this big motorbike trip and we went up through Darwin, and up in Darwin, like every third worker is an Aboriginal person, like driving a ute wearing council clothing. So it's like, it's a real mixed bag.
Yeah, and regional towns have a lot of them.
Yeah. That's the other thing. In regional towns, you'll have a high number of Aboriginal people, but it will still quite often be an issue of like they're quite deprived, or like, I don't know, deprived is the wrong word. It implies somebody else took something off them, but they'll quite often be
Are
like
you
untrained.
drug and alcohol and all
I
that
was going
kind
to
of
say,
issue.
because you're implying that they don't have opportunities in front of them, bro. They have free will as well.
Yeah, and I'm trying to not do that because I think that like
You can be
both
you can be
cases,
ready.
both answers there have strong cases for them, and yeah, I kind of sit in the middle on a lot of that kind of stuff as to how that ended up that way.
Well, you can be redhead and blue-eyed and get recognition for your Aboriginal heritage and
Right.
officially be considered Aboriginal and get rights and special privileges and things like that.
So
Claims from the government.
I'm assuming they're kind of like the
Like Native
what's the
Americans.
political, yeah, the Native Americans over here.
Yeah, very, very, very similar situation. Make up a very small proportion of the population that are far overrepresented in terms of like drug and alcohol abuse, in terms of the prison population, and it's just, to me, the way I see it is like we sort of, all of the champagne sipping liberals in the cities are like, how did this happen? Because they don't want to just admit the basic facts of it, which is like, while this ancient culture were here for like, we're going to get into a whole like earth science thing and like, how do you know that? But like, they believe, they've dug up remains. I went to this place called Lake Mungo, and they believe they've dug up remains that they think are 40,000 years old, which is the oldest we can date that are outside Africa. But they get separated pretty early on, according again to all the earth sciences. If you believe this whole narrative, I'll just give you the narrative. They come out from Africa and they're like, you get bones in Africa, and then the next
There's
place you can find people
massive
is
inconsistencies in that story. Just before we
Sure,
continue.
sure. That's why I'm putting all these caveats there. Then the next place you find them is in Australia. Then they get separated, and there's no trade and there's no warfare. And in my opinion, trade and warfare are how you advance as a civilization. So then you have Europe, who's trading constantly through this entire time and warring constantly through this entire time. And as a result, they're developing technology. They're like, there's cross-pollination of ideas. So these guys figure out boats, and then those guys figure out sails. And now we've all got sailboats. Whereas the Aboriginals are like, one lot figures out canoes and the rest still don't know about canoes, you know? So you have this very, very different thing, which is kind of, I think, similar situation for like Incans and South Americans. It's like the Native Americans from like, you know, North America. It's like Inuits. And what also comes with that, I think, is like, yeah, poor ability to respond or resist or deal with alcohol, poor immune system, and also the more hunter-gatherer your culture, the more likely you are to deprioritize hard work for the sake of hard work. So if you can like hunt an animal and pick some berries and get by off that for a week, then that's a great idea. So just chill for the rest of the week, lie under a tree and have a yarn, and it's a good idea. Whereas if you're warring or trading or in a cold environment, it makes sense to keep, you know, pedaling and working hard and doing the thing and stamp the invoice and da 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 da. So then you get this clash of cultures when you know, advanced, if you want to call them that, cultures come over. It's like, how do you fix that? You're just not going to, in my opinion.
I see.
There's another
Interesting.
hypothetical that should be entertained as well. In the event that
Go for it.
the British that were the colonizers, right? The British that perpetrated the alleged crimes against the indigenous people. It's entirely on your optics, because there's
Yeah.
no group of individuals on this planet that hasn't been attacked or, you know, enslaved by another group of people in the past. But let's not even get into that.
Yeah, I think it's a good
the
point,
fucking World War II happened. Japan was seizing territory left, right, and center. In the event that had like scenario had to happen where the British didn't come here, even if the fucking any of the other factions that were around at the same time didn't come to
Yeah.
Australia for whatever reason, right? There was no need for America to be here, which means this entire territory would have been seized and captured by the Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I agree, because you go back further. It's something that I kept seeing, because like me and my missus did this massive overland motorbike trip. Fucking Thailand. We were like 12 countries in before we get to a country that in recorded history hadn't been ruled by another people. They'd been invaded by the Burmese way back, like 3,000 years ago or something like that, they think. But were just like invaded and sacked and left again. Every other country has this history of like, then these people came and they fucked us in the ass for 24 years. And then these other people came and they fucked us in the ass for 200 years. And so, yeah, the proposition that needs to be considered is the fact that like, the idea that you could have still had this peaceful group of Aboriginal people who also, I agree, they weren't
It's a
peaceful.
fantasy.
They were constantly warring with one another. But the suggestion that they could have existed in this resource-rich giant continent, you know, and nobody else would come and fucking crush them is laughable. Like, it's just never going to happen. So what you're basically doing is you're going, well, if we're not going to be technologically advanced, we're just going to sit here and wait to see who conquers us. And out of the group, this is going to sound horrific, but I'm going to fucking say it anyway. Out of the group, the people you want to conquer you are the English, because the Portuguese,
You
the
still
Spaniards,
exist, bro. You
the
still have a
Dutch,
culture. You still
exactly.
exist. As where
They
they've
would-
wiped out, we can prove they've wiped out multiple groups of people. There is literally there's no existence of their culture, none.
Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, you can't. Yeah, like all of this game is playing alternate history, and alternate history is just an impossible game to play. But
It's
what we
fun.
can do is go, yeah, the Dutch turned up, or like before that, the Vijayanagara Empire was this enormous Indian empire. There was the Mughals and the Muslims that made it all the way down to Indonesia. They could have made it here too. And all of them, like if you read these historic records, they fucking decimated. Like it was normal. Even up until Roman times, it was normal that if you conquered people, you deleted them. Like you the part of what you were doing when you conquered them was going, nobody will ever know your name. You will be deleted from existence. And it's like, well, that's you're going with that, or you're going with the British, who indeed were fuckwits. Like we did 2 genocides. We stole their kids. We killed them en masse. There's stories of people playing British soldiers playing soccer with decapitated heads of Aboriginal people. Like there's some pretty fucked up stories there, but it's still not quite the scale of like Columbus. you know?
Yeah, it's
They
because
got a
because the
shit deal, but
royal
they got a better deal than they would have otherwise.
yeah, it's because the Royal British Crown, actually their tactics was the same tactics as Alexander. They conquer nations, but you could keep your culture, keep your traditions. So it'll keep the peace because they eventually wants to occupy, right? Occupational force, drain all the resources and all that stuff from that territory. So in order to have
Yeah.
cooperation, you don't destroy the culture. Let them continue to live on. You just are the overseers now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's much more, and that's what the British worked out, which is crushing them is inefficient. And if you annihilate a population, then you just end up with a patch of dirt.
And
even if that dirt's got resources, you don't it's going to be very laborious to get those
And
resources. Whereas what
history-
the British worked out with India, for example,
Yeah.
is like if you get them to dig up the resources for you, that's way more
Well,
efficient.
It's not like that. History has shown that it's kind of sad to say this, but history has shown that some people preferred when the British did come to conquer because it got rid of a monarchy system or dictatorship system in those countries. So some people, especially the lower class, had opportunity to make it up their ranks with hard work and proper.
No one can say that better
education.
than the Indians, bro. Their caste system was atrocious.
Yeah.
Well, they've still got okay. So that one I do have a little bit.
I was talking in
more-
good faith. They got rid of the caste system. We all know they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't, and because I do think that might be true, but I've also when I was just there recently, I was talking to Indian people about that, and they're like, well, they like to say that, but in fact, there is good reason to think that India was already on the way out with the caste system, and England stopped that progress deliberately.
Fuck off, man. If you talk to any Indian you know and you ask them, you escaped Indian, what's your caste? They won't tell you. And if you get to know them, they'll say, yeah, bro, I'm from the highest caste.
And what are you saying? I'm missing.
They need money, resources, the education to seek opportunity elsewhere. They're not going abroad if they don't know how to count, let alone speak English.
Right, but I'm not saying how that I agree with that. I'm not saying how that connects with the British getting rid of the caste system.
No, I'm saying they never got rid of the caste system. For all intents and purposes, quote unquote, the caste system's gone. It never went anywhere. It never went anywhere.
Yeah, I agree with you. So yeah, on that we're agreed. But it's the reason I was saying that is that's often a thing the British are like, oh, we got rid of it, and Indian people are like, no, we were getting rid of it anyway, and the English kind of kept it because the English, like they did in Rwanda, quite like there to be a small group of people in control because it makes it much easier to control an entire nation. You turn up, have chats, sit down, have tea with the person who's in control. And here was a funny thing. I was doing this because I was an actor in India, and I was doing this film about the British occupation. And one of the other actors on it, who was English,
that for Bollywood?
was like, yeah, I was a Bollywood
That's
actor.
hectic.
And he was like, did you know we never had more than, it was either 10 or 15,000, but it was like in the low tens of thousands. He was like, we never had more than that in terms of British troops here, and the vast majority of them were officers who generally don't do a lot of fighting. And he was like, the vast majority of all of the what do you call it, work was done because we would turn up, cut a deal with a local guy, and he would put his muscle to enact our wishes, quite often because we would support him in some land deal. So we'd be like, yeah, you want our help, we'll we'll get rid of somebody for you. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Okay. So As great as a conversation this has been, we do have
Get
to
to the
bring
flat
it
Earth.
back. Bring it back to flat Earth.
Well,
Yeah, we went.
Can
Well,
you stop
We went
derailing,
way
please?
off.
Can you stop
the
derailing,
Indians,
please?
sorry, the Indians believe the Earth was flat. The ancient
Hey,
Indian
delegator,
cosmology.
but it's just cool people just having fun, you know.
Yes, but
But I agree.
it can get very controversial. So we don't want to get to that point.
Oh, okay,
It's
gotcha.
already past the controversial. But
This is really
yeah,
fascinating. I was listening to. I'm like, this is so interesting. I like this.
yeah. But I mean, there's like
Fortunately, it
a
didn't get too bad.
Okay, this was a good.
yeah. I was waiting for it.
Let's just say this. This was a great break from flat Earth.
What do you want to take a break from flat Earth
Yeah.
for, man? I mean,
We just can't be.
I've been addicted to this
Get
shit
out
for
of
Just
here.
can't
3
be flat
years.
Earth all the time, guys. Like 24/7.
It's 24/7 flat Earth.
Actually,
Literally.
I think I brought this up because I told you guys about that Indian food channel, and then we started getting conversations that went off
That
tangent.
is true. That's how we got here, I think.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
your
guys.
fault.
That's
Can I
Found
my
who to
fault.
blame. Get him, boys.
Can I ask one
I'm gonna
question?
ban you.
In
Well,
relation to the
Go
previous
for it.
conversation, how does an Australian end up as a Bollywood actor? What the fuck happened there?
Interesting question.
So I studied theatre and then was just traveling and was in Mumbai, and somebody went, "Do you want to be an extra in a film?" Which is like pretty common. If you want to be an extra in a film, just go to Mumbai. And I was doing that for like 3-4 months,
Oh,
just to
wow.
like pay for hotels and shit. And then was like, "Fuck, I could do this for real." So then just did it for real and kept doing it for like 5 years.
Wow.
Got headshots and stuff, and then it was.
Actually, I take that back.
great
This is
fun.
Eggshell's fault because he started speaking Hindi or something.
So you were a professional extra or an actual actor?
No, I was an actor. I had a bunch of lead roles.
Oh
Nice.
shit!
Hey, you know what's a good idea? Have you guys ever thought about has Hollywood ever thought about making a flat Earth movie, like a
That would
movie?
be fun.
Yeah,
That
like
would
a
be
movie,
awesome.
not like a documentary, like a fucking movie.
It's called Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings.
No, it's not. That's Middle
No.
Earth, dummy.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, Anna. I'm
That's
with
a
you.
flat
Like,
world.
yeah,
Oh,
guys
God.
out there, like, just looking through his P900 camera, and he's like, "Oh my god, oh my god," you know. And he's like, goes home to his wife, and he's like, "Have you ever calculated how far you can see?" And you're like, then he goes through his whole turmoil of the first third of the film, being like, "Have you never looked at how far you can see?" And he's like trying to wake people up, and nobody notices, and then he eventually manages to wake up the
And-
like whole world.
Bro.
Like
Man,
people
I'm
coming
gonna
after him. It'd be fucking
I'm gonna
awesome.
call Jerry. I'm calling Jerry Bruckheimer tomorrow. Watch.
Flat Earth
Truman
isn't
Show.
real, man.
There's a reason why they don't do films about things that are true, you know.
Debate me.
You know what,
Debate me.
you know what Hollywood is?
Flat Earth isn't real. Debate me.
Hollywood is about making real
Sure.
things look fake. All right, you want to be debated about? You want a big mass debate, do you?
I don't want a massive debate. I want a conversation, but I know it's going to be a debate.
Okay, we can have a conversation. So, do you think you
Why
live
you
on
gay?
a spinny,
See?
wobbly space?
You had to go there.
Oh,
Why they're
God.
so quick?
But anyways, that'd be kind of cool if
defense
they made a
mechanisms.
movie. They made a movie about flat Earth, like a real
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, Truman Show and Lord of the Rings. Those two.
Truman Show is a good, really fucking good one. I
Or
think Truman Show.
what about Kong versus Godzilla, the Hollow Earth theory thing? Remember that one?
My bad. Yeah, I want to apologize. I was actually asking myself that question, not to you. I misspoke.
I don't know, Shells. I think that'd be a good idea.
Anywho,
Yeah, it would be so good fun. Just can you imagine the number of people that would be watching it and like partway through the film being like, I think I'm going to get a P900. You
So,
could
like-
get Nikon to sponsor it, actually. Just-
So like, what are you like? What are you pointing
Bollywood
to when
movie?
it comes to like
No,
flat
no,
Earth?
no.
What exactly are you
Like,
pointing to? It's like, yo, this is flat Earth right here.
No, Delegate, like big blockbuster, like Jerry
Hold on to
Bruckheimer
your
level.
stuff.
I am holding on.
Like Jerry Bruckheimer level, like big blockbuster
To my
Hollywood.
left.
Yeah, it needs to be huge.
Yeah.
Needs to start off looking like it's going to be a really janky film, though. Like people turning up being like, "Oh, this is going to be some pile of shit handycam film made by crazy flat earthers," and then it turns out to be this massive, like increases in budget as you
Oh
watch
man,
it.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Anyways, so like, what did you guys point to when it comes to flat Earth? Like, what is it like? Oh, this is the evidence. This is how I base my reality on. Like, what is it?
People like you make us think the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Pretty
wow,
much.
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Yeah, it's not the most robust epistemology, but it seems to work. People like you make me be like, I think the Earth's flat, because then there's fuckwits like this, and there is a,
Are
way
you just
I
dumb?
could just
You just can't answer it.
possibly.
But by the
No,
way,
I
just
can't
want to
fuck
chuck in, just want to throw in there. Dave Weiss interviewed Corin Nemec, and who's talked about writing a script based on flat Earth for a movie.
It'd be so good.
Oh,
Netflix,
nice.
that's who would do it. Netflix would give
No,
Like
all.
you're in
no,
here sitting
not
up like
Netflix.
talking
I've
about
cut
like
you all
making a
out. I've
movie
already
about
wrote the
flat Earth.
script. I've just sent it
I
off
ask
to
you the most
Netflix. They've
basic
approved it
question
for
about your
production.
theory. I'm like, yo, what evidence do you have? You're like, nah, I got none, but let's make a movie about it.
Bro,
Cool story, bro.
Like you're
You
actually
should
incapable of having
you
a
should make.
conversation about flat Earth. Like you're actually
That was a pretty
you're
quick
just a
spiral.
dumbass.
He's
Yeah,
spiraling
don't
hard, man. Do you want to talk about the globe? We can if you
Yeah,
if you
bro,
can
let's talk
if you
about it,
can
bro.
handle it.
Let's talk about it. Give
Okay,
me fucking
cool.
evidence so I can argue with you. Come on. I'm
Sure.
waiting.
Have you ever done anything to confirm your belief in what the shape you think the Earth is?
No.
Okay, there we go. All done. All right, ready to move on. Next topic.
That was it.
Do you think it's a bit weird
I have a
believing in something
proposal
you
for
haven't
you,
ever
bro.
checked?
You just got owned by Glober.
Nah.
Yo,
Sorry. What do you prefer to
Hush
be called,
now.
eggshells?
Hush now.
eggshells.
I don't think it's weird. It's the same reason why I go to the doctor and I trust this person went to school and has more information than me. I don't go to a doctor and go, yeah, nah, I just believe in you. I don't actually know what you're saying or know half the shit you're saying. I just believe you went to school and I believe you have the best intention for me. I'm not going to listen to my
But what's the
fucking
practical
doctor.
use
I'm
of?
going to smoke
But
cigarettes until I die.
wait, hold on. What's the
Easy,
practical
man.
Dumbest
use
take I ever heard in
in?
my entire life. Oh,
What's
you
the
just believe in
practical
the
use of
scientists?
thinking the
You just
ground is
believe in this
flat?
shit?
Stop spiraling, dude. Calm down.
It's gonna be okay, man. Go
Oh,
for it,
man.
Jerry. Jerry, you
You
were
just
trying to
believe
ask
in
a
financial
question.
advice?
Well, see, like trusting a doctor has practical usage, but what's the practical uses of trusting people who tell you the ground is a ball?
No. His point that he was trying to make
Good
is
question.
if you trust in people, it's a belief set system. The idea behind it is you got to fucking prove everything yourself. You have to have empirical evidence and actually go out there and be a scientist, or else you're just believing in some idiot who thinks he's a scientist and you can't even know that, right?
Okay.
It's the same thing with a doctor. I'm in there
So
and I just believe that this
we can
doctor
talk.
knows information that I cannot prove.
We can talk about
Jerry
this, man,
just
but you're gonna need to
dealt
take a
with
breath.
that.
Eggshells. It's not
You
my fault you made
totally
a dumb
ignored
point,
Jerry's
bro.
question. You totally ignored Jerry's question then,
Yeah.
because he addressed that straight up.
He didn't address it. He was mistaken.
Okay.
I corrected him.
No, he asked you specifically, right? Because doctors believing in doctors,
He didn't
trusting
ask me a question. He was clarifying what the other guy meant.
Yeah, no, he asked you. So because that has practical use, right? That has benefits to you as the patient, right? What benefits, what practical use does having, belief in people that are
Okay, a
telling you that
belief
you
system isn't solely based on practicalness. The fuck are you talking about? I could say the exact
Practicality, I
same thing
think,
about
man.
God. Your argument is essentially, belief systems are only
Oh,
justifiable if
my
it's practical
life.
enough to give you. Bro, bitch,
Just
why are you
mute this
talking when I'm
guy. He's not
speaking?
going to get
Why are you
anywhere.
talking when I'm
Holy
And
speaking?
you're
shit,
rude,
dude.
There
arrogant,
you
Ooh.
go.
obnoxious.
Holy
pompous.
moly!
There you
Way to
go.
show your
Well, that
worldview is flimsy, bro.
that broke down really fast.
Oh, really? Oh, this is our top Globers, people.
Yeah,
We're
let's have
bringing
a
in the big
conversation.
guns.
Let's have a conversation. You bitch. I was like, what the fuck? Like,
Let's
okay.
have a conversation. I'm a
Flat earthers are the
scream.
crazy
It's
buggers.
okay, Yaroslav.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
god.
It's gonna be fine.
Hey, can I
Like I
put the
said,
mic real
it's
quick?
Just
Go
letting you
for
know,
it.
Yaroslav, I'm a Glober right for now, but I'm in here asking questions and having conversation. You are just absolutely ridiculous.
You're making him
Yeah.
question the globe. You realize that. The more you do this, the more he's like, maybe it is flat because that guy's fucking weird.
That guy's nuts.
No, this guy comes in once in a while, trolls around, gives it his best shot, and then gets muted or banned, and then repeats. So don't worry
Oh,
about it.
what a poor chap.
Oh shit,
What
be right back.
unfortunate.
That sounds super unpleasant for him.
I just sent an email and I got one back. I've got an opportunity for someone that can speak Hindi for an upcoming film that I may or may not have stole the idea of you guys. I pitched it to yeah.
You need
Wait,
a white guy that speaks Hindi.
I need someone for a lead role. It does feature a flat earth. Are you okay with
I've got a
that?
P1000.
I'm down for it. Right, I'll show you my show reel.
Just make sure in the credits you put 24/7 Discord, okay?
You don't want none of the revenue?
I want some of the revenue. I'm getting some back end off this. I'm sick of getting I'm getting ripped off in all my films.
Everyone just pause like, wait. There's money involved in this?
How how much are we talking here?
I haven't negotiated the terms of
There you go.
payment
There's
yet.
my show reel. You put forward that onto the producers, please.
I've already got I've found someone else.
Oh god damn it! Why does this always
Too
happen to
late.
me?
I could level with you. It's the nose, bro.
I do have a big nose. But you know what they
Is
say
that
about a big nose?
is that you in the
Big socks.
what you posted?
Yeah, man. That's I edited that. That's my my show reel.
I actually didn't check anything else to talk shit. Where is it?
What I posted.
Has that me and what you posted?
I see Elon Musk. Yeah.
Close. Very similar. Good old head wobble.
Do you know how to do the head wobbles?
Nah, I kept getting paid to stop dancing. They would see what I'd do and they'd be like, please, no, please stop.
If I needed you guys to give me the number one thing to be like to take into consideration that you could use as like a smoking gun to say the Earth's fucking flat, what's your lead argument?
Probably that there is a given curvature that we're told about, right? So you Google it and you go, right, there's a radius of the Earth. What is it? 3959 miles. Then if you plug that in, you go, right, well, now knowing geometry, there is a limit to how far you should see given your height if you look at the horizon.
What about topography, bro?
No, but I mean over water, right? So if you look over calm water and you can
Yeah,
see further than that.
I get what you're saying. It kills itself because we have the application of fluid dynamics, etc. So we know how the water should behave, and it doesn't do it. Is that right? It's not doing what it's supposed to.
You're talking to a Globie anyway.
No,
I've got a better one.
Go for it.
So if you talk to Chat GPT or whatever that crap is, because that's all what the newbie Zoomers do these days, and say to it, what would mean if the horizon was at eye level at 100,000 feet, and it tells you it drops due to altitude. So you just put a balloon in the air and you see the horizon at eye level at 100,000 feet. Done.
Which means it goes on forever.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh well, you've convinced me. I'm going to build a balloon.
Good.
Just don't get busted putting it up.
Worth testing your convictions, man. Good on you.
I'm pretty cheap.
I'll make my own, bro. I'm pretty.
It's just
pretty
the
savvy.
setup that's hard, I think.
I'll get a GoPro. I'll get an altitude calculator, some kind of thing to prove that. I'll get 15 goon bags. That shouldn't be too hard to find. This is Australia, and I'll fill them with helium, and we'll be sweet.
Legend. Why don't you get like 250 goon bags and then a full one and go up with it?
I don't want to go to space. So fuck that.
Jesus. Where's the courage?
Buy a weather balloon.
You'll have
off
goon
Amazon
bags.
for
You'll get
$50.
more and more courage as you go up.
That is true.
The hypoxia and the goon.
That is a genuine statement, right? There's a lot of See, I'm telling you, perfect for this role. We've even got a scenario for the movie.
I love it.
We got this bogut Australian. You know that guy on YouTube that makes shit. You know, like he makes all that stupid shit, like nail fucking hammers and all that kind of shit.
Yes, the
Yeah,
guy
right.
that
We've
makes pointless
convinced
fucking
him.
tools.
We've gotten on the piss of him, and then he's lost a bet, and he's salty, right? Because the only way someone would do this is if they're pissed off. So he's then decided to take it upon himself to not only go and prove the Earth is round, but then in doing so, he discovers it's flat, and then he kills himself.
Oh Jesus! It's going to have a really dark turn. This
Oh.
film.
Yeah, it has to. Otherwise, no one will care about it. Like, imagine how many people would talk about this film. Oh my god, and he fucking died at the end. You know, like oh my god.
No, like why can't we have a happy ending like the Truman Show?
Listen, this isn't a Chinese massage parlor, okay?
This is some good. It's good. It's good
That's
material.
sad. That's sad. I don't like it.
You don't know because you're not Australian, but everyone that's Australian knows exactly what I just said.
Okay, maybe
Yeah,
that's
I don't
maybe
like
that's
it.
why.
I
Okay.
don't think you need to be Australian to know what happens in massage parlors.
What, you get robbed, cut? On your back, of course. Where'd your mind go? That's fucked up.
Wait, what? So you were talking? Okay, never mind. I don't want
I'm
to know.
sorry. Let's take it
Oh,
back.
it's a massage. It's a massage parlor in a flat Earth. Everyone's chilling. Relax. It's appropriate for the channel. I promise.
Gosh.
I just wanted to take all the charisma I've built up in the room and just say I genuinely hate crit. All right, thank you.
Use that good. Oh, did he get booted?
He's probably asleep, but I could do it on his behalf.
Sweet. I'll see myself out. Bye.
Oh, bye.
Later. Oh, too late.
Weird.
Yeah, those balloons are so cheap. $70.
I do like the idea of the balloon style of doing it, where you like, test the affirm the like how like what the lens does at a certain thing. Because the main one I keep trying to figure out is like you got to stop it like rattling and flicking and wibbling around. And I feel like because before I was like, oh, could you put like veins on it, like a sort of make it look like a dart? And then I was like, well, no, that's the problem, not the solution. And then I was like, what about gyros? Like, what about if you had the camera bolted to some spinning flywheels?
That's what a lens does.
What is bolted to spinning flywheels?
In the chat.
In the chat. But hang on, that's curved.
That's the difference between a GoPro lens and fixing it.
Oh, right. Yeah, so you get one and you check that basically at ground level with a grid, like with a checkerboard, like chessboard pattern. And then, because it also matters where in the lens that happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you could also just get a normal lens. But I think the GoPros come standard with a fisheye.
Right. So which side are you on actually, Space Goat? I've not worked this out for myself yet.
Me?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll show you.
Because you keep talking about telescopes and stuff and it gets me excited. You show me which side you're on. Where are you showing me? Getting excited. Yeah.
$53 meg.
53 meg. What? Trying to figure out if you're a flat earther or a glober and you're telling me file
Yeah, I'm
sizes.
posting you my footage.
All right. All right, but it's going to.
Do I have robot as I'm uploading?
Nah, you're good.
Oh, nice.
What is this? Oh, oops. What did I press?
Oh, Space Goat. Oh, okay.
All right, and I'll show you what Seal Rock is on Google Earth.
So that's 35 k's away, 14 k's Seal Rock. And how far above the water are you?
5 meters.
Rightio. So you think flat, I think. I think you think flat.
Certainly.
How? Wait. I'm sorry. That's a 35 mile. I'm sorry, kilometer. What is
Kilometers,
this?
yeah.
Kilometers away. Okay.
So weird that it's animated, and then when I click on it, it's not animated. Or maybe if I open browser, it'll give me the animation.
At 5 meters, what's the curve dip? I guess
Yeah,
that
how much
should
should
be
be
there.
hidden?
35 kilometers.
Should be at 8 kilometers.
The whole thing should be hidden at 8 k's?
Yeah,
Or
the
like the base should start
geometric
going at 8
horizon
k's?
should be 8 kilometers.
Right. And so the question
Oh,
is,
And Seal
wow.
Rock is an elevation below 0 according to Google Earth.
what? That's silly.
Yeah, that's why I'm pointing this out, because it's insane.
But
Sorry,
it
say
doesn't
that
even
again?
make sense. Why are they?
Look at the
confusing.
Google Earth picture, and where it goes to Seal Rock, it's -2 meters sea level.
Right. So they fucked something up,
-2.
basically, I think.
Oh.
Right. Because you
Wait,
don't have
is
a
it
bomb
it's
in
an
the
Obviously, it's
island,
not,
right?
because it's popping out of the sea, but
Yeah.
Google Earth says it's below.
Where's Seal Rock? Do I need to figure this out for my what city is Seal Rock next to?
Type Seal Rock, Garden Island.
Seal Rock, Garden Island, isn't it? We got a Garden Island in Sydney. That looks like a military base on the left of that Google Earth image with the runway and the funny thingies. Where is that? WM.
That's Rottnest.
Oh, Rottnest. Ah, that's where you're.
No, sorry, that is Garden Island.
That's Garden Island. Right. Oh, okay. So you're in Perth as well.
Yeah.
I'm in Perth right now.
Yeah, you were visiting, weren't you?
Yeah. I'm here for this weekend and leaving on Friday.
Enjoy it. Shitty weather, though.
Oh, it's pretty good. So the normal weather is baking. So right, you went out there from Freo, and what is Garden Island? It does HMAS Sterling. Okay, so it is military. I'm good at guessing. Sometimes.
Yeah, I knew there
Seal
was
Rock.
Navy out there somewhere.
You're using a P900?
No, it's a P1000.
P1000, okay.
They're basically the same, but it's just heavier and bigger.
So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what got me. So that's what got me confused. Is because you am I also right in there? Like you're getting an astronomy telescope, or you've got an astronomy telescope? And
No,
that's quite
people
cool.
using this just for the tracking of that.
So that's your moon pick is from a P900.
P1000.
P1000. Oh God, sorry.
I know, we're so used to saying
Yeah, and the next
P900.
moon pick will be better, because I'll be better at using it. I only just got it when it was a full moon.
Where's your moon picture?
So
I don't see it.
in his profile picture. So what do you
Oh,
reckon the moon looks like? Does it look to you like what does it look like if you were to give it a shape?
Sure, shape-wise, it looks like a sphere.
And what do you reckon it is?
I reckon it is a substance of gas turned into a solid plasma of some sort.
Oh yeah, I like it. Pretty cool. Yeah, I can't.
Because
I'm trying to
the
get.
craters also make me lead me to believe that. There's like little bubble pockets, the same way an epoxy dries and pops.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So like, yeah, when there's a bubble under something or like a roiling surface and it kind of pops like those craters.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like it. Good. It's not Sunday yet, but it's good enough for me.
It's still flat Earth
Sunday
related though.
somewhere.
Yep, absolutely.
Wait, you guys are the earliest time zone, right?
we're the latest in Australia. Now that I'm over here, our Sunday starts 3 hours later. Is it 3
No,
hours
no,
later
no,
in
no.
Sydney?
In the world, I mean.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, first in the world is New Zealand. I think Cook Islands or something is technically the first, but who the fuck lives on the Cook Islands?
All right. Well, just wondering. It's not Sunday yet for you guys, so it definitely is not Sunday here.
Okay.
So the first video is the what is it, Retin Island, and then the second video is of sea lion.
Rottnest is.
Sorry, I can't read it. It's super small. I didn't open it.
Let me
How would
check.
you say that?
Because Rottnest is over the other side of the strait, so I don't think that's what you meant, was it?
In the long horizon shot, you have.
Oh,
Let me just
Rottnest.
open
Oh,
it.
it is Rottnest.
Let
Yeah,
me
because we've
just
got a Rottnest on the
open
east coast as well. They got so fucking lazy when they named Australia. Like every third thing has the same name.
So yeah, so it says Seal Rock 14 kilometers, and then Rottnest 35 kilometers. So I'm assuming the first video is of Rottnest, and then the second video is of Seal Rock.
Yep.
Hey guys, good talking to you guys, but I'm gonna go and get some sleep.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Night.
See
Be
you
cool.
later.
Have a good one.
Take
For
care.
sure.
Oh, these are nice boot shots. Beautiful. Oh,
And do you notice also some of these? I can't even call them holes, but it looks like they've been burnt, like with a contact.
Yes, the deeper ones look darker, like they've been burned or scorched by something. Yeah.
Like a lens flare.
interesting.
I don't think it looks spherical enough. Like I think it
You don't.
looks yeah, it looks slightly concave or convex. It's hard to tell which which way it's
Yeah,
going.
I get what you mean. It's weird.
Yeah, but if it was a
Like
physical object,
circle at the
like
very edges, and that's it. I mean, round,
yeah,
bloody sphere.
if it was a physical, if it is a physical object, I would say it's like a lens shape, like not a full sphere, like just.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's my speculation.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like it.
Because you see them, like in the studios, you see like the replicas of what they made it look like, right? Like
Mm.
models of it, and it's actually a sphere. And then you look at the moon, and I just don't see that. It doesn't look like that to me when I look at the moon through anything, my eyes or optical aids.
No, I'm with you. It's fair enough.
What was that?
Hmm?
No, Space Girl.
Just grabbing it for a mate. He went to Rockingham and he's regretting it.
What?
Oh.
What's Rockingham?
It's packed apparently.
Hmm.
I don't know, some event.
All right.
So, Eggs, I'm assuming the pictures that, or the videos that Space Goat posted wouldn't convince you.
You know, I'm suspending my global ways for a bit. So, is it okay if I dodge that one?
Sure. You've
We'll come
noticed
back
some
to
common
it
sense in
when.
the flat people. Yeah,
Yeah.
we get it.
Well, it's just I think have more fun, or we get on better, or you know.
It's more fun talking about the truth.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that.
You'll
Just
just
accept the globe model. The globe model has baked-in explanations for flat Earth. You can still be a globalist because the anti-flat Earth cringe, internet neckbeard. Just stop doing that.
Sure. Yeah. What Crit said.
Carl Sagan said everything that humanity has ever offered, it's all represented in that one pixel, the pale blue dot in that photo. Every hero, every coward, every politician, every activist, every father, every mother, every son, everything. The best joke, the worst joke, it's all of it. It's right there. That's it. That should be all you need to explain flat Earth.
And it is. I'm happy to go with that. Let's do it.
We are all made of stardust.
Star stuff.
There's actually
Stuff?
so many places in Perth to do it.
Is star stuff?
Isn't that the one?
I think it's stardust. Maybe. It might be stuff.
Well, I'm wearing a
I
shirt.
think
It says
some people like the star stuff one. I think that's
Yeah,
a
it
meme,
is.
but maybe the saying is
No, you're right.
Stardust.
Yeah, I just looked
we're
it
all
up.
made
It
up
is
of
star stuff.
stardust. No, stardust
No,
on my shirt.
it's Stardust.
Right,
Well,
but what I was saying is I think a lot of people
From
just like
Sagan.
shorten it to star stuff or
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah, the one I was talking about was
Star
Sagan.
stuff.
He said star stuff. Yeah, I thought it's like a Mandela effect there.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're. It's not Carl Sagan. You're talking about. Wait, is it Carl Sagan?
He said star stuff.
No, it's not him. It's like we are all made out of stardust.
Stardust is the original, I think, but I think the sort of shortening or the joke or the whatever the meme is like, yeah, star stuff.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, but I'm.
Yeah, so I'm not
Go
saying you
ahead.
guys are wrong. I'm just saying that's like what I
You're
think.
talking about the meme,
some
not
people
the
say.
actual original clip, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, questioning myself.
Yeah, right here. The nitrogen in your DNA, the calcium in your teeth, the iron in your blood, the carbon in your apple pie. We are made in the interiors of collapsing stars. We are made of star stuff.
And they
Oh, there
know
we go.
what stars are made of, how?
No, it was just
Well, they
citing.
made it up, didn't they?
Yeah, it's just citing Sagan. It didn't have anything to do with
Yeah, it wasn't making a truth claim. It was just making a claim about what somebody had said.
Oh,
He said
there's
both.
another guy who said Stardust. Who's the one that said Stardust? He's
Ziggy, was
really
it Ziggy?
annoying. No, I don't think it's
David Bowie.
That's it.
Oh yeah,
No.
so Tyson had said we are not figuratively, but we are literally stardust.
No, Tyson is annoying, but there's this really more annoying guy. Hold on, let me just Google DuckDuckGo this. Oh, because he says, Jesus didn't die for you, the stars died for you to make.
That's pretty derp. It was Lawrence Krauss. Of course it was. Forget Jesus. The star died for you.
Oh, because he's one of those anti-theists, right?
Yeah, he's like scumbag. You know, like
Absolute piece
Me
of
Too. Like Me Too got him hard.
Oh, did it get Lawrence Krauss?
Yeah, here the full quote is: "Forget Jesus. The star died so you could be born."
Ba-do.
Yeah, this guy. Oh man, he just irks me. Mm-mm.
Don't like Lawrence?
Even his face is like, ugh.
Why do you look like that, bro?
Hmm?
Just joking. Like, why
No,
look
no,
like that?
it's not his look. It's just because of, you know how some people that may be attractive, they look ugly to you when you know about their character. Kind of like that. That's how I feel about him.
Why must you attack me like this?
But why does he look so much like Stephen Greer?
Who? Stephen Greer.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah,
Stephen Greer's retarded little brother.
Stephen Greer.
yeah. They
I'm
look so
looking
much
that
alike.
guy up. Who the heck is Stephen Greer?
He's a guy who can telepathically talk to aliens.
Is he that guy that Louis Theroux made a documentary about, where he's like, "I'm now contacting the alien," you know, like
Yeah,
the.
yeah. The aliens are partially they're here on Earth, but they're partially outside of our perceivable reality. They're like
He spearheaded the
Oh,
whole disclosure
yeah.
thing, and now he's a proponent for the fake alien invasion as well,
Oh
even
my
though he
god.
thinks aliens are real.
Oh my God. I thought these two are the same people. Oh, this is trippy. I honestly thought the guy just got buffed.
Oh yeah, he got and Lawrence Krauss, who actually started to lift weights and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I just assumed. That is too weird, man.
Yeah, that Richard Gere guy, he's pretty ripped.
You mean Steven
Or
Greer
Steven,
guy?
yeah, Steven,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, dude,
I
he's
just mixed it up.
yeah. He is freaking too bad he looks like the other guy though.
I mean, just their face has some same features, but if you see them side by side, they look nothing alike.
Are you sure? Hold on, I'm gonna put him
Yeah, yeah.
side by side. What was the other guy's name?
Lawrence Krauss.
Oh.
Son of a biscuit ear. That's a great one.
Wait, who's that at the bottom there, Crit?
That's Krauss. That's Lawrence Krauss.
Oh, right, okay.
You see, it's hard to tell. Okay, here, I got a picture for you guys. Tell me. I guess you could sort of tell, I guess, because you already know who's who, but
Yeah.
and they have their names underneath.
Yeah, but you see that they got some of the same features. But if you see like their full body, like look up Stephen Grier, and he's like looks like a football player.
Yeah, but if you did, I swear I thought these two were the same guy. This guy just got buffed. That's what I thought. If you had to look at their smile, their teeth, dude, that it looks the nose, their
Yeah, here,
eyebrows
look at.
a little bit different, but the hairline, I mean, come on. It just looks like they
They're like
injected him with a
opposites.
lot of testosterone.
That's what I'm saying. Like Lawrence Krauss is like the retarded younger brother.
Yeah.
And what was his maybe we shouldn't talk about it, but I was curious about what his Me Too incident was.
Oh, sexually harassing young college girls.
Of course.
Karma is a bleach. You shouldn't have said
Beeswax.
anything about
Even if you don't
Keystone.
believe in it.
Yeah. Well, we never know. I mean, everybody has time to get saved, so who knows? He might get saved.
I don't know, like his statement about where he thinks denying your own pleasure is the ultimate evil because you're only on Earth for a certain amount of time.
This guy is, oh man. Oh, so many things wrong with this.
You're thinking of the damage people like that have done to science. Your
Mhm.
young teenage girl works her ass off, gets these great grades, gets into Phoenix, or University of Arizona, gonna study all this cosmic space shit, and get sexually harassed by the professor.
Oh, jeez, that's just horrific. This Steven guy though, what does he do? Because I have seen him talk, but I don't remember what he.
He's quite well known atheist speaker. He was I think sort of wanted to be one of those what was it it was a bit of a cringe name, but they called themselves the Four Horsemen, and they were like these speakers that spoke out against religion. And
Yeah, well, Krauss wasn't a horseman, was he? Like,
no, I know, but
okay.
my impression what I was
Oh,
getting at
yeah.
was my impression was he kind of wanted to be one of them. He's like considered a heavy hitter, what do they call him? There's a cringy name for it. Thought leader.
Which one? You're talking about Steven
Krauss.
or Krauss? Okay.
Yeah,
No, no,
so my impression
I
was
meant the
that's
other
what
guy.
Krauss wanted to be.
Oh yeah, Stephen Geyer. He's got some sort of astrobiology degree or something like that. Astrosociology, like breaking down how aliens and humans would live together on Earth.
Wasn't
Sociology.
he just an MD? Wasn't he? Didn't he? He started out just as an MD, didn't he?
Yes, but something to do with like
Alright.
veterinarian, if I remember. I have to look it up, but yeah,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
it's a pretty funny career path.
Does Steven go?
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss actually
Veterinarian.
he
Go on,
actually
sorry, Jared.
spoke to. No, it's okay. He actually spoke to Darth Dawkins. Have you ever heard that?
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
It's epic.
He would have been annihilated by Darth Dawkins. He would have just been totally unprepared for that kind of engagement. Did he? Did he get annihilated by him?
Oh yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
virtually just shut his mic off and said how much more physics he knows than Darth Dawkins.
That's right, because he does have a physics background, doesn't he? I fucking hate these videos. Why did I watch that? Oh, fuck, why did I watch that?
Okay, so on the Wikipedia page anyway, it says, yeah, he's a physician, but he's classified as a urologist or ufologist.
Ufologist, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Urologist.
At least urology is a real science.
Yeah, I know. That was like a Freudian slip, right? Like,
accidentally gave him a real qualification there, Crit. Watch out.
yeah, he claims he was briefed by the CIA at a dinner party.
Well, yeah, he said that he is a retired physician who founded the Center of the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence and the Disclosure Project. Well, I wonder what
they have
he has to
campouts.
say.
They have campouts in the Nevada desert and shit, and film and see
Yeah, they
UFOs.
take a lot of
It's
drugs, like a
unbelievable.
lot of hallucinogens, and
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, look at this. He sets up. He's got this center for diplomatic initiatives with extraterrestrial civilizations.
Ufologist. Man. I wonder if that's something you can major in. Spent like $200,000 on college loans.
Eggs, you gotta listen to this, man. Jerry posted it. It was hilarious. It's even funnier than I remember it.
Say again?
The exchange between Dawkins and Krauss. Darth Dawkins, mind you.
What a win for Darth Dawkins. What an absolute coup to get somebody like Lawrence Krauss to chat to him. What a fucking dumb move for Lawrence Krauss. Just because, like, well, I'm not sure. I keep going back and forth with this whole thing of like, if you debate something, you give it credibility. But there's just no winning with Darth Dawkins because he will mute you and shout you and insult you, and it is this. He has this like worldview that is as undebunkable as solipsism, but he claims is the opposite to solipsism.
He used to really hate flat earthers. I talked to him about 4 weeks ago. He was on one, and yeah, he was like, "You're still a flat earther?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." He was like, "Whatever, dude." I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like that. You know, he puts notes on your name when he talks to you again.
Oh, let me check my notes here. Oh, I've got troll. It's like you just fucking write troll next to anybody except people who lick your ass.
Yeah,
Can you
so
imagine how long that list is?
It must be
how many
so
people
long.
He's immense, dude. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, his reason for thinking that flat Earth is bullshit is how many people would have to be in on the lie. But at the same time, he thinks that evolution is a big conspiracy. Like it's the biggest hoax ever foisted, or something.
So
It's like,
he's like Kenthoven.
The first
right,
time I talked, remember Gray Gecko?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if Eggshell remembers him too. He basically said, "Hey, come talk to Darth," right? And I said, "Okay, sure." And I went there and I said something along the lines like, okay, so who's got any questions, whatever. And I just said like, hey, what do you think of flat Earth? And that was it. I got that much out, and he muted me. And he said, I'm not going to talk about flat Earth at all, right? We're not going to discuss it.
That is why I think Darth Dawkins doesn't want to visit the topic, just does not want to deal with it, because to me, to hold to a young Earth view, but not a flat Earth view, is the height of hypocrisy. Because the
Exactly.
Bible is
Yeah.
far clearer about the nature of the earth, the shape and the behavior of it in terms of movement, than it is about the age of it. The age of it, you have to really infer using a lot of, like, one of the interesting things I found recently was like that whole 6,000-year-old earth comes from a list of so-and-so begat so-and-so. But what is accepted as part of that record is that one of the kings lied about his lineage. He claimed that he was the first of his name because he wanted to be the first of his name. And they're like, well, one guy lied. And it's like, so you've got a record you accept is fallible, and you're using that to date the earth based on the Bible. But the Bible says unmoving so many times. It mentions the unmoving nature of the earth a bunch of times. And you're like, nope, still spinning, wobbling water ball. Just 6,000-year-old spinning, wobbling water ball. You coward.
Yeah, right. They think that they seriously think that NASA went up in 1972 and turned around and took a picture of the Earth, which wasn't formed from a big bang. That God created it, right? And it didn't have it didn't have a mud pool that lightning hit, creating single-celled organisms, which slowly developed into more
Yeah.
complex creatures. Blah 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 blah. But they're happy to. I mean, it's insane. And yeah, it didn't come about by billions of years.
Yeah, it's this piss weak half ideology that, like, you could just immediately pick a whole bunch of flaws with it, and that I couldn't do until I started getting interested in FE. So I was like, yeah, once you're interested in FE, you're like, well, I can now see a whole bunch of what's wrong, like, essentially not what's wrong about your worldview, what I should take away from it, but it becomes this other interesting angle to go, here's what you need to add to it.
Yeah, they're very selective. I mean,
Yeah.
it's insane.
And I think your point, Crit, is really good, which is like his whole point about who has to be in on it. The number of people, the number of biologists that need to be in on evolution far outnumber the number of people in the space industry.
Biologists, yeah, archaeologists, paleontologists. I mean, like they hire people. There was an interview. I saw an interview with one guy who said that you know how they found the soft tissue in the
No?
T-Rex
What?
bone. They found
What?
yeah, they found soft tissue in the T-Rex in a T-Rex bone, and it was a big
No.
controversy. And they came up with this uh, idea that because of the iron content, it can happen sometimes, and it can preserve. Like, it's not
Do you mean they
exactly
found
preserved, but yeah.
fossilized, like, something they're calling? Because my understanding is all of stuff that old, the 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 official narrative, blah 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 blah, is that all biological material has disappeared millennia ago, millions of years ago, and
Yeah.
all you've got now is minerals that have formed in the void that has been left by that. Are you saying that there's somewhere somebody claiming they've got actual physical soft T-Rex tissue?
Yeah, yeah. I can't remember the process that they gave the name for why they say it happens, but it can be millions of years old and still retain some you know, I don't, how would you say it? Yeah, some softness. I don't know. I'm not very good with them, but yeah,
Yeah, no,
no,
it's
seriously.
interesting.
And they interviewed. They asked one guy who he's just a labourer and he just saws the bones for him where they tell him how to he's not a paleontologist, he's just a labourer, just a cheap labourer, and he just cuts the bone how they tell him to cut it. And he came out and whistle blew and said, this isn't the first time, I've found this shit heaps of times, and you know, come across this sort of shit. And they, you know, they're just like, yeah, no, that's not anything, you know. The experts just tell, you know, sort of hand wave, dismiss it and ignore it. But this one woman, what I can't remember her name, but she came out and blurted it out to the world. Oh, we found by the way, we found soft tissue inside of T-Rex bone. It became this big controversy, and there was like a big kerfluffle to try and explain it away. Mary,
I feel like we need to check that again, because that completely uproots my understanding of what the claim is about the fossils. Like, fossils to me are like rocks that are conveniently in the shape of something that was there, which is a void left by typically bones, but can be soft tissue. Like, they've claimed they've found like feathers, which is how they started saying, you know, right before Jurassic Park came out, they're like, we now think most dinosaurs were feathered. And they apparently found this out on Jurassic Park and were like, okay, we've got two main problems with this. One of them is a feathered raptor is kind of cute and weird looking and funny. It's not terrifying. And we need raptors to chase these people around being terrifying. But B, our other main problem is it's very, very expensive to do CGI. Like, lizards are very easy. A feathery lizard is not. So that bit I get, but that's the void left by them. It seems to me very, that would be a complete change, like a very big change if they're now saying soft tissue from. I don't think that's
Mary
right.
Schweitzer was the name of the paleontologist who came out
Mary
with it.
Schweitzer, I'm guessing at that. Soft tissue dinosaur? Because they did have a huge
T-Rex.
issue about dinosaur shocker. Okay, here we go. Smithsonian. Probing a 68 million year old T-Rex, Mary Schweitzer stumbled upon astonishing signs of life that radically change our view of the ancient beasts. Neither Justin Bruco. Oh my God, why do they always give me this shit? Tell me what she's wearing. Its leg bone, after 68 million years in the ground, a Tyrannosaurus rex found in Montana was dug up. Its leg bone was broken in pieces and fragments were dissolved in acid in Schweitzer's laboratory. Blood vessels and structures. Oh my God. I don't get how that works. That doesn't make sense to me. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
So they say that the iron content in the blood or something, has some sort of preservation properties. And they don't claim that it's like that most of it has decayed. You know, the organic materials decayed.
Sorry.
Sorry, I lost connection there. Yeah, so it preserves it in the sense that it's still like flexible and malleable and
Jesus.
transparent.
It still doesn't make any sense to me. Like I'm not denying it. I'm just astounded.
Yeah, but I don't know if you could still find the short interview they did with this labourer, but yeah, I remember seeing it, and this was years ago, before Flat Earth even. Like, I looked into Flat Earth, and he was saying, yeah, this is a common occurrence, and we alert the experts about it, and they just dismiss it there. Oh, just ignore it, or explain it away, or something, or throw the bone away, saying, oh, we must have got the wrong bone, or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah. But that's just hearsay, from one guy in an interview that may or may not
No,
have
that's
actually
kind
been.
of common. I've heard dodgy stories like that in the past. Like they like when they started digging up bones. I remembered hearing this one, which was also in a creationist doco, but I think was partly was true, which was when they started digging up bones, there was it became a little bit clear that these bones that are a bit of a jumble, you can put them together a bunch of different ways, and that already leads to ambiguity. But the issue becomes if you let's say you get the same species and you put it together 3 different ways, you can now claim you've discovered 3 different species. So there was a bit of an issue initially where people were like just jumbling bones together in whatever order. And there was also an accusation, I'm not sure how true it was, that they would just grind down bones to make it appear that they fitted together better so they could sort of make it fit, which is not too far from what you're saying, which is like a very sort of, I mean, I think the whole field of science has a lot of dodginess in it, just necessarily so. Wherever there's, what was it my dad used to have a saying, which is like, if it's worth winning, it's worth cheating for. Not as in encouraging me to cheat, but being like, you can tell what fields will have cheaters, and that is any field in which there is some value in winning.
Right. Yeah. And we
And
know
that
that
to me
there's
is
in those fields, there's like this there's an agenda too, isn't there? Like, and originally there would have been like like money to be had in it, and there was investment into these people going out into the field were sponsored and financially supported by like rich tycoons, and they
sure,
didn't want to come back empty-handed, right? You had to come back
yeah,
with some big finding, so that it made the
absolutely.
papers. Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
and
once.
like we went to a place in sorry, go for it. I was being a dick.
No, go for it.
We went to a place in India that had that was like, oh, we've just like, had all these eggs, and there were like something there, right? I couldn't quite tell what, but you could walk around and they were just everywhere. It was just mind-boggling. These these like fossils. They were calling them fossils, and they were like, this is a leg bone from a Trembodongalus or something, like, and I kept looking at them and I was looking at, like, I was getting on flat earth stuff at the time and chatting to people and being like, I'm normally more like, yeah, sure, okay. But even looking at those, I was like, how can you fucking tell? Like, you get this tiny, some of the ones where they're dug up and chipped away all of the rest of the rock around it. I was like, okay, maybe with that one. But with this one, all you see is like a round thing. And they're like, well, this is the cross section of a bone that's a calf bone that goes down to. And I was like, fuck off, you know that. And
Right.
the challenge is it's a tourist industry, right? People from
Exactly.
around the world travel to this place to see this to see this very interesting thing. So is there a temptation? Because the thing that also boggled my mind while I was there, they were showing me more than four, at least four, maybe about 10 different species, and going, yeah, all these different species were grazing here, and a volcanic lava flow came past. And I couldn't quite tell, because the guy had really broken English, if it was like multiple lava flows, which would slightly explain it a teensy bit better for me, which was like, that some rich vegetation grows out of the old lava, which is a known thing, and so then more lava comes, and then it keeps killing different things. But anyway, I'm getting lost on my point. My point is, it would have 4 different kinds of predator and 3 and 4 different kinds of prey in the same area, and I was like, what? Like, if I go out into the wilderness, I might spot a little herbivorous woodland creature. And if I'm really, really lucky, I might spot a predator. But I will never, ever see 2 of them at the same time. Nor would I, if it just lava came and filled this whole area, would I find 4 different kinds of predator and 4 different kinds of prey within like arm's reach of one another. It just doesn't make sense. And I still don't get it. I'm still skeptical. Like, what are you doing? Like, why have you not eaten this thing yet? What are you just drinking in the water hole? Sorry, I'm
I'll
ranting.
deal with you in a minute.
I gotta shut up.
Yeah. It's definitely now like a sunk cost, fellas. Like the sunk cost into it is now. They've
Yeah, it would be
invested
very
so much
painful to admit.
Right. Same for fields like astronomy and astrophysics.
Yeah, exactly. Very much agree.
But it all makes for great movies.
Say again?
It all makes for great movie, storylines for movies.
Yeah.
Plot.
Well, I think it speaks to something which is like what I was talking before about somebody whose name I won't mention because they're not here, but Glober, who I don't so much admire or get on with, is like how much it speaks to our desire or our need for certainty, which I think is on both sides. Like I certainly think that's something on the flat earth side, is like it needs to be absolutely proven or it's false. But I think the same thing exists on the globe side, which is like I need to have a story and an explanation because uncertainty creates dissonance. If you're just like, yep, giant creatures, don't know what they are, don't know when they were, but they were here before us, and fucking yeah. Where that like murkiness makes us a little bit stressed and we don't like it. So if you can go, oh yes, here's the genus they belong to, and here's how long ago they were, and here's how they went extinct, and here's how it's different, and we won't go extinct. People can be like, okay, good. I've got the answers. And then the dissonance goes away. We don't feel silly and we don't feel like we don't know things.
Yeah, it was one of the things that was bugging me, like even before Flat Earth, like just looking into like things that were just explained away, mysteries, like the pyramids and just ancient structures, over the world that just like there's something wasn't adding up, and I could see that there's this. I didn't know really how to explain it, and I kind of still don't. Like, Flat Earth has kind of helped me be able to articulate it a bit better. The fallacies involved in like things like feels like archaeology, where they do affirm the consequent and beg the question and all this, like
Well, they're forced to.
just to fit in, to make this paradigm, this narrative that they have, just everything's got to fit into that. And I hated that. Like I was looking into it and I was going, you assholes don't know, and dare to tell us that a primitive culture that would barely have known how to shape copper, could use, such primitive tools to build this advanced shit, H blocks and freaking all sorts of weird interlocking, structures and blocks and freaking bullshit, man. Like, there was just knew there was something up, and I was just like angry. Because I want to know what really happened, I was like angry at it, like this is bullshit. Why can't and we question, why can't they consider the possibility that their narrative is wrong, and why can't they try and figure out what really took place? Why is it so incredulous for them to like? Why is it so incredulous? Why is it so unbelievable that something else took place that doesn't fit the narrative? Obviously, it did.
Well, my issue, I would say the issue I have with the fallacy thing is I think fallacies are about 90% of the time useful. Like, have you ever heard the term heuristics?
Yeah. Remind me, refresh me.
So, oh yeah, I think we actually talked about it before. Heuristics is this thing of like, how do you simply and quickly come to decide what you think is true in a way that is, absolutely undeniably fallible. So, and that's what a heuristic is, which is like, but basically, like, we can easily get there. Like, if I ask you, like, if I said to you, what size are your car tires? You could tell me a bunch of ways you decide what size tire your car runs. All of those would be heuristics and fallacious, right? Where you go, well, the definition of them is they're 34 inches. And I would go, well, that's a definition fallacy or fallacy of definition or something like that. Then you go, well, my mechanic told me that they are 34 inches. And I go, well, that's an argument from authority. And you go, well, I polled everybody else who's got this exact tire and they all said they're 34 inches. And I go, well, that's an argumentum ad populum. But you're like, well, all of those are pretty good ways of figuring out that you got 34-inch car tires. So the problem I think comes with fallacies is like they are flawed if you are trying to reach a like absolute undeniable truth. But if you're just trying to muddle through and figure out what's probably right, they're pretty good. They're in fact
Yeah.
one of the best things we've got.
Well, yeah, but so the problem with fallacies, it doesn't rule out that the conclusion is true.
Very true.
It just
Yeah, very true.
right. That
It
because
just
that
leads
would
you
be
to
a
a
fallacy.
probable answer where you're like, my car tires are probably 34 inches, but it doesn't.
In some
What you're saying is
cases, I
right, which is it doesn't guarantee that answer is correct. I could use good reasoning to get to the conclusion that they're 34 inches and still be wrong, which is right. But then
Well, right, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Right.
But the challenge is, well, if I could reason to the wrong conclusion that way, should I not use a method that is perfect? But then the question is, is there a perfect method? And don't we use this imperfect method for pretty much everything? Like
Yeah,
perfection
well,
is just in the realm of the gods in my mind.
yeah, it's just yeah, fallacy. Well, like if you can find logical fault in an argument or even a statement, um, or an answer to a question like how big are your car tires, whatever. It's just an invalid form of the argument. So,
But
it yeah,
it's not invalid. It's not an invalid form of an argument. It's an invalid form of deduction, where like when they get all nerdy in this server about I don't mean in 24/7. I mean generally in this politics server. The difference between induction and deduction. Deduction, if you arrive at a deductive conclusion, you can never be wrong because it is like you have proven something. Whereas inductive argument is we get to what is probably right. And I would argue that deduction in reality is just doesn't happen. It's not possible. Because we must base it on premises that you can always, and this is what, when we're talking about Darth Dawkins, this is the way Darth Dawkins goes about asking questions, where he's like, well, he just goes, well, how do you know that? And so if he started asking you the question of like, why do you think the earth is flat? You could go, well, we've measured it. And you could go, well, how have you measured it? And you would say, like old Space Goat would say, well, I've measured the distance to Rottnest Island off the coast of Perth. And he would go, well, how do you know the distance to Rottnest Island? And you go, well, because I checked it on Google Maps. You go, well, how do you know Google Maps is correct? And you go, well, because it's correct on other things. So just because it's correct on other things? Well, no, because I checked it on other things. Well, how did you know the things you checked on other things were correct? And what you end up finding is anything that you do in real life ends up being, you end up having to accept that it is actually inductive, that you're going, it's probably the case that Google Maps is correct in this case. It's probably the case that what I am seeing is that correct island at that distance.
That's why I point out the seal rock at -2, because Google Maps clearly can't always be right.
Yeah. Right, which I think you would accept as well when you're saying like about the moon, like it could be this or it could be that. I can come up with inductive reasons about why it might be A and why it might be B. But can I show definitively that it is A or B? No. That's not something like one of the good examples I use is like, how can you know what is true? And one of the best examples is like, what is your name? And I used to use this example of like my mate, because he wanted to get a visa because he wanted to travel overseas, wanted to get a passport, and his mum, for some reason, was dodging it all the time and being like just kept putting him off about getting his birth certificate. And then he eventually found out why, and it's because he found out his dad wasn't his dad, and that his mum was seeing his married to his dad, his biological father, but was seeing another man on the side and left his dad for this other man and just brought him up under this other man's name, so that when he found his birth certificate, he had the correct name on it. It was like, oh my God. So he found out his name was wrong. And I used to use that example. And then I found out that my dad had actually, because my mum, they weren't married when I was born. My dad had actually gotten a second birth certificate. So my birth certificate, my proper name, well, depending on what you call proper name, is in my mum's surname. But he didn't like that. So he went and, I presume, bribed some hospital people or something and got them to give him a second birth certificate with his surname. And so if you said to me, what is your name? I can only give you like a probabilistic answer. I can only be like, look, depending on how you ask. And if something as basic and fucking undeniably obvious as what is your name could be up for debate, could we ever get to a conclusion where we go, the earth is definitely blah? And that is the end of my TED talk.
I'm just looking for a suitable meme. That's what I'll do. See you later.
Night, mate. It's early for you, Space Ghost. It's only 6 o'clock. Or is it more than I'm being boring? I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I've been talking for fucking hours. I'll shut up.
Yeah, and jump off in a minute too. If I comment any more about what you've said in the last few minutes, I'll probably end up here for another half hour or hour or something. I'm not going to, so because I've got to get off and make some food.
Fair enough.
But yeah, the whole process, like the inductive reasoning that is involved in a lot of fields of so-called science, like archaeology, for example, like that, I wasn't able to articulate it like that, in such ways, like 10, 15 years ago when I was looking into that sort of stuff. But but that was what was aggravating me, about their reasoning, the logic that they used, which was fallacious. It was illogical.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like it's a sort of like people describe it sometimes as a house of cards, and I kind of agree with that. Which is like once
Well,
you,
yeah, go on, sorry.
yeah, no, I think basically what you're saying, which is like if you question a base assumption, sometimes the whole thing can come tumbling down.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess it's not even so much the reasoning, like they're trying to find out stuff, and hats off to them for that, right? Because there's people that do go to uni and learn what they need to and go out into the field and apply what they've learned in the field, and they're genuinely interested and trying to learn, but they've got that narrative they've got that brainwashing already there. They do have to follow a particular story. But it's just the way it's presented. It's presented back to us as it's not. Here's our best guess. That's not the way it's presented. I would appreciate
Mm.
it more if it was presented as here's our best guess if what we think like what
Yeah.
we think what we've already established is true. That's not presented like that. It's laid out as plain fact. This is that's the answers on the test you have to give in school. As if that's it. That's fact. And it's just so obnoxious and arrogant and dogmatic and
Incorrect.
religious. Yeah, and often it can be shown to be incorrect. Yeah.
Yeah, that I share that with you. I think that's some of the challenge I have as well, because it's like it's incorrect. I don't like certainty. I think certainty is maladaptive. And B, it feels exclusive. It feels like they're keeping you out of the club, where they're like, we've worked this out. Not like there's still room for people to make discoveries, and we could be wrong about this. And this is based upon a base assumptions, and it's a house of cards built upon these 3 or 4 base, observations or assumptions or axioms, all of which are open to challenging, and all of this could come tumbling down at any moment. And therefore, you could feel free to step in and question them and challenge them and present your own. And instead, it's presented like, no, these people in this ivory tower have worked out what the reality is, and you just have to agree with it. Otherwise, you're a science denier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why I was always like really fascinated with esoteric stuff and like alternative history and um the mysterious things. I'd sit down when I was like 8 years old. I found my mum's unexplained magazine collection, and I'd read them. I didn't understand what was being said a lot of the time, but I enjoyed reading what I did understand, and just looking at all the pictures, the images, and the photos of like alleged aliens and UFOs and Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot and ghosts, and there was all sorts of stuff in there. Spontaneous combustion, Illuminati. So I was like, that was, I think that's why I was fascinated with it. Because there was this idea that things aren't as clear cut as what we're is presented to us by the education system.
Yeah, there's stuff left to be discovered.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I often wonder like how different my focus in life might have been if they'd actually presented it as we could be wrong.
Mm.
You
And I think that's what I was saying about the certainty that, like, because I think, for example, I do think there's a good chance, there's a high probability that pumping exhaust fumes into the atmosphere could change the temperatures or other things on Earth. But I've got doubts about it, and I was saying it to Dogs the other day, and he was like, "No, no." like really getting fucking fuming. And I was like, even if you're
Holy
right, what you are doing is making a prediction, and there are very few predictions. Like if you look at all of human predictions across history, you would find that the vast majority of them fail. So to be confident about this one is just balmy. But his like rabid insistence was just almost impressive.
Right, yeah. It sounds like it's a vital card in that house of cards, right? For him.
Yeah.
You're like coming too close and breathing on it. He's like, get back.
Yeah.
You're gonna
If you touch this one, the whole thing comes down. Like these studies I've never seen that clearly show carbon build up over hundreds of thousands of, like, how do you decide that? It just,
Yeah, well, I'm not even a really proponent of the whole uh, atomic model, molecular modeling.
you're not sure about the atoms?
Yeah, and just and elements and everything in general. Like for the most part, like they've discovered something that works, but I don't know that they really understand it fully. And I think that there might be more to it than what they realize. But for the most
Sure.
part, the model is useful and beneficial, and they know that when they add certain things together, it has certain effects. But as far as understanding exactly what it is that's actually occurring, I don't know that they've really got that right yet.
Mm.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know, just some Peter and Pete influence there, but and yeah, QE would have my head on a platter for saying that, but
Well, Peter and Pete, who's that? What's that about?
a couple of guys on YouTube that like challenge the you know the, the accepted conventions, even at those micro levels. They doubt that they doubt the existence of gases, certain gases, the composition of air and things like that. And they do their own little like so-called experiments and demonstrations and things to show. Like they did this. They bought uh, a compressor, I think it is. Well, it's the thing that they use to fill oxygen tanks, right? So it's supposed to um, filter out the oxygen from the air, and so it's mainly just oxygen you're putting into a tank, right? And out of the exhaust is supposed to be mainly nitrogen, right? So they collect some of that in jars or whatever, in bottles, and then hold flames to it, and it's just oxygen. It's coming out the exhaust. Well, as far as what mainstream science would tell us, that you know what reaction the different gases would have with a flame, right? So and they spend a lot of money on this machine, which is supposed to be what the medical industry uses to fill oxygen tanks. So, I don't know. So just a lot of things that they tell us that, when it kind of comes to testing it, doesn't really add up. They doubt the whole electrolysis experiment. They suggest that the bubbles forming on the electrodes could possibly be coming from the electrodes, right? The different forms of gas
Mm.
actually coming from the metal and not the water. So that hasn't been disproven. Well, not to my knowledge anyway. Like, it's a good argument in my book, and like people like QE come along and present their argument for it and say it's just all a bunch of baloney. And of course, we've proven that water consists of oxygen and hydrogen bonded together in the form of liquid, and it'll, and electrolysis initiates a process where it begins to break the bonds and form into a gas and collects on the electrodes. And but like, I just see that there is some, like, they have some good points, and
Do you
they're
think
not the
there's
only ones.
anything a
Other
bit
people
weird about QE? When you say QE, I'd have my head on a platter for that. Do you think there's anything weird about that? About a truth seeker going, "I'm going to have your head on a platter for proposing on an idea"?
At the end of the day, I don't think he really gives a shit what I'd think, as far as that is concerned. He's very, very passionate about the flat Earth arguments. But so his knowledge base is so extensive, like, as far as chemistry and all that is concerned. Like, so there's no way I could, like, ever sort of, unless I dug in and did some extensive study myself, I could come nowhere near to like debating him about certain things. But like,
I
he's
just find it
passionate. I
sus.
think he's passionate about keeping it on the level. I mean, like, as far as flat Earth is concerned, I think, like, because we can't be going off into La La Land about things, right? And
Why?
because if as long as it's prefaced that you are going into La La Land, because some flat earthers are presenting certain arguments which are airy fairy, and they're presenting it like we were talking about as if it's solid fact. So they're making the same mistakes that
That I agree with.
mainstream are doing.
But I think there's a difference between going, "Hey, maybe this is the case, and can we investigate it?" and going, "This is definitely the case. No investigation necessary." But I don't know. I'm not a biggest fan of him because I think, like, yeah, I won't get into it. I won't ruin my goodwill.
I think he's needed. People like him and Oakley and others in the arena are needed to help people keep their feet on the solid ground, because it can be easy if you have a propensity for certain idealism. I mean, it's easy to go wandering off and get lost in it, and then become not a very good representative for the cause that you're trying to serve. You know what I mean?
I do
It's
get
good.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good that there's people like that that are going to come and sort of give you a spank on the ass a bit, keep you grounded, keep you focused. You know, hyper focused and hyper specific, and um, as less Dunning Kruger as possible, I guess.
Well, we're all Dunning Kruger.
Yeah, yeah. For
Well,
sure.
I think we are. I think we're full prey to Dunning Kruger on every topic except those which with like what Dunning Kruger says is we're all idiots on every topic except topics in which we're experts, and necessarily we must be. We can only be expert in a very small number of topics because expertise takes time and we only have limited time. So we must be Dunning Kruger on most of them. That's just maths, just life. That's just how many years you've got on this planet and what you devote them to. It's not possible you're both an expert at physics and structural engineering and aeronautics and chemistry. Got to pick one.
Do you think he's reasonable in his presentation of the idea of ether?
Who?
Or do you
QE?
think he's yeah?
I don't think he's reasonable ever.
Well, I'm just curious as to his take on the ether. Is
I'm not sure what his take on the ether is. I've only like
he's
if I'm in the
anti-ether.
room or the globe is in the room, it'll just be combative and muting. So you might need to tell me what his take on the ether is.
He's anti-ether.
Okay. What makes him? What does he say
Because
that
the
he's
ether
anti-ether?
is in the realm of speculation.
Right.
So he refuses to even consider it because then it takes the flat Earth argument into a realm outside of science. So he feels very much obligated to keep it on the straight and narrow.
Well, I will now risk this goodwill in the room. If it's about science and if speculation is bad, do we have good evidence for the existence of a container?
Well, that's precisely the argument that people make with him, is that the natural antecedent to air pressure is a container, which we cannot
Right.
see or tangibly know. And so it's speculative in that way, though it is a byproduct of the natural laws of physics. Same in the ether, though, because the idea is that energy needs to propagate through something. It
Sure.
cannot go from point A to point B through a vacuum. So the ether is a natural antecedent to that.
Light propagating as waves. Yeah, I
Right.
look, I agree, I agree on that. I think it's
Which I find reasonable, but he does not.
sure.
And
I'm just
it's
going to end
not
up trashing it.
it's not
I'll
bad
talk
not
about it
finding
because
something
I don't
reasonable,
admire it
but
much.
his sometimes he'll categorize someone who believes in the ether as actually being anti-flat Earth, like a shill, which
Sure.
I find ridiculous.
Sure. I mean, sure. Now I am going to go and end up trashing. I think his objection is not to the quality of ideas, but to the origin of them. And I think if they originate with him, he likes them. And if they don't, he doesn't. Like the
Well, I don't know about that. He
because
quotes
the
many
argument
that don't originate with him.
right, but I mean like in this realm, if they first enter this sphere of discussion, realm of discussion, let's say, from him, he seems to have a positive predisposition to them. And I don't know. I'm just trashing somebody who's not here, so maybe I should just shut up.
No, I believe it's just an allegiance to this idea that we must keep flat Earth within the confines of true science, true natural science, and that anything outside of that would jeopardize its authenticity or believability. You know,
Which I
so he
think is
doesn't
noble.
stray
That I
away
think
from
is
it.
impressive.
I find it ridiculous myself, but he's
Hmm.
adamant, and I suppose there's room for a kind of broad range of opinions within the community. I just
Yeah.
don't resonate with it myself.
Yeah. I mean, like once, like this is the same thing. It goes back to the same thing I keep saying, which is like how far we see. There's a bunch of really strong cases that flat Earth makes, but that there must be a container that must be a physical contiguous surface, airtight surface. And we know this because we read a dictionary definition. Just shows the rest of the stuff is bullshit. Like, I love the idea of what is it called? Zeticism, which is like, I don't believe things. I can hold an idea, but I do not hold it to be true until I can test it for myself. Is like, well, reading a dictionary and finding a definition isn't testing something and holding it to be true. Like deciding that way that something should be true. It's just
But
going, well,
the
this
definition
dictionary
came from
gave me but from a movement that abandons that necessarily and quite rightly rejects certain definitions. How do we then go, well, we pick this one to be correct?
No, it's the origin of the definition, so because it came about through extensive testing.
But did it? Tell me. Because the definition for atmospheric pressure, like if the definition of gas pressure necessitates if the natural antecedent is a container, in only, I want to clarify, some definitions.
Do this right now. I've got to go.
Oh,
I'd love to keep going, talking with you about it, but I've got to go. Maybe someone else will. But yeah, no,
yeah.
and about like the ether and all that too. But I can't. I've got to
The
go.
ether's a good one. The ether, there is good reason, I think, to posit that it could exist.
But anyway, I can't. I really got to go. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Right out, mate. Have a good one.
All right. You too.
Thanks
See
for
you.
the suggestion of Peter and Pete. I've found their thing.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Yeah. Yeah. Have a watch. Like they're interesting, to say the least.
May I ask, Eggshell?
Go for it, Penelope.
You're a glober, right?
I'm currently in a phase of declining to answer that, but I would say you're not
Well,
far
I'm not
off.
going to thank you for it. I'm just asking.
Yeah, yeah.
And yet you're very much drawn to the discussion of flat Earth.
Yes,
Isn't
very
that
much
right?
so.
Yeah. And is it because you have private doubts about your own belief system, or is it just a general wanting to have a good fight, intellectual fight?
I mean, certainly the latter is probably some of it. I think at some level I do like the idea of doubting. I think it's like one of my ethos is one of the things I'm certain about is that certainty is maladaptive, that it is bad to be certain about things. So,
Certainly is
some
practical
of
in
my
some instances, is it not to be certain about things?
I guess depends what you mean. Tell me, what do you mean by
Certain that the
practical?
light is turned red, then you can stop. If you're not certain, then you could die.
Well, that's worth questioning. Like, I don't mean
Why?
like so what
Isn't that
I'm not suggesting is certainty, like that let's not take it between like certainty and absolute uncertainty, but like holding ranges of probability. So could I be like, well, look, the light is quite probably red, so I quite probably should stop. So I'm going to hit the brakes. Great. But the light is definitely red, so I won't check it again, or I won't, like for me as a motorcyclist, this is a huge one, which is not the light's red, the light's green. I will not blast through an intersection if the light's green, because as correct as it is for me to do that, I will hold doubt that the lights are showing the right color or that other people have read the lights correctly, because I've just watched too many videos of people getting fucked up that way, that, excuse my language, sorry, Penelope, that people getting into bad accidents that way, that I think it could be more adaptive to be like, I'm going to hold some doubt about my reading of the light and other people's reading of the light. So I just always instinctively slow down for intersections and just swivel like a sort of metronome, head left, right, left, right, left, right. Is somebody about to pull into this intersection? Because they will clean me right up. So I don't mean, when I'm saying certain is maladaptive, like be like, it could be red, it could be green, I don't know. It's like, it looks red, so it's probably red, but I don't need to be certain.
I don't know if your example really serves your purpose, because you're still certain as to the color. You're just timing it. You're not certain as
I'm
to your
still
timing
very
of
confident.
whether it's going to change or not. But when it's red, and when it's not, it's not. That's the certainty aspect of it, isn't it?
Well, what I would agree with, I certainly think objective reality exists. Like the light is red or it's not.
Right.
And in those kind of realms, like it's sort of, if you take probability and you go, the chance that we're wrong on some things is high, and the chance that we're wrong on something like, is the light red, is low. But in reality, there's ambiguity. Like, because what comes with the light being red is also an assumption that the other person's light is green and vice versa. Can I be doubtful about that? Can I be doubtful that I first glanced up at it? Like, because it's a funny question, because I sometimes do come pretty close to plowing through lights just because I don't even probably look at them. So it's that sense of like, does doubt make me double check? Does doubt, not like it could be green, it's 50-50, but like make me double check again? Is that more useful than glancing at it once and going, I've got the color, I'm 100% certain I'm going to plow through this intersection, or not? I'm not sure if I'm explaining it well. You've got a good one with the red light, I must admit. It's a hard one to argue against.
Yeah, yeah. And so I guess we're talking about solipsists, the deniers of any kind of certain reality. Which,
Yeah.
philosophically, you can take it to its extreme, and yes, everything is absolutely just subjective, because we can only sense the world through our personal private senses. And are they delivering exact information to us at all times? Who knows? But there is a certain amount of agreement that we can come to as to what external reality is between or amongst human beings, so that we can create culture.
Yes. Yeah, we need to agree on a shared reality. If you said we need to create culture, and it's useful that I agree that you said what you just said. Otherwise, I'm like, well, you could have said anything, and that's not the sort of extreme solipsist view I'm trying to take. It's more about, it's less philosophical to me, but more. Let's look at it from an interpersonal view of like, how we get certain that somebody else lied to us and they meant us harm? Like you tried to make me feel small about myself when you said that in front of my friends, for example. Would it be useful? Would it be more adaptive to go, that's my impression. I felt like you were trying to make me feel small. But I'm going to hold deliberately against my inclination. I'm going to hold a view that maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe it was careless. Maybe like I don't know, but maybe I'm just going to listen enough to hear your side on it. do you get what I mean on that front, where it's more
No, I
where I'm
understand.
coming at it
Okay.
more of an efficacy angle than a reality angle?
Just getting into a little bit more nebulous territory of feelings, which
Yeah.
maybe are a byproduct of the original
What the
event.
fuck?
So we're just discussing this on a whether we started with the idea of the ether being a genuine discussion for flat earthers or not, because it isn't
Mm.
in the realm of speculation. That's where we started with this conversation.
Yeah, and so the same thing applies there. If I think it is unhelpful to the discussion, if I'm like, "No," which some people do, right? Some globers come in, "No, gravity's been proven. What the fuck is wrong?" You know, like they get really aggressive and they shouty and they're sweary and they're like, where I'm like, I think it would be more useful to them, to you, to both sides of the discussion, if you're like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe masses don't attract masses. I don't know how to check that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, of course, more reasonable people would want to fairly see both sides of an argument. Reasonable people, but
Mm.
most people don't know how to be reasonable. They're not taught to be reasonable. So it's no wonder that it gets very heated in here. Feelings are,
Yeah.
again, a byproduct of beliefs. What do you believe? How
Yes.
deeply do you believe it? This stirs your emotions accordingly. Are you
Pardon me, but
invested
what
in
the
Yeah.
fuck
So
are you
if
talking about?
I try to explain how we got here.
we're talking about the difference between believing things and thinking things quite strongly, I guess is where I'd go with it. There's a great speech from Chris Rock in that film about the angels coming to Earth and killing people and stuff. And he's like, that's God doesn't like this idea of belief. He's like, can't you just think things? Can't you just be like, it's probably the case? And it's beliefs is where things go wrong. And that's kind of my view. I'll try and find the thing. Is like, could I just think something is true without believing it? Does that explain it for the cranky person who was interjecting?
Well, again,
Dogma.
I don't know if we'll ever come to a conclusion here. So
Yeah.
we're traveling into areas I think people are going to get lost. So we best not.
Good morning, Ildiko. Good morning, Eggshells.
Good morning, Gabby Gap.
Good
How are
morning.
you guys?
Did you just get up?
Yeah,
You sound like you
I
just got
heard
up.
you talking, and I heard this cranky person like talking like that to you. It got me triggered.
You're like my white knight.
Yeah, they must be
Nice.
careful how they speak to you because it's like they speak directly to me.
You're so sweet.
So they better watch out.
No, it's in
Maybe
the
I had strong
you were
beliefs.
following what you were saying, right? About started with QE and his almost visceral objection to the ether, even accusing
Yeah,
those who believe it to be anti-flat earthers.
So maybe
They are
then,
not scientific,
Not scientific,
and
yeah.
yeah,
which I find unreasonable. That's
Sure. Yeah,
actually,
I agree.
this is how we got here because gradually we started accepted all these imaginary and bullshit stories.
yeah.
In ancient times, these ideologies were occult practices. If people were found out to worship globe-shaped worlds, uh, write books about this, in the secret, in the hideout. If those people were found out, they were killed. Mankind had they were saying that these kind of people are bringing this darkness upon the mind, making
Yes.
man, taking the mind away of the man, critical thinking, sense of reality, you know.
Yes. The entire
So
globe model,
yeah,
we're saying, the heliocentric model,
yeah.
is anti-human
No.
almost,
Mhm.
because
So
it
this is
takes everyone into an abstract world that they can never have any tangible relationship to.
yeah. I mean, I know there was a guy. He was burned alive on a stake for saying, I don't know, the world was a globe.
Where's that? Where did that happen?
Yeah, a couple 100 years ago.
Ah,
And that guy is pretty famous, you know, worshipped.
Copernicus.
Yeah, no, no.
What? Huh?
He wasn't
Huh?
him.
What?
It doesn't come his name to my mind right now. He was a so-called astronomer.
Astronomy. But if we're again comparing flat Earth to the globe realities, let's say the two realities, you can see that one demands that a person live purely in their imagination, whereas the other doesn't demand anything of you except that you live in the world that you observe, feel,
Yeah,
and know.
yeah.
So what does it do to a human being to have them live their whole life in an abstraction? What does it do to them psychologically? I wonder, we can see it.
You're
I think we
talking
can
from the point of like being realistic and emotional? Huh? You're talking from a
No,
point of like
I
how is it
think
to live like realistically and how to live like emotionally?
no, how to
no.
the contrast between living in a world that's abstractified
Uh-huh.
by the idea of the globe, the entire heliocentric model, as opposed
Yeah,
to just simply living in a world that you observe, that you don't need extraneous ideas
yeah.
to understand
Opposite
the opposite.
contradictions of what you see.
Yeah. How
I mean,
healthy
all that I see
psychologically.
right now, it's like a cruel world. That's all. Like the world is cruel and very
Yeah,
tough
yeah.
outside. You know,
It's
like you
true.
gotta
I
survive by any
agree.
means. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
you can go anywhere. You know, like if you decide to see it, it depends on you. You can decide to see it like from a beautiful perspective. You can decide also to see the real, like, you know, and it's everywhere. Whatever there's like some good things, there's some bad things. That's how it is. That's reality.
You have to kind of define your own ethical reality within the.
My yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. Like if I ever get to define like my own reality, right? I just accept things just the way they are. You know, I usually do not involve so much of how I feel in what I see. I do not. I never did that, involving that
Well,
much of emotions in it. But
doesn't
I just
everybody
accept
say
it as
that
the way
though?
it is. Say what?
Doesn't everybody say that? Like, oh, I don't think emotionally, other
No,
people do.
no, no. Not everybody say that. Not everybody say that. Yeah. A lot of people do claim so, right? But if you put them in some situations, they're going to act like emotionally towards it, right?
But you won't.
I mean, no, I would. I would. I would. But still, right? You gotta accept it as the way it is. You know.
Sure. Yeah,
That's all. You know. I must say, like, no. I mean, everybody have like, we have this thing. Everybody involve their feelings in everything. That we just cannot help it. You might play tough, but we all know there's like that one point that we're gonna break you down, and you just don't wanna, think about it. But it's there. You want it or not. Breakpoint is for everybody.
It's just, I can see people who have backgrounds in academia who've invested in their education.
I did that.
Yeah, are more emotionally uh, connected to their ideas because they've
Because like,
invested so much money and time and effort into acquiring whatever knowledge they've acquired. And so emotionally, they're more attached to it. And if you begin to attack in any way or debate the authenticity of their ideas, you're going to find they react emotionally or they
definitely,
just cut off completely. And the
I
less
agree on that.
educated they are, they tend to be more open-minded about it because their emotions aren't yet so deeply tethered
I mean,
to
what
these
else can you do? What else can you do?
Yeah, the
What else can
challenge
you do?
I think
Yeah.
is aren't we all the same? Like I think
Yeah.
that would have been the same case for me now, having been in this debate for a while. But I think we also need to accept that the case would be the same for anybody who is like the moment what you're saying is right. It's like the escalation of commitment bias, which is once we've made a commitment to something, we put money down or because there's some sunk cost.
You invest everything.
We stick to it. So the moment I utter the words, I think the earth is globe, or somebody utters the words, I think the earth is flat, now the cost starts to mount. And then I think what you're saying, Penelope, is right, which is now we sort of have this inescapable desire to back that conclusion,
Also, like, don't forget, like, everybody could have like a different conclusions, Where you have like multiple conclusions that lives outside there. That's infinite conclusions, I mean, even with us, like with our own selves, we might have our own conclusion, but we have also tendencies to accept others' conclusions too.
Yep.
Like, like you said, like, oh, you said like the earth is flat, right? I would say like the earth is round, but I do still accept your facts too, I might, maybe, yeah. Like to be all
Well, you should
open
accept
to,
the fact that
yeah. I'm just saying, like, being open to different facts, being
Yeah.
open to them. Yeah.
Yes, being able to be open to sort of like, can I hear them? Can I? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
So
being
I'm
open to
joking
it.
while you're saying things, but what you're saying, I very
Yeah.
much agree with.
I mean, personally, I do accept other thoughts. Maybe I have, yes, maybe I do have my own points, but I do accept like, all the ideas from you. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just interesting that when you've held an idea since you were a child and you were completely convinced of its reality.
Its existence, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Then when you start to unravel that,
Yeah.
you can feel deeply the resistance that you have towards it until you can't possibly lie to yourself anymore. And you have to let it go. And once you purge yourself, then it becomes much easier for you then to be critically objective about more things, more aspects of your reality that you may have just accepted to be true, and
I
you
mean,
didn't realize.
also that doesn't just happen to everybody, like to be that person you need, like you're talking about, you also need to be someone who's actually willing to accept others, people, like idea, like I was telling you, Not everybody gonna accept you as the way you are or the way you think, but some of us do,
We
I mean,
try.
even if we try, right? Like personally, for example, if I take it, like, I'm sorry for what I'm gonna say. It's out of a little bit of the topic, but let's take it from a religious kind of point. Right? I'm a Muslim person. I do accept Jewish. I do accept. I never had a problem. I work with them.
Mm.
I work with them. I hang out with them. We talk. You know, people be like, "Oh no, you were not." No, that's me. Okay, that's how I work. I just have. I'm just open to everybody. I accept everybody as the way you. As long as you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But some people, they don't work the same way. It's same thing with the idea that you guys talking about. Not everybody work the same. You can debate about this for like millions of years. Some people will accept your thoughts. Some of them, they will stick to what they think. Some of them will try to convince you that you're wrong, and that's a very bad thing. I think that's not a way to debate. Debating, I think it's not. You give me your idea, I'll give you my idea, and we see, we compare, we learn.
Yeah.
That's all.
The Socratic method always inquires, through questioning. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, but that's kind of fanaticism, acceptance of everything.
Oh, yeah. You mean ad hoc?
No, I'm not
I don't
sure.
think we're
I
saying
mean,
acceptance of
like,
everything.
if someone has a different opinion or conclusion, lifestyle, for example, transgenders. I'm never gonna be one. I'll never accept that it's right. It's a right thing for a man to do this. I do live in a world where it is tolerated, but this doesn't mean it's morally okay or psychologically healthy.
Yeah.
So
what about then?
I can
Sorry.
accept that ill people exist with all sorts of health issues, mental, metabolical, whatever. But I'm not gonna accept that every one of us must be like that. I'm not gonna accept that's something
It's
normal.
much. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
much more like there's people that'll be like, it's okay, and blah blah blah, and everything, right? But some
Yeah.
people just do not accept it. I mean, for
Yeah.
example, that's your ways of thinking. For me, I'm much more of a human guy, right? I saw a lot of things that are not worthy to see for people like nice people, but I really don't have a problem because my curiosity sometimes it's literally weird. I'm just curious, I did talk with a lot of transgender people. I know, like in my religion, my country, like they would be treated like really bad. Like they would be treated like in a very bad way, right?
They are treated in a very bad way because of what they are doing. When you interact with them, they try to glue to your skin or get
Yeah,
under your
that's the one I don't
skin.
like. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one I don't like.
And then they try to implant seed these contradictory and anti-moral paradigm,
Yeah.
to make it look normal and accept them even more, and allow them to do even more things or even become part of what they are doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, hey, if we
I mean-
tolerate this practice of yours, do it at your home, in your room, in your bedroom,
Yeah,
in
do
your
it with your
house.
own. Yeah,
But when you go outside in society, be social.
could
Society
we?
is not how do I say, lawless
I almost,
and
I almost, I almost went to jail because of that. I almost went to
What?
jail because of that. I almost went to
Yeah.
jail because of that. I
Tell
was
us
like,
that.
Yeah.
so I got back from work, right?
Yeah.
I have like around like 3 friends. We rarely meet, everybody's working, so we decided to, to make a little meeting check out ourselves, like see old, talk about old days. We went to this little club, right? It's like not club. I would just call it much more like a cafeteria. You know, like there's people around talking. We were chilling, and I was going like, "Hey guys, like, what do you want me to get you? Like, I'll go ahead. Like, you guys sit down. I'll go ahead and get you whatever you want." Went to the what do you call it? You know where there's like the bartender at that table. I was asking for the guy, "Oh, hey, I need a coffee. I need tea. I need this, and I need that." And there was like a guy, you know, he was coming around. Was like, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "I'm doing fine. Thank you so much." And I don't like to be touched. I have a big problem with that. Right? Don't touch me.
Yeah, me too.
And the way, you know, like the way he was dressed up, I can see like, you know, he's both. I'm not like that much knowledgeable about like gay and transgender, but like still.
Something dodgy. Yeah.
Yeah, something to dodge. He was like something to dodge, and he started like putting his hand on him. And I told him like, "Man, I'm gonna try to be as nice as possible. Like next time you're gonna touch me, you might not get back the hand." And he thought I was kidding. He thought I was kidding. I told him like, "Listen, I know I'm in the US and that's a normal thing. I'm Algerian. I'm from North Africa. I'm Algerian, right? We do not have that. Right? I'm not used to it. If you want to sit down and come talk to us, you're welcome to come and talk to us. Right? Like we don't mind. We really accept people as the way they are. Like if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. That's our ways of thinking. Whatever your religion, whatever is your sex, I don't care. But as long as you don't get physical, you're good. He touched me, almost took off his hand. And the thing that surprised me is people were like, "Oh, you're wrong. You're the wrong one." But like I told him, like the guy was harassing me. Don't call him a guy. He's a girl. He's a woman. And then I lost it. I called my friends. I'm like, I'm leaving. I'm leaving from this place because if I stay here, I'm definitely sure it's everything gonna break. Yeah. You guys probably don't know Algerians, but I don't. You better not. But that's like one of my experience, like with transgender. As I told you, like I don't mind. You be whatever you want. I believe in the idea of everybody can be whatever they inspire. Go ahead, the world is yours. Be whatever you want, but please do not involve me.
I kind of agree to a point in terms of if you're uncomfortable, nobody should touch you.
Yeah.
But I think that more broadly, then there's this question of like, do we leave people to be themselves, or do we like encourage? Because to me, I quite like the idea of freedom in society. Like, be as free. Like we should embrace freedom as much as we can until it starts incurring on other people's freedom.
Yeah.
Or like creates harm. I think most of us follow this harm principle.
I mean,
like
that's also
doesn't matter if
something
it's objectively good or bad, because we don't know
Thank
objective good or bad.
Thank you. Also, like that's something to notice, just so you can see. Right, I work in Houston. I work in Baytown, Texas. Right, and people there, they have like too much freedom. And I think from that, like my own point of view, I don't know if people would agree on me. Exactly. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. People have like think they have like too much freedom. I mean, they already do. They have too much freedom that they can be whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. And the crazy thing they tell me, "Oh, you know, it's America. It's a free country." I wonder if they do really understand what's a free country. Now, that's the thing.
They don't.
You know what the main issue is?
Communist country.
You know what the main issue is in nowadays society? You know what the main issue is? People are way too comfortable. The comfortableness is making people mad to a point where they automatically search for a problem. So what they do is, because they're so comfortable and bored, they will put their private life. They will put their private life outside into society to create problems that actually don't exist in order to fill this void of emptiness that has been caused by absolutely being too much comfortable in their own lives, because they don't need to do anything. What does a man need to do today? He doesn't need to harvest anything. He just goes into the supermarket. If he wants some action, he goes into the cinema. If he wants to watch a movie directly, he just streams it from home. Everything is just comfortable and easy, and that leads to this void within many people that just want to find a problem to argue about and rage about. And the easiest way to get attention from others is to go outside, show everybody how whatever you are, you know, and get attention. get attention, and then now you have filled that void, you know, that there's some enemy to fight against because people don't accept my perverted
All right.
mind.
Okay. Listen. I, for one, am a very awkward guy, right? I don't like attention being thrown at me. But
Yeah,
I'm also a gay
same.
man, right? I'm also very much gay, and I don't
Yeah.
skip around down the street or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just that the idea that people have of other people is always going to be colored by what you read, the kind of circles you're in, that kind of stuff, right? I don't look. Most gay people you're running into or trans people are just going to be so discreet. I've only met one trans person in my life, and I sat next to them at work. Didn't even know
Same,
they were
yeah.
trans, right?
Yeah.
And so they're already a very rare group of people. Gay people are a bit more common, but like
not
I
common.
mean, I understand if you have like a religious sort of like issue with it. I mean, I'm not going to contend with
There is
any of that
no
stuff,
issue
but
I have.
if it's a sociological one, which is like
Brett,
how
let me tell you
There
something.
how does one
There's
behave?
is no
right?
issue.
something I want to add. I want to add
I just
something
want to
to
say.
your
I just
point.
want to say that there's nothing necessarily. It's not necessarily the case that just because someone is gay, or
Definitely,
trans,
but
whatever,
like
they're
still,
going to be
Brett,
they're going to be acting like
you have not
socially
listened to me.
degenerate, right? Is all I'm saying.
okay. So Brett, let me ask you this: how old are you, if I may ask you?
25.
If that's okay. 25 years old, right? So about like you've been gay probably like when did you figure out? Like when you were 16, 17, 15 maybe?
Yeah, well, when I was a teenager.
Around there. So we're talking about like, you know, people that were like back in the days old, you know, like, and they already know 25 years old. I think you already know like the way you need to behave in a society, right? You already know that you should not do some certain things, such as like the gay of these days do. Like, because if we're talking about gay people of like the 90 and the, you know, they were different, right?
In what
You mess
way?
with Valorant, they were different. Yeah. If I take you back in time in the 80, 90, whatever, right?
They
Even the
were hiding.
2000, it's not hiding. It's not just hiding. They were like, you mess around with one of them, they will take you down, right? Like they know they're gay and they know with who
You're
they
saying
would
like I should
interact.
be hiding.
It's not that you should be hiding, right? Do not harass people. I'm not talking to you personally, but gay people of these days, if you go to one of the clubs, for example, just have some fun time with you and your friends, right? As I said, you might expect them to come around and put hands on you.
Okay,
Well, I see. The thing is, what I see.
I agree with it, but there is one caveat to that, right?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
The caveat is, whilst I believe that should be the case for everyone, I think what's more prolific than a gay person touching a straight man, because usually gay people are quite scared of straight men, right? On a typical basis, is that think about how it makes you feel when a gay person approaches you and starts flirting with you and is like a bit predatory or whatever, right, onto you. Now imagine you're a woman, right? And imagine you're in a club, and imagine that they experience the exact same thing more often than you've ever experienced that in your entire life, right?
Definitely, I'm
So
well aware of that. Yeah.
It's just a weird, like, I don't like talking about this usually, but I think there's some weird narratives that get pushed that I don't necessarily think comport to reality or what people commonly see.
And people also, not all of them
Well-
are part of it, you know?
Well,
not
the
everybody
thing,
like
the thing is, it comes down at the end of the day. It comes down to not everyone, not every time, and so forth, right? So the thing is, it's always also a matter of what you're going to expose yourself to, right? A woman is not forced to go somewhere where it's likely that there's a lot of other men who might be drunk and intoxicated, not capable of knowing sometimes what they really do. But on the other hand, the main thing I notice with this whole Pride LGBT movement is it's like a cry for attention because maybe they have a deficit within their own private realms where family members or people don't give them enough attention or love. These
Isn't that
people
a bit
every
easy,
time
though,
when
to-
listen one second, let me finish. Every time when human beings go into an extreme in order to provoke something, they are just crying for attention. And I think these people with whatever confusion they are dealing with, they go outside because they have a problem in life where there's a void that they're trying to fill, and that is probably going having to do with a lack of attention, a lack of care from family members or love in general that they haven't experienced, right?
So
So
there's two things that you said. The
yeah,
second is that can be said to anybody about anything. Like you play football because you feel lacking in your life. You're gay because you feel lacking in your life. You punch people because you feel lacking in your life. And
And I
sometimes it
think
might be
that's
true.
wrong.
But the
That's wrong.
first point is more important. Is like women choose to go to these places where men are. Is like that you really need to look at that, which is like, oh, women want to go out and experience the world where men might be predatory. Is a
It's not.
really weird way to look at men being predatory.
It's not just that. Like
It's like,
most of
look
those.
at these deer
Most
running
of
around
those.
in the forest like they want to get eaten. Do you
dude,
know?
I'm just looking at it this way.
I did
People
ask
can
like
get
a couple of.
intoxicated, and I'm just thinking about the likelihood of things that happen, right? If I as a man chose to go to a country where there's a bad traffic handling by people, where it's most likely to be run over by some truck or whatnot, I'm aware of this. This can
That's
happen,
fine.
you know,
Why
and there's
can't
nothing
why
wrong
can't
with it.
well why can't I
What do you
just say
mean
to
there's
the
nothing wrong with
straight
it?
person
Are
that
you
you asked
saying
for
this?
it, right? Like it's just silly.
Are you saying there's like
If I saw a gay person touching a straight person, I should have said, "Oh, you shouldn't have been near a gay person," and like, it was your fault. No, obviously,
No, but
like,
like, hold on, wait.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
like,
You guys are confusing things.
hold on.
Listen. Like,
Hold on.
if like what you said right
Sociable
now.
people who go outside, right? They
Uh-huh.
are going to, like, women, men, gay men, whatever, right? Or like lesbian women, whoever it is. They're going to interact with people. They're going to have some horrible experiences with other people. That's fine. What you need to do is to kind of say, look, we respect each other and don't touch each other, don't do anything predatory, whether it's to a girl or to a straight man or to a gay guy, whoever it is, and that should just be that. We shouldn't be saying like, well, when gay men do it, it's like it's the gay men's football. When it happens to a woman, I mean, you shouldn't have really gone outside, you know.
No
That's
one
kind of
said
weird.
that.
Sort of
I mean,
Guys,
listen.
Dude, no one said that. I talked about.
People have a safe zone, right? Listen. People have a
This
safe zone, right? They
no,
have a space,
listen.
a
This
private space.
conversation
You should
started.
not invade it.
This
Hold on a minute. Go ahead, go.
this conversation started from me talking to Ildiko and eggshells. Yeah. Now you guys misunderstand the problem. As the Algerian guy was saying, um, we were addressing the problem of having your personal space being
There you go.
invaded.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
We live in a moral society, yeah, and we have a social behavior code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, whenever this code is broken, trespassed, yeah, there will be consequences.
Definitely.
So, yeah, for example, gay people, the ones from back in the days, they knew. I said they were in the height, but that's not really what I meant.
Exactly.
It's actually uh, for me, a person that have read the Bible. I know about certain rituals which I have to perform, yeah, and to be clean, to be considered also clean for the whole time of that day. Now, I want to do this, yeah, and this involves also going out into the world, but I take a position stand of not touching, yeah, so I don't get defiled, so I'm clean in that day. But now if a stranger comes to me and touches me, if I do not know if that person looks clean but it is unclean, yeah,
Mm.
So in that case, he he should ask me, hey, if he's a stranger, yeah, you don't go out there in the world and touch
I agree with
any
this.
stranger people,
Everybody's
because
agreeing with
that's
Yeah,
an
I'm
invasion. It's an
I
aggression.
also don't
Yeah,
like being touched as well, right? I'm very much in agreement with you there. I
yeah,
do think there is something to say where you could draw a parallel, right? Though between
yeah,
because I think we're all in agreement. Just don't touch people, like if they don't want it, right? But
yeah,
there is a
yeah.
parallel between flat earthers and other marginalized groups, right? Which is just that think about the position that you find yourself in, right? You're a group that you constantly talk about how you're marginalized, right? You constantly talk about how the rest of society thinks you're stupid, that you're dangerous, that you should shut up, that you don't deserve to be on the internet, that kind of stuff. You don't belong in any space, right? And that kind of
Mm.
annoys you, it irritates you, it grinds on you, right?
What you mean
Obviously,
you
it's
don't
something you
belong?
don't take
Well,
it's
if it
something you don't
annoys
take
you,
pleasure. It's something you don't take pleasure in, right? Now, I don't know why you'd look at you'd experience that yourself, right? And not be able to sympathize
Yeah.
with other groups that experience the exact same thing that you feel like you're a victim of, right?
Sympathize with who exactly?
With
Other groups.
somebody's in a similar situation. Like I think almost anybody, even if you're from a very privileged background, you can recognize circumstances in your life where you're excluded for something that you're not able to change immediately. Like, i.e., not your behavior, not your current behavior,
Okay.
and that sucks, and that it isn't pro-social. It's not leading to a better overall aim. So, like, while we're agreeing, like, what we're talking about is the difference between, like, are we upset with people being gay, or are we upset with people touching us? And touching is a behavior. Fine to be
That's a
upset.
that's a two different points, right?
Yeah,
That's a two different.
which is
I'm
why
gonna
I'm
give you an
getting.
example.
Sorry.
I'm gonna
I'm
give you.
putting. I'm saying this in a very aggressive sounding way.
No, it's not aggressive.
no,
It's not
We're
aggressive.
all
No, no,
agreeing.
no,
it's
no.
a
We're all
good
agreeing.
It's not.
question,
It's not.
HLs.
It's not aggressive at all. Like as I told you, right? There's two kind of people, right? For example, there's me. I would accept you as the way you are. I'll be your friend. If anything happens to you, I'd go down first. No problem. Right. I don't
Don't
have
need to
any
go
issue.
down, mate.
I have friends of mine that used to study with me at university. You touch them, I'm gonna have like a bad time with you. Right. They're gay, like I know like most of them they cannot defend themselves, like especially when it comes to physical fights, right?
Yeah,
I know that.
yeah.
Okay, so you touch him, you're gonna have to deal with me. But in the other hand, you can be whatever you want, be whatever you inspire in the world. Go ahead in this much fucked up world, everybody just go ahead and be whatever he wants, obviously, right? Nothing's going right, nothing's going as the way we planned. The world is not even going right, right? So yeah, be whatever you want. Don't mind that, right? As long as you're, you have, like your limits. I don't mind. I don't really don't mind it, right?
Yeah, I think most
But
of
for
us are that
example,
way.
this pride thing, like that people are doing, this is really messed up. Like, what is it? Like, oh, I'm gonna force myself in. That's why people don't like them, because they
But
try
hang
to
on,
force themselves in.
force themselves in what?
Okay, in the society. Okay, let's talk from a side of
Hang on,
society.
what do you mean force themselves in? Like, let's be clear. Gay people, by all accounts, have always existed.
Yeah,
Men
they did.
liking to
Yeah,
dress
they
up
do.
as
Yeah,
women,
I know.
women liking to
No,
dress
no,
up as men,
no.
and identifying the
They
other way
did. They
around.
did exist. They did exist back in the days. Get back. Get
Right.
be back.
So they're
Get
not
No,
forcing
they
forcing.
didn't
themselves into.
always
So,
existed.
so, 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 can we change the terminology a bit?
But
It's not they're
anyway,
forcing
yeah.
themselves in society; they're making themselves known. Would you agree with that?
Like, okay, so do straight
Yeah,
people
I don't mind.
Well, you're comparing it to straight people, and I think that's a mistake, right? Like
Why
we
is
all
that a
have,
mistake?
like nobody in this world, right, is
Uh-huh.
not a part of a group in some sort of way that's
Uh-huh.
somewhat marginalized, right? In some way, I actually don't think that gay people are particularly unique in that way, or LGBT people.
I'm not saying it unique. I said like since you already
They like to think
divided
they're unique, in it,
yourself.
right? Flat earthers in here, they go to conventions, right? Wait, hold on. The flat earthers in here go to conventions. Now, I could say, well, I mean, we should ban these. I mean, look, they're just trying to get attention. No, like these
Forcing
flat Earth
themselves into society.
conventions, nonsense, right? Let's just like ban it all, right? This isn't against the current idea, right? The current sort of hegemonic behavior, right? The behavior right now is to believe in the globe, and if you don't, if you go to your little flat Earth conventions, they should be banned. You should be thrown in jail, right? Obviously, I would be.
Something.
Obviously, if you're a flat earther in this room, you'd be like, well, hold on a minute, right? I'm allowed to have my opinions. I'm allowed to
be who I am in this sort of way, right?
Something I'm aware of. Something
Like
I'm
pride,
aware of.
when it is just the same sort of.
Yeah.
They're trying to be unique. They're trying to be different. No,
Yeah.
like come on.
Okay, something I'm aware of, and this is like nobody can, negate or whatever, right? Gay communities, no, I'm not gonna say gay community, LGBTQAA plus, whatever. Is it like that they call it now? LGBTQLA plus.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, they did a new
Whatever.
update. Yeah, there's always an
Nothing's
update. Anyway, everybody who belongs to the LGBT community, something of I'm aware about it. It's like they are treated badly in the society. They are treated like in a very messed up way. Like nobody respect them at all. Like most of them, they're not being respected.
Listen, the
In the end of the
problem
day,
is not, guys, the problem is not the gay people.
no,
It's
they're not.
actually this, the problem is actually this LGBT community entity which has been created that represents the gay people and pushes a lot of sick mind ideologies into people's minds. And
Exactly.
for me, gay people are more like a little bit less knowledgeable people. So they are vulnerable to immoral things.
Are you
LGBT can
So
suggesting
reach
though,
them.
Get
That's the
Biget,
thing.
if I was really, are you suggesting though, Get Biget, if I
yeah,
played you the right TV commercials and, you know, exposed you to the right pop stars, you would fancy men? Because like
No.
I
no,
fancy women and I
Hell
just
no.
have no conception of what it would be like to not fancy women. And I don't recall ever
uh,
choosing that, nor do I feel like society forced that on me. It just
that's not
feels
what
to
I
me like
meant. But
that's who I
I'm
am.
You
curious.
wanna?
I'm
You
curious.
want?
What made you think I
Oh,
was
my
meaning that?
assumption my assumption was that what you were saying that this is like that people because they're gay is like they are um
Actual. There's
that
something I
like
want to say. I want to tell you
fallen for
something.
some psychological ploy or
There's
something.
there's
I
another
get
point I
you.
want to mention. Hold on, get back. I think there's another point I want to say. I think because, for example, I'm not gay, which means I will never understand it, right?
Yeah.
There's also another point that I want to say. I know probably people would not like agreeing with me all the time, but I think if you're not gay, you should not discuss gay situations. Simple as
I
that.
don't agree with
'Cause-
that. I don't agree with that.
yeah, exactly.
Bro,
That's what
come
I'm
No,
saying.
on. Come on, bro. Like
no.
if I was say I've spent my entire life, right, hearing about straight stories and straight sexual encounters. And if it's fine. I wouldn't force upon you a conversation about that. By all means, I would not do that, right? But to act like it's this thing with gay people that they they're the ones talking about their sex and they're the ones holding their hands, and it's always everywhere you look it's just gay people kissing. It's the complete reverse, right? All you see is straight people kissing, holding hands, and movies with straight sex and stuff, right? Like I'm happy with that. I don't care, right? It doesn't cross my mind.
Oh, he was muted. That's tough.
So, speaking of that, who's got evidence of this spinny wobbly gas ball?
I was hoping I'd get unmuted first so I could make that joke. So, how about that ball, guys? I don't think there's any Globers in chat right now. Maybe Gemsy. I feel like that person is a baller. Maybe
Well,
Julius.
yeah, no, we were talking. The other chap we were talking to, I think, seemed like he might be a baller.
Yeah, thank you for unmuting AI. Well, Flat Earth. It has been for many ages the default knowledge because it aligns with observation, which is the first thing in science, the first requirement.
But it's not the requirement you should depend upon. You know,
How would you
observations.
do? Listen,
Observations can
how
be
would
colored by
you
your bias,
do?
right?
Wait, how would you do science if you can't make an observation?
Well, you
If you
have to be
can't
able to make
observe something,
observations, but just to
exactly.
be clear, like
See,
it's not something you can just solely rely upon. You need to go further than that because like if I was just going to go off observations, right, then the sun is certainly bigger when it gets to the horizon, right, and it's like expanding and it's getting obviously not, right. Well, when it has that magnification effect where
well, okay, you invoked this
it looks
thing
bigger. It
that
looks big on the
when you make
horizon,
an
right?
Britnat, one moment. I know you are not into the scientific physics, this stuff, but you are, how do I say, not seeing.
He's a Nazi.
When you make an observation, when you said when you look into the horizon, yeah.
Yeah.
This process is fundamentally based on the physics of light, behavior of light,
Yes.
nature, vision. Now, also the mechanism, the optics of the eye, those little cells, photosensitive cells, yeah, a special kind of nerves, yeah, which interpret photons, light, into a biological signal, yeah, which is being transmitted
Well, I
to the
know,
back of
I
your
know this
brain.
is the case, Get. I'm just saying that
Well,
you don't arrive at that with just observation.
without
You do
that
more work than that.
mechanism, without that basic mechanism, you will not be able to make an observation.
I know you're meant to use observations and
Yeah,
stuff. Like everyone knows this. It's
good,
not about whether or not you're meant to make
good,
observations.
but
It's just to say that
now,
you can't just make an observation and call it a day and pack up and go home, right?
but what you were actually doing quite a lot of times, you see, when you talk about the observation of the horizon, you are dismissing and you admit that you don't know the physics of light. You have not learned it at a general level, not expert level.
Does it
You are
matter?
not interested to
My
know.
objection is
It
just
does
to,
matter
no.
because
Listen. I've gone over this.
you don't know how this process functions.
It doesn't matter because look, observations have a role to play in the scientific method, right? But the reason why you don't trust your observation, why you go through the scientific method, is to find patterns, to validate,
to control variables. You don't just, it's not just about what you see, it's about what you can do from there, right? And that's how you arrive at knowledge. You don't arrive at knowledge by saying, well,
Yeah, but
certainly looks like the
those
sun got bigger there, right?
variables, those actually come into play, into existence, thanks to our ability of making an observation.
Yes, but they like when you when you control variables,
Without
they
observing, they don't fucking exist.
well, obviously you have to start observation. I agree, it's starting observation. If you say that, well, you know, it's just about observation and it looks like it's stationary, well, you know, you're running into some mistakes there because you know it's not, that's not how you're going to acquire very reliable knowledge, is it? You have to do to
Sorry,
go
I
further than
didn't
that.
get you. Repeat that, please.
You'd have to do more than just observing flat and stationary to actually know what the Earth is. Because
Well, yes, of course,
if I was going to,
we
like, for
have.
instance, if I was going to posit general relativity, for instance, I would obviously, you know, like do the bottom up method where I establish the idea against the current idea, which would be like Newtonian physics. I would test it,
Well,
but I
okay,
would also
but
try to falsify it, right? Find the falsifiers and try to falsify that theory.
yeah, now, Britnat, what you're saying, look, a great writer um, wrote a beautiful story called The Red Scuff, yeah? And now you're saying, oh, this is an old story and we have much better, brilliant writers. So a new modern writer writes the Snow White story to replace the story of the Red Scuff.
No, I don't look. It's not like that. It's just a complete bastardization of what I said. Like it's the idea is that there are two ways you can deductively show something. One way you could show by proving it with modus ponens or something along those lines, or you can try and eliminate alternatives. And eliminating alternatives
Well,
gives you knowledge in what isn't true, right? But it can certainly circle the close to truth. I just want to read you this, right?
what is
Karl Popper,
this modus
Karl Popper
tollens, this
argued.
disjunctive syllogism? What is it?
What do you mean?
What is this modus tollens?
What, for proving something for the Earth?
Yeah,
I think it would operate more along the lines of there's reason to believe that the Earth is a sphere. There's evidence for it, but it's not proven. But what you can do is rule out alternatives, right?
Well, if P then Q, not P, therefore not no Q. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. You're asking for what the syllogism for modus ponens is.
Now, yeah, this is a disjunctive syllogism, so it's two ways, yeah, which lead to a certain. I mean, only one way leads to where you want to go, to the place that you want to go, but you don't know which. Now, there are actually two ways where you are, and you don't know which way to pick to get to that place. So you have to go follow one way, test it, yeah, and you see it doesn't take you where you want to arrive, yeah, to your destination. So now you come back and you go on the other way, and you get to the destination where you wanted to go. So therefore, you have eliminated the wrong way. Next time when you are trying to go to that destination, you already know the correct way which to go. So you will always go on that way. Now, even your brain, your neural cells they have a mechanism which will tell you instantly that that way, if tomorrow you try to walk on that other way, it will tell you that, hey, no, uh, you are not driving me. The body will tell you, will know that you're not going to that destination when you're walking on the wrong way.
Okay, you have to make your point because this is.
You will be aware of that.
Yeah, I get it. Look, I was just going to
Yeah.
say that. I was going to quote Popper, who argued that all observation is from a point of view, and indeed that all observation is colored by our understanding. The world appears to us in the context of theories we already hold. It is theory laden, right? So how do you overcome that, right? How do you overcome the idea that observations are just what they are, and they, can be warped by how we view the world? Well, you can try and find falsifiers, right? You can build a method which is based on induction, right? And you can say, look, I think the Earth is probably globular or flat, and then try and falsify it or falsify the alternative, and then you can come to some sort of knowledge, whether it be what it certainly isn't, what it probably is,
Okay, now,
and that's fine. In fact,
okay,
that's exactly what the black swan
talking
does, right?
about this. You are talking about this hypothetically. Well, I see now that you actually don't understand the black swan argument. Either you don't want to, either you really can't. You lack that
Okay, look,
knowledge. You
the
know,
get you are testing my patience, young man. Like the black swan is an attempt at falsifying the globular Earth. Do you agree?
it's not an attempt.
So it doesn't even try to do that. Oh, so what does it do?
The black swan is an observation.
Yeah, but what's the point of the
Yeah,
observation, Mister
this
Beget?
observation is in contradiction.
So it's falsifying the globular Earth, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
There you go. So what did I not understand?
Well, you are posing it as not being correct, right, true.
But I've not even told you why I think that hasn't. Look, the event of what happened in the Black Swan is obviously an observation that was true. But do I think that falsified the globular Earth? No, I'm not convinced. Right, but that's not that's neither here nor there because I wasn't even talking about whether or not the Black Swan was an actual falsifier or not. I was just pointing out that is a method that you can do to arrive at some sort of knowledge, right? And flat earthers do it as well. Everyone does it.
No. Have you ever been to the mountains? Starting from a flatland field area
Have I ever been
and
on a flat?
driving towards the mountains? Yeah. Have you ever
No,
done that?
I don't live near mountains. Go on.
Okay. Now, when you drive towards the mountains, vast majority of them, before you get to the mountains, there will be a area of hills. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, before getting on top of the hills, yeah, you are at a lower elevation on the flat land. Yeah. Now, when you look, you will see in the background, yeah, the mountains, and you will see that in between you there is this area with hills, and that hill will obstruct a lot of the base of the mountains in the background.
Okay.
But once you got on top of that hill, yeah, you will see the bottom of the mountains, the lower area.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, this is the problem of black swan because the Earth's curvature
I know what. Have
is
you just explained that
exactly
whole
like
thing
a
to tell me
hill.
what Earth curvature is? Right? Come on, get right. I know that the idea is that something's meant to be obstructed, and the higher up you go, the more
Well,
you can
yes,
see.
but
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Get
no, it's not
I didn't need that
irrelevant.
explanation
Not irrelevant
because I'm not
because yeah,
trying
I
to
do
explain
know.
the black swan. I was trying
No.
to explain how you would arrive at knowledge over the globular Earth or flat Earth, right? I was trying to explain that observation alone is not sufficient. You need to do more work than that, right? To arrive at knowledge. So I'm not convinced by it just seems flat and stationary. I'm not really
Yeah,
convinced by the black swan as a
and that
falsifier, but
guy, listen, the guy who made this picture, the black swan, he really did that extra more work. So he went and checked out the distance from the shore to the oil rigs, the approximate distance, approximate known distance. Yeah.
okay. Are you going to continue explaining what the black swan is again? I know what the black swan is. I know what you're trying to say in the black swan.
Yeah, okay, but why do you dismiss the black swans based on what
Well, that's what we should have really got to about
evidence?
10 minutes ago, isn't it? But the get begin. That's what you
Yeah,
really should have just
well,
asked.
what's the evidence which is dismissing black swan?
So can you recite what the claim for the black swan is for me? Just give me a quick announcement of what the black swan's actually trying to falsify.
The curvature of the earth.
Yeah, but like I want you to say the exact words in the black swan because this will become key for what I'm actually disagreeing with.
We see further than we should.
Yeah, 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
For a 1 foot observer, right? Basically, we shouldn't be able to see further than that.
Actually,
about three-ish miles for 6%. That's
listen,
effectively.
no, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. It's not. We should not see further than 1.22 miles. We
If you're a
see
1 foot
further.
observer.
No, for a 1 foot observer, at 1.225 miles is not the limit of how far you see. Actually, it is the limit where that slope begins to
The
be in
curvature
front
obstruction. That's
of
fine.
your eyes.
Yeah.
You see a lot further than that.
Yeah. So curvature
But
obstruction. I understand.
no,
Like this is
let
a
me
minor
finish. No,
discrepancy.
let me finish. It's not a minor discrepancy. At that distance, 1.225 miles, every boat or thing that is floating or going beyond that on the surface of the water, from that distance it will start to disappear from the bottom up, and when it actually
Yes, I
walks
know. I know.
enough certain distance, it will be completely gone under that slope.
I agree. Did we have
So yeah.
we get you? I told you I understood it. We don't need to have that explanation, right? The idea
Well,
is
yeah, we do have because
objection.
you see, you told
The
me that
objection.
1.225 miles is how far we can see,
Yes,
and
and
that's not
I
actually
even said to
true.
you, obviously talking about obstruction and curvature, not like literally how far you can see. If there was a tall building behind it, you'd be able to see it. Fine, right? I don't mind. That was just a minor discrepancy. Just why I said it was a minor discrepancy before we had to go down that 2 or 3 minute
No,
spiel,
not
right?
minor
I want to
discrepancies.
rush.
When we talk about these things, we have to be specific.
If the Earth was pure geometry, excuse me,
Yeah.
if the Earth was pure geometry, then you might be onto something because you have no other confounding variable.
No, you see,
My lord,
you're
you,
making a wrong statement. The Earth is not
I'm
cannot
done. I'm
cannot
done.
ever
I'm
be
done. No.
pure geometry. Yeah.
I'm out. I'm out of this conversation now. I'm done.
He's given up. The Earth's
Well,
a globe.
yeah, but what
He's
is
proven
pure
it.
geometry?
Well, I think
How
it's
could
probably just my
Earth be
ADHD brain
pure
thinking, I want this
geometry?
conversation to speed up a little bit, so we can get to the crux of the issue. And not because you did just explain to me, get beget, for about 4 or 5
Steelmen,
minutes what the black swan
steelmen one
is.
another. Steelman one another.
Yeah.
Accelerate you to the next step. If you can both steelman one another, then we'll be there and we can do things.
Well, I think I'm just going to get agitated the longer this goes on, so I feel like I should stop. It's just like I mean, the explanation get beget. I understand what the black swan is. Just because I don't think it falsifies the globular Earth does not mean I don't understand what you're saying in the black swan or what's being observed in the black swan.
Well, why doesn't it falsify?
Well, that's an interesting question, right? Let's get into that. Now, if
Yeah.
if the Earth is pure geometry, then you might be onto something. But obviously, there's confounding variables. It's about physics as well, just as much as it is about geometry, right? And so, if it's the case that the geometric curve could be either sometimes, always, most of the time, I don't really care, incongruent with the how far the horizon is. For instance, positing how light bends under with account for the atmosphere, then I would say it's not a very reliable measurement, and therefore it probably isn't doing a good job at falsifying a globular Earth, especially at those measurements.
Okay, which measurement in the black swan is not reliable?
Well, I mean, how far you're seeing the platform and what you're seeing when you observe the platform.
So you're saying that those platforms are not at approximately 6 miles and respectively 9 miles away from the Californian shoreline?
What did you say, sorry?
Pretty sure it's not.
Are you saying that those oil platforms are not at approximately 6 miles, respectively
Oh
the
no,
second one at
they're
9
6
miles
miles away.
away
That's
from the
fine.
shore?
I think they're 6 miles away. That's perfectly fine. I just don't
Well,
agree
that's
with
a
what
measurement.
you're.
That's a measurement, and you said it's
That's
not
fine.
reliable.
But it's more about what you're seeing, in relative to how far
Well,
this object
seeing
is.
is not measuring.
Okay, well, I'd
Vision
agree
is
with
not
I'd agree with you there.
a measurement
Are you
instrument.
trying to debunk the black swan yourself, Get Beget? That sounds like what you're trying to do right now.
No, but this is what you were actually saying, and you lost me for a little bit in your conversation because you started with the words that if the Earth is pure geometry, and my mind was trying to understand what you mean by that.
He just means
Well,
if the only things to consider are perfect spheres and straight lines of sight.
Yeah, I
Which
see.
I think is
So,
accurate, right? Don't you think the
well,
black swan is considering a perfect sphere and straight lines of sight? I think that's accurate, don't you?
well, in the heliocentric model, the Earth is not considered a perfect sphere, but any spherical object, even if it's not perfect sphere, it will have a curvature all around it, 360 degrees. Now, this curvature not being perfect, it means that in some places the arc curvature is smaller, and in some places, other places, a little bit bigger. So the radius of that spherical shape will vary. Yeah, that's what it means. and these kind of objects are called in geometry spheroids.